Hey Philip Jevtic 2. I'm planning to work on author's POV first. I'm having some ISP issues at the moment, so I'm currently on slow mobile data. But once that's fixed, and I have more time, I'll get to Lord of the Truth as well. Here is the first 25 chapters of author's POV. Enjoy. Chapter 1. Efforts never betray you. A saying widely respected and repeatedly preached across the world. Some people regard this quote as a personal mantra to follow throughout their whole life, while others simply scoff at it as if it were a mere joke. I mean, why put effort when you have a super rich dad who provides you with all you need? Big house. Hello, Dad. Can you buy me a house? New car? Daddy, there is this new car that I really love, and was wondering if you could buy it for me. There are also those that live in luxury simply because they're lucky, like the ones who win a lottery. I mean, how much effort does it take for someone to win a lottery? Congratulations. You have won 200 million. How does efforts never betray you apply here? Of course, setting those examples aside, there were many cases in which the saying proved to be correct. For example, have you seen the movie, what was it called? The Pursuit of Happiness. It is your perfect example of efforts never betray. It is a touching story about a homeless dad living on the streets with his son, who, because of his pure love and dedication for his child, managed to succeed and became a millionaire. Very touching. But what about me? What have I got to say about efforts never betray? It is utter bullshit. Period. Efforts never betray? I could spit at such a ridiculous notion. Sure, if you put in some effort you would definitely achieve better results than the regular mob out there. But is that really all there is to it? Is this the key to success? No, it simply isn't. The key ingredient to success is talent. No matter how much effort you put into something, you would never be able to surpass the insurmountable gulf known as talent. Look at football, for example. Many people train just as hard as Messi or Ronaldo, but in the end, they don't even come close to their level. No matter how much they train, no matter how much blood, sweat, and tears they shed, they would never be able to even touch their ankles. What kind of bullshit is that? Getting back on topic. Why do I have such a grudge against the quote efforts never betray? Simple. It is because I was one of those idiots that wholeheartedly believed in those words. You see, my parents died when I was 14. Some bastard got drunk and ran them over. I could not remember how many times I had cried myself to sleep because of the accident. My parents did not have siblings, and my grandparents, both maternal and paternal, had already left the world long ago. I was orphaned. Luckily, they had enough money in their bank account to last me until school finished. Thus, I studied as if my life depended on it. It literally did. I would study hours and hours on end, just so that I could enroll at the most prestigious university out there, and later find myself a suitable job. But hold on, how could I possibly afford to go to university? It usually costs a hell of a lot of money, doesn't it? A bank loan? Would they lend a loan to an orphan with neither family nor assets? Well, I still tried to get one, but in the end, I got rejected by the government. But there was still a way. A scholarship. If I managed to secure myself a scholarship, I could attend university without paying a single cent. Luckily, University A, the only university near me, offered a scholarship program that perfectly suited my needs. One of my teachers heard that they only offer one scholarship a year for students of the school I attended. But that was enough for me. If I studied hard enough and achieved an exceptionally high score, I could create a chance. And so I studied. Studied so hard that all the friends I had made over the years became estranged. But I was fine with it. As long as I could attend university, I could make all the friends that I wanted. That was what I thought at that time. But looking back at it now, I could only laugh at how naive I was. Thanks to all the effort I put in, I managed to get in the top 1% of the national exams. But in the end, the scholarship I so wanted never came. Funnily enough, I only found out later that the one who got the scholarship was actually lower ranked than me. Apparently, his father was a highly influential person, and helped secure the scholarship for him. That scholarship should have been mine. All the sleepless nights and lonely days that I had spent became worthless. I remember screaming my heart out that day. What is even more frustrating was the fact that the father could totally afford to send his son to university without a scholarship. Since you could afford it, why not give it to someone who actually needed it? I wanted to apply to other universities for scholarships, but they were all outside of my city, and I couldn't afford to move. At that point, having exhausted all my family's savings, I was dirt poor. I could barely feed myself through part-time jobs. How could I possibly study in another city, where the rent was levels beyond my contemptibly small budget? And thus, left with no choice, I dropped all my studies, and continued attending part-time jobs. I slowly sank into depression. I found an escape route in food, manga, and web novels. As I gained weight and found myself putting on more pounds with each passing day, it became increasingly harder for me to continue going to part-time jobs, as I would always run out of breath after standing for over 10 minutes. Fortunately, I found myself a new hobby: writing web novels. At first, I took it as a hobby to pass time, but later, as more and more people started reading my novel, a fire that had long been extinguished ignited inside of me, prompting me to continue writing. And I succeeded. My first novel was a hit, and money started coming in. Descent of the Hero. Description: Cypher, an orphan boy from a poor village, hopes of one day becoming a hero and embarks on a tough journey to fight against all odds and fulfill his dreams. Rating: 4.7, 513 reviews. Views: 5.5 m. Words: 1.3m. Sure, it was your typical story of hero versus demon king, but what could I say? As long as I liked it and it made money, it would do, right? At least that is what I thought at first. But as time progressed and my second and third novels came out, I found myself slowly losing interest. It was not because I hated writing. No, it was simply because of what I was made to write. Because I was catering to my readers, I slowly started straying away from what I truly liked writing. I started writing things that I did not like. For example, people loved fan service, but it was really uncomfortable from a writer's point of view, especially for a virgin like myself. Fortunately, I had the internet to help me, but it was stuff like this that made my passion for writing decrease. Who would want to write about putting some cucumber in their mouth? Certainly not me. And though I did exactly as my readers asked, apart from the first novel, I never found my books making it in the rankings. Here I am today, blankly staring at my laptop. Click, 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 click. The monotonous sound of a keyboard typing echoed inside of my room. The same boring pattern repeated like any other day. Wake up, type, eat, type, repeat. Finishing my last sentence, I pressed the save button at the top right of my screen and clicked send. Sigh. Letting out a long sigh, I dazedly looked at my ceiling. How long will I have to continue to do this? Bitterly shaking my head, I gazed at the novel's comment section. Good Guy 85. Ugh, author-san, I feel like your writing is becoming worse and worse. Weeboo. Replying to Good Guy 85, I totally agree with you. This novel had so much potential, but I feel like the story started derailing lately. Truck driver. I totally agree with you, man. There are too many plot holes and Deus Ex Machina. It is getting ridiculous. Boy Wonder. Thanks for the new chapter. Twilight Star. Dropped. Boob Monster. Hey, were the Eka scenes? Rooster Boy 65. Dude is married to Mary Sue. Bam. Fuck. What do you mean my writing is getting worse? Slamming the table with my fist, I raged at the computer. I am tired of this shit. Closing the laptop down, I forcefully tried to calm myself. Getting angry was not good for my blood pressure. I actually quite liked my new novel. This novel was the result of my frustration and desire to try something new so that I could ignite the last remaining embers inside of my heart. It was your typical weak to strong story, but unlike my previous novels, this one was set in a modern, futuristic setting. The story's background starts in 1980, where the Great Cataclysm occurred, a three-stage disaster that hit the Earth, causing the world to drastically change. The first phase of the Great Cataclysm, a shift in tectonic plates all over Earth, moving countries from where they were previously, it resulted in tsunamis and earthquakes, killing millions. The sudden shift in tectonic plates caused the world map to permanently change, with there only being one landmass surrounded by water. The planet's landmass had become a single supercontinent. Then came the second phase of the Great Cataclysm. Huge portals started appearing all over the world. Unknown species emerged from within. They were later identified as demons of the world's oldest mythology. Yet, they were not the only ones to come from those portals. At first, they were docile, but as soon as they deemed humanity weak, they started rampaging all over the place. But, with great disaster comes opportunity. As portals appeared, humanity managed to gain access to mana, a special force that lingered throughout the atmosphere and originated from other worlds. It would allow humans to do things they could have only dreamt of doing in the past, like summoning fireballs or cutting through metal. Lastly, the third phase of the Great Cataclysm. This happens near the end of the novel, and it is when the demon world forces launch a full-scale invasion of Earth. 10 years after the second cataclysm, 3 factions ruled the world. The demon faction, the human faction, and the Fantasia faction, which was comprised of orcs, elves, and dwarves. The Fantasia faction was sort of an alliance between the elves, dwarves, and orcs. And that was because they were practically forced into one. Demons were the manifestation of greed. They were created with the sole goal of devouring planets. They would first start by entering a planet. Then, as time progresses, they would reproduce like crazy. And slowly, once they gained enough strength, their armies would devour the whole planet. The elves, orcs, and dwarves were all refugees and survivors from the demons, who had already conquered their home planet. At first, when the 3 races arrived on Earth, they chose to observe. They wanted to see if the humans were worthy enough to join their alliance to fight against the demons. At first, they were excited with the prospect of gaining a potential ally, but as time passed their excitement turned into disappointment, which later became disgust. For the prideful elves, the selfish acts and schemes they witnessed during humanity's darkest moments made all thoughts of collaboration vanish, only to be replaced with utter disdain. To the orcs, the weak and frail body of humans was not only disappointing, but their lack of knowledge in the mystical arts made them feel humanity was even dumber than them. Lastly, the dwarves found humanity's primitive technology worthless. Furthermore, their arrogance made them seem like brainless monkeys, who roamed around flaunting their power and intelligence with no substantial backing. In all honesty, all 3 races carried similar traits. The only reason they could tolerate each other was because they were all strong, unlike the humans, who had nothing to offer. In the end, the demon faction and the Fantasia faction each claimed 3/8 of the Earth, while humans only claimed 2/8 of their own homeland, which was mainly inhabitable land, making them a mistreated minority. Initially, the story begins with the protagonist enrolling in the Lock, a specialized school established with the effort of all humanity to raise warriors who can defend the borders against attacks from both factions. He is your typical MC with a tragic past. His parents died due to war at the hands of demons. He seeks vengeance against all demonkind. And so on. It was what you would expect from the MC. It was my masterpiece. At least that is what I thought. But looking through the comments section, I couldn't help but rage. I mean, how would you feel if what you think is your masterpiece gets insulted? Terrible, right? Letting out a long breath, I try to calm myself again. Lately, I've been having anger issues. The simplest thing could get me mad, which just goes to show how bad my temper has become. But it couldn't be helped. With how shitty my life was, I was bound to develop a twisted personality. Just when I was about to close my laptop, a sudden pain struck me in my chest. More precisely, my heart. Clenching my chest, I kneeled on the floor. With heavy pants, I forced my way to my desk. I need my medicine. Because of my poor living conditions, I took a lot of medicine. There was one for my blood pressure, another for asthma, and the last one for depression. And right now, I was looking for my blood pressure medicine. Because of my sudden outburst, my blood pressure must have increased, causing this reaction. So as long as I could take my medicine, falling to my knees, my vision became blurry. It was starting to get increasingly harder to breathe. Is this how my shitty life ends? Suicidal thoughts clouded my mind. Those were the last words that escaped my mouth before I found the whole world become black. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Awaking me from my slumber was the peaceful sound of birds chirping. I could faintly feel the warm, gentle sunshine envelop my whole body, causing my lethargic self to feel more energetic. Opening my eyes, I found myself inside a one-bedroom apartment. Rubbing my eyes to make sure I was still not sleeping, I blinked a couple of times and once more looked at my strange surroundings. Am I not supposed to be dead? Was what I thought at first, but seeing that I was still breathing and seeing just fine, I thought that perhaps someone had rescued me moments before I died, and maybe I was in a hospital right now. But with each passing second, I realized that this was not the case. Why? Simple. It was because a large screen appeared right in front of me, startling the living daylights out of my mind. Status. Name. Ren Dover. Rank. G. Strength. G. Agility. G. Stamina. G-. Intelligence. G. Mana capacity. G. Luck. E. Charm. G-. Profession. Swordsmanship level 1. Chapter 2. A multitude of questions emerged in my mind as I blankly stared at the floating screen in front of me. Ren Dover. Who was that? As far as I remember, my name was, What was my name? Sitting up on the bed, a blank look appeared on my face as I dazedly looked towards the window on my left. Jet black hair, pale white skin, blue ocean-like eyes. What was reflected on the surface of the window was not my face, but a completely unknown one. It had rather attractive features, but it was not a face that would make people scream, "He is so handsome." Eyes aside, it was a pretty average face, one that you would forget after not seeing for a couple of days. Moving on to the body, this new frame was rather skinny. It had some definition, but it could definitely do with a bit more muscle. This was definitely not my body. I was supposed to be fat. Yet, looking at the reflection in the mirror, I could not deny that it was me controlling the body. Each time I touched my face, the reflection on the window also showed the youth touching his face. Sitting on the edge of the bed, I looked at my now skinny legs, which I had not seen since my high school days, and stood up. Stumbling a couple of steps, I felt a wave of pain wash over my head as I started experiencing a massive migraine followed by a severe case of vertigo. Pain, excruciating pain that I had never felt before, engulfed my entire being as I leaned my hand on the wall to support my body. Huff, huff. For what may have seemed to be hours, time passed by in seconds. The pain slowly subsided, leaving me huffing and panting on the ground, heavily gulping for air. It was only after 10 minutes that I finally managed to stand back up. Glancing around the room, a simply decorated space lay before me. The room was furnished with the basic necessities, including a clean white bed, an old wooden spacious desk, a tall wardrobe, and a small bathroom. As I looked around, on top of the desk, I saw a strange tablet-looking object. Being desperate for answers, I immediately walked over to the desk, in hopes of figuring out what was going on. As I was walking, a strange sensation tickled my brain, as I felt a sense of discontinuity between my movements. At first, I thought it may have been due to me suddenly becoming skinny. Actually, more than me not being used to moving due to my body transformation, it was more like I was not used to this body at all. It almost felt as if there was a lag in my movements. But as I gradually moved more, the time lag slowly disappeared. I do not know what it was, but maybe it was because my soul still did not get used to this new body. Well, setting that aside, there was one important thing that I had to confirm. I had a hunch about what had happened, but I needed to confirm it, and what better way than through the tablet on the desk. Arriving before the tablet, I carefully tapped the screen and then a loud thud echoed. Holographic information, one after another, started appearing before me, startling me. Calming myself down, I looked at the information that was projected before me. User ID, Ren Dover. Age, 16. Picture, holographic image of myself. Program, Hero Program Year 1. School rank, 1750/2055. Potential, D rank. Profession, swordsman. I see. Looking at the information in a daze, I let out a bitter laugh. It seems that I reincarnated into my own novel, and as a random character that had nothing to do with the story to boot. Not the protagonist, but a completely unknown mob. I, the author, should obviously know every character in the novel, But who in the world was Ren Dover? I never created such a character. But looking at how things were, I should probably not consider this world a novel anymore. I was literally breathing and moving inside of what seemed to be the plot of my novel. If you were wondering as to why I am remaining so calm in this situation, it is simple. I hated my previous life. During my last breath, I had realized that I really did not care if I died. During my last moments, the only thing I thought was, it is a pity I died like this. I do not know when, but at some point, I already had given up on life. Oddly enough, it seemed that I got myself a second chance in life, and as a character of my own unfinished novel to boot. Though it is a real bummer, I was not reincarnated as the protagonist. Actually, that was a total lie. Who in the world wants to be the protagonist? Me? Ha, are you crazy? Why in the world would I want to be some justice-driven fool who attracts danger wherever he goes? I just got a new life, why in the world would I throw it away like that? I ain't stupid. Although I am jealous of his would-be harem, I did make them beauties, but who cares? I stayed a virgin for my whole 32 years of life, so it is not going to hurt if I remained a virgin for a little bit longer. Setting my virginity aside, this world has magic and skills. There is no way I was going to spend my time flirting with girls when I could spend the time practicing magic. I could already visualize myself casting huge fireballs. Just the thought makes me grin. I mean, how could I not be excited? I came from a world where magic does not exist, and now that I have access to it, I will definitely learn it. But wait, considering how they put my potential as D rank, it would mean they evaluated my talent to be low or medium at best. There is no way I was going to survive the third cataclysm with this low level of talent. Placing my hand on my chin, I immediately started to plan my future. Although my talent is low compared to the others inside of the lock, if we take into account that AD rank talent is extremely sought after in other academies, I could probably live comfortably once I graduate from the lock. But if I were to take the seed of limit, I could permanently remove my limit, but that would affect the protagonist. Actually, considering the fact that his talent has already been graded as SSS, it should not really be a problem if I take it, right? Considering the fact that later the MC gets a similar item in the future, it should not be a problem, no? I just realized it now. But did I not create a total cheat character? Setting the seed of limit aside, I gave him the highest possible talent, and also gave him the best equipment. Isn't this a little bit too unfair? Now that I was in the novel, I could kind of see what the readers were saying about the protagonist being a bit too overpowered. Yup, I need to rebalance the protagonist. Definitely not an excuse that I made up so that I could get some of the equipment for myself. Putting my shoes on and taking the keys to my room, which were left at the entrance of the apartment, I left the room. Even if the protagonist does not take the seed of limit, he would be able to exceed his limit thanks to other cheat items I have given him, so I guess it is fine if I take it. From the very first moment I was reincarnated, I had decided I will live how I want to. Screw efforts never betray. Only a cheat like me who knows future events, and where the cheat items were, could become successful. Setting my foot outside of the lock, I felt a nice gentle breeze pass by me. Phew, how refreshing. Stretching my arms, I headed towards the train station. The academy should be starting in a week, so I have to find any means possible to increase my stats during that 1 week. I believe at this point the MC was already rank E, borderline D, which was leagues above a rank G like me. So I have to use this week well in hopes of catching up with the protagonist a little bit. Right now, my first priority was getting the seed of limit. By removing my limiter, not only will I be able to reach greater heights, but I will also be able to train faster. That was because the closer one gets to their limit, the slower their training becomes. Hence why the higher your potential was, the greater your training speed was. In order for me to find the seed of limit, I must head towards the Clayton Ridge in the outskirt of Ashton City, the city that I was currently in, which was also known as the capital of humanity. After the first cataclysm, the world map completely changed. Before, Earth was a huge body of water with separate continents spread across it: Africa, North America, South America, Europe, Asia, and Oceania. But after the cataclysm, all continents merged into one, creating one large continent. Currently, humanity occupied the east side of the newfound continent, right where Asia used to be. New infrastructures and cities were built, and among all the cities that were built, 5 cities stood out from the rest: Conviction City, Dromeda City, Lewington City, Park City, and lastly Ashton City, the current human capital. Now, why were these cities so important? It is because they were humanity's last safeguard. Each city safeguards the borders of the human territory from potential invasions and threats coming from demons and other races. Conviction City stood at the very north of the human border and safeguarded humanity against the potential threat coming from the orcs, who were a war-driven species. Brutus, the current leader of the orcs, was especially fearsome, as he was regarded as the one-man general in the battlefield. His fearsome display of strength may come as a shock to many people, as they each become flabbergasted at his cruel and fearsome strength. Dromeda City safeguards the western area, which was right at the edge of the demon territory and the elven territory. Fortunately, the elves, unlike the orcs, were not a war-oriented race, hence the only source of worry was the demons. But even if the elves do not participate in the war, the demons' fearsome strength was leaving Dromeda on their wits' end. In Lewington, however, the situation was much, much worse. There were no elves, no orcs, and no dwarfs. There was no other faction nearby that would cause the demons to split their forces. Therefore, when demons invade, Lowington City faces the full brunt of the demons, causing large amounts of resources to be wasted every year. Park City, on the other hand, was located on the east side, and compared to the previous cities, it had one noticeable difference. That was the fact that it directly faced the sea, so it had to fend off against sea creatures. After the second cataclysm, due to the sudden burst in mana coming from the other worlds, animals started going into a frenzy. At first, it seemed like they had completely lost their minds, but later, after a few days, changes started happening. The most noticeable difference would be their insane growth in height and extreme bloodthirst. What could have been your cute little puppy an hour ago turned into a demonic beast that would eat you whole in just a couple of minutes. Luckily, it seemed that they did not gain any intelligence, hence they were not necessarily a threat as long as they were left alone. Lastly, there was Ashton City, the center of humanity. The last barrier that protects humanity against any outside threats. The most secure location available, and the area where the Lock resided. The ultimate training academy known to mankind, created for the sole purpose of creating ultimate heroes who will lead the charge to reclaim Earth. The Lock was a huge facility that spanned over kilometers and boasted top-end training facilities. It had over 20,000 dorm rooms, 800 training facilities, 1,000 classrooms, and 2,000 highly trained professionals and teachers to tend to the students' needs. There were many privileges in being a student from the Lock, and one of them was the fact that you could gain access to all public transportation for free, like how I was doing right now. Here is my card. Passing my student card to the lady in the ticket office, I checked the map of the station. Oh, you are a student from the Lock? Glancing at my card in surprise, the ticket lady sat upright and carefully looked at me. Yes. Where to? Station 24 near the Clayton Ridge, please. Glancing up and down, the ticket lady suddenly smiled at me and handed me my student card as well as a ticket. I see, have a safe trip. Thank you. Like that, I boarded the air train to the Clayton Ridge. Chapter 3. What made air trains so special was the fact that they levitated in the air and produced almost no sound throughout the whole journey, making them a convenient means of transportation. Thanks to its smooth aerodynamic design, air trains produced low drag, which in turn allowed them to conserve energy and reach speeds of up to 600 kilometers per hour. As I looked at the interior of the train, I could not help but be impressed. Maybe it was because I got special treatment, but the area I was designated to had a private desk and a snack bar for me to freely use. Lazily stretching my back, I comfortably sat down in my designated seat and looked outside the window. Perhaps it was because it was still summer, but even though it was almost 9 p.m., the sunlight still brightly lit the surroundings. The station, which was moderately packed, was a scene that you would have only been able to see if you were inside of a movie. Rows of platforms stood next to each other, and every couple of minutes you could see air trains departing, and new ones taking over the empty spaces left by them. The air trains, which were levitating from the ground, were connected to long metal wires that stretched all the way to the horizon. With their constantly producing magnetic field, they were allowed to swiftly move unobstructed. We will be departing soon, please be seated. Clank. A beautiful voice entered my ears, and the doors automatically shut. Suddenly underneath me, I felt a strange pushing sensation, similar to when a plane was taking off, and gradually the air train floated in the air. A couple of seconds after levitating in the air, the train gradually picked up its speed and left the station. Next stop, Station 15 Colington Park. Staring at the constantly changing scenery before me, I sank into deep thought. Right now I was on my way towards the Clayton Ridge to collect the Seed of Limit, but if I want to remotely come close to the protagonist's level, then I must also get my hands on a sword art. A sword art, or more specifically a martial manual, were manuals that were developed since the beginning of the second cataclysm, and consisted of martial techniques that had existed since ancient times. With the addition of mana, ancient martial techniques, which were long forgotten, were restructured and remodeled to take into account the mana that lingered in the atmosphere, and shockingly enough the techniques that were once deemed as useless transformed into some of the most powerful moves that could be performed by a human. Since the discovery of the adaptability that martial techniques had regarding the control and use of mana, martial manuals suddenly became extremely coveted. As a result, they slowly started disappearing from the public view due to government and powerful individuals' intervention. The government primarily did it to prevent the manuals from landing in the wrong hands. With regards to the powerful individuals, it was more of a power move to monopolize the manuals to themselves. Martial manuals were separated into 5 grades: 1 star, 2 stars, 3 stars, 4 stars, and finally 5 stars, with 1 star being the lowest grade, and 5 stars being the highest grade possible. Each grade was determined by how powerful the art became upon mastery, and the difference between each grade was fairly substantial, just like the difference between a person's rank. When choosing a manual, the most important thing was not the grade, but whether the manual was compatible with you. If you had a talent for swordsmanship, but practiced a spear-related manual, chances were that regardless of how high the grade of the manual was, you would never be able to fully unleash the full potential of the manual. Looking at my status, I could not help but turn my attention towards my profession section. Swordsmanship LVL.1. Name: Ren Dover. Rank: G. Strength: G. Agility: G. Stamina: G-. Intelligence: G. Mana capacity: G. Luck: E. Charm: G-. Profession: Swordsmanship LVL.1. I do not know whether this was a coincidence or not, but the protagonist also has a talent for swordsmanship, which in hindsight was advantageous for me as I know every cheat skill he gets for his swordsmanship profession. In particular, a certain sword art catches my interest. The keiki style, swords art. When I was coming up with different sword arts to give to the protagonist, I came up with 3 different styles. The keiki style, the levisha style, and the gravar style, which were all 5-star manuals. The keiki style, the one that interests me the most, was a swords art that required an inhuman level of speed when drawing a sword. In the setting I created, it was a sword art that Grandmaster Tashimato Keiki created. He was a Japanese sword practitioner who later became famous for his unrivaled strength. He was also one of the first humans to awaken mana during the second phase of the cataclysm. As Grandmaster Keiki was already a respected swordsman even before the second cataclysm, when mana made its way into the world, once he awakened, his human restraint was severed, resulting in the creation of the keiki style. An incredibly powerful sword art where the user would draw the sword from the scabbard so quick that by the time the opponent feels danger, he or she was already dead. It was a one-draw one-kill type of style. Because it was a one-draw one-kill type of style, its flaw was fairly obvious. That was, you no longer hold the advantage over the opponent once they successfully defended the first attack. The second style was the levisha style. Grandmaster Levisha, who also awakened at the same time as Grandmaster Keiki, created his own unique sword art. Unlike the keiki style, the levisha style operated differently. It was a much more beautiful sword art. When writing the novel, I remember describing it as a swords art that would mesmerize anyone who caught sight of the art. Though it was an extremely beautiful sword art, you should by no means underestimate it, as it was just as deadly as it was beautiful. Probably the most balanced sword art out of the 3, but in terms of offense it was not as good as both the keiki style and the gravar style, who specialized in offense. Lastly, the gravar style, the most infamous sword art of the 2. To call it a sword art was, by all means, a compliment. No fancy swing, no fancy move, it relied purely on raw physical strength that overwhelmed every opponent that came across it. It was a series of random swings with no foundation behind them, but at the same time, because of the user's enormous strength, it allowed them to easily overwhelm the opponent. Why was it infamous? It was simple, because anyone who practiced the sword art would find themselves suffering unbearable pain. In order for one to train the gravar style, the requirement was to reforge the human body by restructuring the flesh and bones within the human body to better suit the art style. It was a gruesome and painful procedure that could mentally break down anyone who tried practicing it. Although there was a high chance of a mental breakdown, if you managed to practice the gravar style successfully, you were basically guaranteed inhuman strength that would make anyone fear you. Going back as to why I was interested in the keiki style, with respect to the other 2 arts, there were actually 2 main reasons. One was that personally, my favorite art out of the 3 was the keiki style. I mean, why wouldn't it be? Imagine facing hundreds of opponents, when suddenly all their heads fall off with you looking like you had not done anything. Wasn't that totally badass? Secondly, I could not possibly take the levisha style, as it belonged to the protagonist. I could not be changing the scenario too much, or else my dream of a peaceful life would go to waste. Also, the gravar style was far too brutal for me to even bother learning it. I am by no means a masochist. At first, when writing the novel, I wanted the protagonist to practice the keiki style, but the more I wrote, the more I figured it did not match his character, and thus I discarded the keiki style. Fortunately, by some sort of twist of fate, I am now inside my own novel, and could now wash away my regrets, and practice the keiki style. Moreover, I do not have to worry about the repercussions of learning the swords art, as me learning it will not affect the plotline of the novel. I decided to learn the keiki style right after I collect the Seed of Limit. Thankfully, the location of where the sword art was located was not that far off from the Clayton Ridge, and so by the end of the week, I should be able to have both the Seed of Limit and the keiki style. Next stop, Station 24 Clayton Ridge. Waking me up from my deep thoughts was a beautiful voice coming from the train speaker. Taking a glimpse outside the window, I could see huge mountains in the distance. As the tectonic plates shifted, it caused continents to clash against each other, resulting in huge mountains and ridges suddenly appearing across the world. The current Clayton Ridge was the result and aftermath of Japan hitting the east side of China, causing the ground to be elevated and creating a chain of mountains. Standing below the huge majestic mountains and admiring the sight, I could not help but sigh. This really isn't a novel anymore. It all still feels unreal to me. As the creator of the novel, I always have this feeling of incredulity. It all feels fake. The buildings, the people, the map, everything was just as I had written in the novel. Nothing was out of the ordinary. Sometimes I wonder if this was all the fruit of my imagination, and I was in a coma somewhere dreaming of this. But, breathing the fresh air and smelling the sharp, sweet, and refreshing smell coming from the pine trees before me, I could almost be certain that everything before me was real. With renewed vigor, I start my climb up the mountain. Huff, huff. The terrain was rougher than I expected, making it hard for me to collect my breath as I move up the mountain. I have to stop a couple of times to check my bearing, as there was no path for me to directly follow. 3 hours had already passed since my journey up the mountains, and although my breathing was a bit rough, I was not that tired. Well, considering the fact that I had already condensed mana inside of my body, it really should not come as a surprise that I managed to last this long. Keep in mind that if a normal human with no mana concentration in their body were to climb this mountain, they would by no means reach the same point as me. Then again, I really should not compare myself with normal humans, since anyone in the academy would last much longer than me. Right now I was making my way towards the third highest peak, where a small cave containing the seed of limit resided. Because I only spent a couple of sentences describing where to find the seed of limit, I do not know the exact location of the cave. I only know that it is on the third highest peak of the Clayton Ridge. Knowing that looking for the cave was almost like looking for a needle in a haystack, I have already mentally prepared myself for a long, arduous search. Hopefully, I will not waste too much time, else I might be spending days here, which I simply could not afford to do. Just as I had arrived below the third highest peak, I squinted my eyes, observing the sun trying to hide itself behind the mountains, and reducing my visibility considerably. Clenching my fist, I decided to do one last struggle, and climb my way towards the third peak. This was a really reckless decision on my part, as I would be directly climbing the mountain, unlike before where I just hiked. Moreover, because the sun was setting and my range of visibility was decreasing by the minute, it made it even harder for me to climb up the mountain, as a slight slip could cost me my life. Climbing the mountain at this time was totally reckless, but it is not like the protagonist was waiting for me to catch up to him, and thus I steeled my mind and slowly climbed up the mountain. Feeling the cold rock in between my hand, I increased the grip of my hands and carefully moved up the mountain. If I do not manage to find the cave soon, I would probably be forced to camp somewhere on top of the mountain, which was not exactly ideal. Halfway up the mountain, and 2 hours into my climb, I could already feel my hands becoming numb from the constant climbing. The sun, which had set long ago, only left endless darkness, making it impossible for me to see more than a couple of meters ahead of me. As the nights progressed, the cold kicked in, further adding to the difficulty of the climb. It was already hard to climb before, but now things got even harder. Not to mention that my whole body started aching like crazy. Gritting my teeth, I endured the stinging pain coming from my arms and continued my way up. Inserting my feet into a narrow gap, I pause and look up. Although it was dark, I could still see a couple of meters ahead of me. Squinting my eyes, I saw a small protruding rock coming from the top left of my view. Remembering a similar description from my novel, my eyes lit up and I forced my body to climb up near the rock. Placing my hand on top of the rock and applying some pressure, I was able to confirm that this was the right place, as a small gap appeared behind the rock. Applying a little bit more pressure, I moved the rock further to the side, allowing me to see what is right behind the rock. Bingo! Smiling widely, I used all my strength and pushed the rock outwards, causing it to fall down and opening a small gap for which a single person could enter. Bang! After 10 seconds of free fall, a large sound could be heard from below the mountain, sending shivers down my spine. Had that been me, I would have likely turned into an omelet. Turning my attention back to the cave, I slowly pushed my body inside the small gap. As I entered the small hole, I crawled my way forward for a couple of meters until a wide opening appeared before me. Increasing my pace, I entered the cave. As soon as I entered the cave, I felt all the energy drain out of my body, causing me to weakly slump on the ground. I was exhausted, both physically and mentally. From the moment I entered the Clayton Ridge to the moment I reached the cave, all I did was non-stop physical work. I hiked non-stop for 3 to 4 hours, and then climbed 3/4 up the third peak. If it was not for the fact that I had already awakened by the time I reincarnated into the novel, I would have already been exhausted halfway through the hike. Let me be clear, I was also extremely lucky throughout the journey. That was, I did not encounter a single animal. Since most animals who were exposed to mana turned berserk, I expected some kind of encounter against one of such animals in the mountain. Fortunately for me, I had come prepared, as I brought a low-grade beast repellent that warded away any beast below G rank. Thus, thanks to the repellent, I encountered 0 beasts, which in turn helped me preserve some of my energy, allowing me to find this place faster. Leaning against the wall of the cave, I slowly regained some of my energy. Glancing around, all I could see was a huge cave that I could not see the end of. Smiling to myself, I got up and moved towards the depth of the cave. It is about time I upgrade myself. Chapter 4. Ha. Letting out a long breath, I dazedly stared at the scenery presented before me. I expected something out of the norm, but this. Overwhelmed would be the perfect word to describe the sensation I was feeling at the moment. A huge towering tree stood in front of me. Its large roots deeply penetrated the hard rock, almost as if it was made of clay, and its lush green leaves made one wonder if there really was no sunlight here. Right on the top of the tree was a pale red fruit that looked extremely succulent. It resembled a peach, but contrarily to a regular peach, it had a yellow glow enveloping it, making it clear that it was not just your regular peach that you could get from the supermarket. Taking a deep breath, I looked directly at the fruit that contained the seed of limit, with burning desire. This is it. Once I get my hands on the fruit, my future will change entirely. I thought as my eyes could not detach themselves from the pale red fruit that sat on top of the tree. I will no longer be some good-for-nothing author who lazes around his house, raging at his own readers. No, instead of writing other stories, I will be writing my own. Glancing at the fruit above me, I raise my hand and slowly clench it. It all starts from that fruit. Getting the fruit was not actually that hard. In the first place, It was supposed to be an accidental find by the protagonist when he explored the Clayton Ridge during his elective. Moreover, if I do not remember incorrectly, I do not think the protagonist even got his hands on the fruit, as by the time he came, the only thing he found was the seed of limit. I kind of feel guilty for saying this. When I was writing this part of the novel, I totally forgot to add a trial. You know, like the obstacle the protagonist needed to overcome in order to boost his own power. If this was a typical novel, there should have been a guardian protecting the fruit, or at least some sort of defensive mechanism that made it hard for the protagonist to easily claim the fruit. I just could not bring myself to write one, as this would have been considered in a certain sense a small upgrade for the protagonist. The main purpose was to speed up the protagonist's training by removing his limiter, thus I did not really add any trial. This lazy me did it so that I could finish the novel faster, as at that point I was already bored of the novel. But now that I am holding the fruit in my hands, I realized how complacent and stupid I was. I mean, this was a total cheat item. No wonder the readers started getting mad at me. I was totally overgearing the protagonist. Moreover, the seed of limit was essentially a guaranteed ticket to stardom, as it severed the restraint a human would have on their capabilities. Actually, that may not necessarily be true. Although the seed of limit could be considered a cheat item, it was not necessarily that overpowered. Although it removed one's limit, it did not mean that it improved one's talent. In actuality, a person's talent remains the same, and apart from the fact that one would have no limit, and their training speed increased, the seed of limit did not help in regards to actual talent. For example, if a person who has no talent in regards to fighting suddenly takes the seed of limit, they will not suddenly turn into some sort of god of war. No, if such an item were to actually exist, I might as well just drop the novel and be done with my day. I mean, who would bother reading a novel where the protagonist does not overcome any hurdles and just bulldozes his way to the top? Fortunately, I was not dumb enough to create such an item. With the seed of limit, one could only remove their rank cap, but other than just faster training speed, the seed of limit did not do much. Moreover, even if a talentless person took the seed of limit, they could at most train their stats to be absurdly strong, but if they were to face someone just as strong as they were, then they would instantly be defeated. Still, imagine if the seed landed in the hands of a talented individual that was not the main protagonist. Just the thought sends shivers down my spine. Forcefully pushing down my feelings of guilt, I carefully observed the fruit. Its pale red color added with its holy-like glow that was enveloping it made it seem like I was holding a fruit straight out from heaven. Swallowing the saliva that was stuck inside of my throat, I gently opened my mouth and took a small bite out of the fruit. Instantly an overwhelming sweetness enveloped my taste buds, making them dance with joy. The juices coming from the fruit overflowed inside of my mouth, and the succulent taste coming from the fruit made me momentarily forget everything around me. Shortly after gulping the first bite of the fruit, I could feel my body changing. My eyes became sharper, my head became clearer, and my muscles became more explosive. I could feel myself slowly becoming stronger. Glancing at my status, I noticed my stats changing with every passing second, and as I felt and saw myself change, a wave of euphoria washed over me, prompting me to greedily eat the fruit before me. The more I ate, the more I felt every fiber of my body becoming sturdier and stronger. Status: Name: Ren Dover. Rank: G+. Strength: G+. Agility: G+. Stamina: G+. Intelligence: G+. Mana capacity: G+. Luck: E. Charm: G. Profession: Swordsmanship LVL.1. Ha. Using my shirt to wipe away the juices that lingered around my mouth, I took a good look at my status window. As I looked at my status window, I could not help but look at my charm stats. Why was my charm not increasing? I know that I was not particularly handsome, but I mean all stats except for luck, which was already quite high, increased a notch or two. Why could you not just spare a couple of points on my charm? Was I destined to be a virgin? Slapping my cheeks to forcefully clear my dark thoughts away, I stared at my hands. A small brown seed nestled in between my hands. Is this the seed of limit? Now that I paid close attention to it, I really could not determine the difference between this seed and any other seed that could have been bought from a supermarket. It was neither too big nor too small, just about the size of a coin, and if it were not for the fact that it came from the holy-like fruit, I would have in no way been able to tell this was the seed of limit. I mean, it looked so normal that I would not be surprised if someone would just laugh at me if I were to tell them this was a cheat item. But of course, since I am the author, I know that this normal-looking seed is in fact the key to my future. I did mention this before, but the protagonist never actually ate the fruit. Why? Because he never had a chance in the first place. In the original plot, the protagonist and his classmates would go on an elective in the Clayton Ridge. During the excursion, the first to find this place was not the protagonist, but the protagonist's rival. Once the rival found the tree containing the fruit, he immediately ate the fruit and discarded the normal-looking seed, which was later found by the protagonist, who by sheer luck managed to discover its effect and ate it. Yes, I know. I was currently fully reflecting on myself. The more time I spend in this world, the more I realize how depressing my writing was. Now that I think about it, since I ate the fruit, I kind of prevented the rival from upgrading himself. This was not good. The rival was vital to the plot. He was one of the reasons why the protagonist managed to become so strong. Me indirectly affecting his growth is also indirectly affecting the protagonist's growth. I guess I will make it up to them later. Since I have already done the deed, I could not really turn back time and undo what I did. Instead of worrying about it now, I will just do what I was best at, and that was leaving problems for later. I will just owe them one later. Taking a deep breath, I carefully scrutinized the seed in my hand and slowly placed the seed at the top of my tongue. Gulp. Swallowing the seed, I sat down on the ground and waited for the seed of limit to kick in. Then, 1 minute passed, 2 minutes passed, 5 minutes passed, 10 minutes passed, and still, nothing happened. Just when I was about to think that something was wrong, an overflowing amount of energy came crashing down my body. It felt as if a dam had burst, making my veins and body withstand the grunt of the water escaping out of the dam. Excruciating would have been the best word to describe how I was feeling, as I felt an indescribable pain wash over my body. The pain was so intense that no words nor screams escaped from my mouth. It felt as if all my bones and veins shattered at once. The last thing I saw before I passed out was the humongous tree inside of the cave slowly withering away. I really am reckless. I do not know how much time had passed since I passed out, but that did not really matter at the moment. My body ached all over, making it hard for me to stand. Collecting myself, I slowly reached out for my bag's front pocket, from which I took out a small rectangular tablet. Tapping on the screen, a 3D holographic image of myself popped up. I was still not used to the holographic thing and all, hence whenever the holographic data pops up in front of me, I flinch every time. Swiping right, I unlocked the tablet and checked the date. Time, 06:47 date, July 9th, 2055. Mail, 5, calls, 0, messages, 0, browser. Closing the tablet, I sighed in relief. Only 3 hours had passed since I passed out. Fortunately for me, I did not pass out for days. If on the unfortunate occasion that I did not manage to wake up prior to the opening of the academy, I would have been in big trouble. Normally, I would not have cared about skipping classes as I do not want to repeat what I have been through back in high school, but since I designed the lock, I already know how strict the instructors were, especially to those who were not highly ranked, like me. They treated us like dispensable people who would later die on the front lines. Hence, if you get on the bad side of some professors, it would be best if you pack up, as you will probably never be able to graduate from there. This was the last thing I wanted, as there were so many things I needed to accomplish in the lock before I could safely go outside of the human territory. Firstly, I needed to participate in a couple of events that will happen inside of the lock. But would not participation affect the plotline? Of course, it would, but because I do not know whether my reincarnation has had any effect on the plot of the story, I will need to personally check myself and see if the storyline was still the same as what I wrote. So far everything seemed to be the same, but if by chance my reincarnation has had a butterfly effect on the story, it could create disastrous consequences. So, taking this into consideration, I decided to step in and help in the case that something deviates from the plotline. Secondly, as the lock was the foremost academy in developing heroes in the entire humanity, it would be a total loss for me to miss it. If I want to become strong enough to survive the third cataclysm, I should definitely not miss the chance that was presented to me. With their state-of-the-art facilities, it would take no time for me to become strong enough to live comfortably on my own. But before I do that, I must first get my hands on the sword art so that I do not get kicked out on my first year due to my lack of talent. Just like any regular academy, if you do not pass the year, you get held back a year. Thus, if I do not get my hands on the keiki style, even with my limits broken thanks to the seed of limit, I would by no means be guaranteed to pass the first year. It is not like I could become super strong immediately. Without effort and time, I could not catch up to the protagonist and his companions. Checking my status, I noticed that after having consumed the seed of limit, my stats did not increase. Well, I would be surprised if it did, as the seed of limit was an item primarily focused on breaking the level cap of a user, unlike the fruit that focused on increasing the stats. But the fact that I am no longer bound by the laws of this world, I could freely train as much as I want to without worrying about reaching a bottleneck. It actually took me longer than expected to get out of the cave. Precisely 2 hours after I woke up, I managed to safely get out of the cave. It was not because I could not find the exit. No, that part was actually easy, but it was the fact that my body refused to listen to me. I could somehow move my arms, but it was extremely stiff. For a solid hour, I had to slowly tense my muscles starting from my fingers down to my toes. This was because all my muscles refused to listen to me. It felt as if the body, which I had just gotten used to, became foreign again. Almost like when I just reincarnated in this body. Finally some fresh air. Taking a deep breath outside, I felt my body slowly relax, helping me regain some of my energy. The air outside was incomparably different compared to the air inside of the cave, which was extremely stuffy. Staring towards the east with my improved vision, I could catch a glimpse of the huge megacity on the horizon. The tall skyscrapers and the ever-moving sky trains that operated non-stop made the city look extremely lively. Beautiful was the only word that I could mutter as I stared at Ashton City. It is truly fascinating how, despite humanity's situation, they managed to unite and build such a beautiful city. And now, this beautiful city that I was staring at was my new home. Alright. With renowned vigor, I immediately head down the mountains. It is about time I collected the keiki style. Chapter 5. If nothing had changed, The sword art should be located a couple of kilometers behind the Clayton Ridge. It took me 5 hours to hike all the way down the mountain, and a further 10 hours to reach the approximate area where the sword art was located. A large forest that spanned over several kilometers appeared before my view. As I reached the entrance of the forest, I chose to enter without even thinking twice. Although I was exhausted from constantly moving all day, I decided to grit my teeth and continue my journey. Some might say I was too impatient with regards to how I was neglecting my body in search of cheat items, but I beg to differ. Not only was I reincarnated inside a world where the weak were prey to the strong, but in the near future, if one was not strong enough, only death awaited them. If I want to be strong enough in hopes to overcome the certain death flags that awaited me, my only option was to increase my strength as much as possible. Every minute that I saved was a minute I could use to train myself. Despite being dark outside, my vision was fairly unaffected, partly due to my improved body condition, which was all due to the miraculous fruit I had previously eaten. The only problem was the fact that I was in the middle of a forest. Even if my visibility was clear, it was still hard to make out what was in front of me. I whispered to myself, checking my surroundings. If I do not remember wrong, there should be a river nearby. My current goal as of now was to look out for a river that directly flowed from the highest peak of the Clayton Ridge. I remembered the words, "For those that seek the way of the sword, follow the road flowing through the highest peak." When the protagonist was clearing a dungeon, he stumbled across 3 ancient scrolls that were neatly laid next to each other. The content of one of the scrolls had those precise words inscribed on them. At first, the protagonist did not understand the meaning of the words in the scroll. Eventually, with the aid of one of his companions, he managed to figure out the meaning of those words. Sadly, by the time he had figured out what the contents of the scroll were about, it was already too late. The protagonist had already learned the Levisha-style sword art, but this was perfectly fine with me, as I really liked the Keiki style. In simple terms, the scroll was telling the protagonist to follow the river coming from the highest peak of the Clayton Ridge. The word road accompanied by flowed referred to a river. Highest peak referred to the highest mountain within the human territory, which was in the Clayton Ridge. And right now, I was looking for that exact river. It did not take long for me to find the river, but by the time I found it, I was really exhausted. I think I have been at it for more than 18 hours at this point. No matter how much I wanted to continue, my body would just refuse to listen to me. And thus I was left with no choice but to camp near the river. These past 2 days could probably add up to the total amount of exercise I have done in the last decade of my life. Never before had I done this much physical activity. Even if I had condensed mana and my body could keep up, I do not think the same could be said for my mental state, as I felt my thought process diminish with every passing second I continued moving. The first thing I did once I arrived at the river was to immediately refill my water bottle. I have been drinking moderately to save water, but it was a needless worry. I checked my gear, a compressed water bottle of rank G+, which had the ability to store up to 50 liters of water without affecting the weight. I mean, this water bottle could store up to 50 liters of water. Wasn't that totally awesome? Before leaving for the Clayton Ridge, I picked up this little baby at the train station, and I could not say I was dissatisfied with it. Not only could it hold up to 50 liters of water, but thanks to its advanced technology, it could also reduce the weight of the contents by a factor of 10. A filled water bottle would only weigh 5 kilograms. Well, that last feature was a must, as what was the point of carrying a bottle that could hold up to 50 liters of water when you could not even hold it? The thing that most shocked me about the water bottle was not its amazing technology. It was actually its price. It only cost me 20 U. The U was the currency that was used in this world, and it stood for Union, which was the current association overlooking humanity besides the central government, that was an alliance between the biggest nations from before the second cataclysm began. The Union was currently the foremost organization in the human domain, which only the central government could control. Even the biggest guilds operating do not dare challenge the authority of the Union, as it would spell permanent doom if they clashed against them. The Union has the highest number of S-ranked heroes at its disposal, making it a behemoth that stood at the peak of humanity. What makes the Union especially fearsome was not the fact that they had the most amount of S-ranked heroes at their disposal. No, it was their leaders, the 7 heads of the Union. Each had a power that far surpasses S-rank, breaking through to the legendary SS rank. Currently, there only exist 15 SS rank heroes in the human domain, and out of all of them, 7 are part of the Union, making the Union the main powerhouse in the human domain. Each head was a single-digit ranker in the hero ranking, which depicts the strongest members of humanity. The hero system was a system created by the central government, and ranks an individual based on their achievements and strength. This was a system that was created with the purpose of motivating individuals to become stronger. Not only does this bring glory to their name, but appropriate monetary compensation was given every year to top-ranking heroes. Since the second cataclysm, humanity has been split into 2 factions, heroes and villains. The villains were individuals that were categorized based on the crimes they had committed. The central government has placed a bounty on the head of each villain, and the reward increases as the rank of the villain increases. But to truly be characterized as a villain, an individual must sign a pact with a demon. That was a pledge to devote their lives to the demons, in which the demon in return grants them part of their power. As demons were currently in a standoff against multiple races, in order to weaken their opponents they resorted to methods that created internal strife. By giving power to individuals who were willing to follow their command for the sake of power, they successfully managed to continuously weaken their enemies. This formula, which has worked for eons, allowed demons to propel themselves into becoming a dominant race across the universe. Facing the constant pressure from the demons both externally and internally, only an organization, such as the Union, could barely keep the power balance among humanity in check. Currently, I had 250 with me, but if I needed more money, I could just ask my parents. I forgot to say this, but when I was reincarnated in this world, I found out that I had a mother, a father, and a little sister who was only 2 years old. More importantly, apparently, my father was the guild master of a medium small-sized guild called Galzacus. Because I have no recollection of ever including this guild in my novel, it could only mean two things. It was either too insignificant to the plot line, or that my reincarnation has had a butterfly effect on the story, and thus created Galzacus. I honestly prefer the first option, as the second option would mean that some events will deviate from the story, which brings an element of uncertainty to the story that I know. Letting out a sigh, I took out a small cube from my bag. I then proceeded to press a small button on top of the cube and threw it on the ground. Immediately, the cube enlarged into a large blue tent that was around the size of one room. Watching the cube automatically unfold before my eyes, I could not help but let out a gasp of amazement. It was a compressed tent, rank G+, designed using the skin of a blood-curling bat, so a 2-meter squared tent could be erected with a single press of a button. It is so cool. If I had this stuff back in the world I lived in, I would totally go camping. I could literally set up the tent in seconds without going through the trouble of actually setting it up. Looking inside the tent, I could not help but nod in satisfaction. It was empty, but it was really spacious. It could totally fit in more than 5 people, and more if we were to really push it. Moreover, since it was made from the skin of a blood-curling bat, a G-ranked beast, it was far more durable than normal plastic. Some could say it was comparable to some metals in terms of durability, making it an extremely good tent. Taking out my sleeping equipment, I comfortably lay inside the tent and closed my eyes. I was so exhausted that I fell asleep within a couple of seconds of me laying down. The next day, after packing up my stuff and eating breakfast in the form of an energy bar, I continued my journey towards the 5-star Marshal Manual by walking alongside the river. The good news was that I knew what I was looking for as I proceeded forwards. The bad news, on the other hand, was that I had no idea how long I needed to walk before finding what I was looking for. I could only lament at myself for being lazy. When I was writing the traveling scenes, I completely left out the important information, such as how long the protagonist walked. Sometimes I even skipped that altogether, and just made the protagonist arrive at the destination by omitting his journey. Thus, even if there was a cheat item I really want to get, I wouldn't even know where to look as my lazy self did not write where the place was. I only wrote the general area. That was also useless because some areas were so big that it would take me years to explore. Moreover, I also excluded the dangers lurking around the area, making the chances of finding the cheat item even slimmer. You could not really blame me though. Who would expect themselves to suddenly be thrown inside of their own novel? Plus, I skipped the traveling scenes because they were simply too boring. Stopping myself, I stared at a strange rock before me. The rock was oddly shaped, and its outline resembled that of a samurai that held a sword on top of its head. I say resembled, but it was currently covered under moss and vines, making it so that if one did not look carefully they would never have been able to spot this. Of course, I knew why it looked that way, as it was not actually a rock, but a statue in memory of Grandmaster Keiki. As time passed, the statue slowly deteriorated, making it look like an oddly shaped rock to anyone who would pass by. Sitting down, I laid a small cloth and sat on it. I looked toward the horizon, and now we just wait. What I was waiting for was for the sun to set, as only when the sun sets would I know exactly where to go. The statue was made by Grandmaster Keiki back when he was still alive, and was designed so that every sunset would point where his tomb remained. From this point on, I was strictly following what I wrote about how to find the tomb of Grandmaster Keiki. In the first place, the protagonist never actually bothered coming here, as he did not choose the Keiki style but the Levisha style, making this the first time anyone actually came here. It did not take long for the sun to finally start to set. Precisely when the sun moved right above the statue, a golden line emerged from the tip of the sword. Looking at where the line went, I could approximately determine that it was pointing northwest towards what seemed to be a large, but inconspicuous tree far off in the distance. I grinned. Bingo. Smiling widely, I immediately took a mental note of the tree and made a run for it. It takes approximately 150 to 200 seconds for the sun to set. That means that I only had that little amount of time to run from the statue to the tree, or at least close to the tree, which was at least a kilometer away from where I was. If I did not make it close to the tree by the time the sun set, I would easily lose sight of the tree. Apart from being slightly larger than any other tree, it looked exactly the same as any other tree in the area. If not for the statue directly pointing at the tree, I would never have been able to know where to go. I ran with all my might until I finally collapsed. Huff, huff, huff. Arriving with heavy breaths, I slumped down in front of the tree. I was totally exhausted. I sprinted at full speed in rough terrain until I made it in front of the tree. By the time I had arrived, the sun had already set, but I did not care as I had already reached my objective. I questioned my next move. Now what should I do? Even though I was the author, I was totally clueless in regards to what I should do next, as I had never written a scene where the protagonist went to Grandmaster Keiki's tomb. I did not even know if there were any traps or trials inside of the tomb. The only thing I knew was that the tomb was somewhere near this tree in front of me. Carefully looking around the tree, I noticed a root that stuck out from the ground. Placing my hands on it, I noticed that it was fairly loose compared to the other roots that were firmly etched on the ground. Without a second thought, I immediately pulled the root with all my power. The wood snapped. Snap. With a loud sound, the root directly ripped off from the ground, revealing a small hole that could fit a single person. Throwing the root to the side, I immediately made my way inside of the small hole. The first thing I noticed when I entered the hole was that everything above the tree was hollow, and a single rope dangled from the top of the tree. I swallowed hard. Gulp. Following my line of sight, I involuntarily gulped as I noticed the rope that was dangling from the top of the tree, going all the way down inside of a pitch-black bottomless hole in the middle of the ground. Looking down the hole, I could not help but feel cold sweat drip from my back, as it truly did look like there was no end to the hole. Gathering up my courage, I held tightly onto the rope and slowly made my descent down the hole. Time stretched endlessly as I descended. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 5 hours. By the time my hands were numb, I had lost count of how long I had been going down the rope. My arms and my core at this point were starting to burn from the pain of continuously going down the rope. Before I knew it, my mental state was also degrading. Still, regardless of how much I was suffering, I endured the pain and continued making my way down the hole. Chapter 6. He gasped for air, his lungs burning with each desperate breath. With bloodshot eyes, he continued lowering himself down the rope. He could not say how long he had been here, but he presumed at least 2 days had passed since the descent began. His hands, riddled with blisters, bled all over the rope and left a red trail behind. His muscles spasmed every minute, nearly causing him to lose his grip on a couple of occasions. It felt as if he had returned to the past, monotonously typing at a keyboard with no sense of purpose. He kept moving, descending until his sense of time and reason abandoned him. Even the pain slowly subsided, making him feel like a machine. Sadly, like any powered object, machines tend to run out of batteries. That was precisely what happened to him. His vision grew blurry, and his hands slowly lost their grip on the rope. He plummeted into the darkness. It seemed he had died again. Oddly enough, it did not feel the same as his first death, which had brought only endless cold and loneliness. This time, a warm sensation enveloped his body, making him feel extremely comfortable. It felt as if he were back in his mother's womb, under her constant nourishment and protection. It did not feel bad. Dong, dong, dong. Suddenly, the loud sound of a bell tolling caused his mind to spin and his eyes to shoot wide open. What just happened? He sat up straight, his body drenched in sweat. He touched his skin in a daze, noticing he was on a small bed with the bedsheets damp from his sweat. Looking at his hands, he could not see any trace of the previous gruesome scene from when he was climbing down the rope. Glancing around, he finally took notice of his surroundings. He was inside a small room with a Japanese tatami floor. Aside from a small tea table and a large, ancient clock that constantly tolled in the corner of the room, the space was empty. "You up, kid?" "Ha." He snapped his head to the right toward the voice. A middle-aged man sat next to the tea table preparing tea. The man's carefree movements and calm demeanor blended with the tranquil surroundings. The aroma of the tea filled the entire room, prompting him to momentarily relax. However, he immediately jumped out of the bed and warily looked at the stranger before him. The man had jet black hair, deep black eyes, and a stern yet kind-looking face. "Relax, kid. I am not going to do anything to you." "Who are you?" he asked without letting his guard down. Had he not been sure the man was absent when he first checked the room, he would not have been so wary. He was a master. He was definitely a master beyond his level. Only someone who was leagues above his level could suddenly appear out of thin air without him noticing. Smacking his fist into his hand as if reminded of something, the stern-looking man looked at him. "Ah, that is right. I haven't introduced myself yet, have I?" Lightly smiling, he extended his right hand. "A pleasure to meet you, kid. My name is Tashimato Keiki." His pupils dilated, and his mouth went slack. But how? Aren't you already dead?" His speech stuttered, and his body trembled as he looked at the man in shock. "Hey, kid, don't be like that." Laughing bitterly at the reaction, Grandmaster Keiki calmly put down the teapot and blew on the teacup in his hand. "Yes, technically I could be considered dead, but someone intruded on my home, waking up the remnant soul I left behind when I passed away." Remnant soul. Once an expert reached a certain rank, they could learn an ancient Chinese technique known as soul division. Its purpose was to split a soul and attach it to an object, allowing a person to interact with the initiator for a short moment. To better summarize the technique, it was basically a live recording that you could interact with. It had no attack power, and apart from inheriting the memories of the initiator, it had no other features. Knowing this, he managed to put the pieces together and recompose himself. Cough. "Sorry about that." Amused by his odd behavior, Grandmaster Keiki laughed out loud. No worries, no worries. I expected this kind of reaction once someone found my resting place." "Ren." "Excuse me." Confused, Grandmaster Keiki raised an eyebrow at the boy who was reaching for his hand. "My name is Ren. Ren Dover." "Ah, that is right. How rude of me. I still had not asked for your name." "A pleasure to meet you, Ren." Gripping his hand, They both looked at each other and shook. Please sit down. Gesturing for him to sit by the tea table, Grandmaster Keiki dumped the contents of the porcelain teapot. Green or black? Let's go with green. Smiling, Grandmaster Keiki added tea leaves to the vessel and slowly poured hot water inside, letting the leaves steep. As he watched the water darken, the Grandmaster let out a sad sigh, a nostalgic look appearing on his face. You know, I was once young and foolish like you. Back in my time, I lived in a country known as Japan. It was one of the most beautiful places in the world. It had tall, beautiful mountains, pink-dyed springs due to the sakura blossoms, wonderful food, and mesmerizing star-filled skies. Some even went as far as calling it paradise on earth. Seeing Grandmaster Keiki reminisce, he sat up straight and paid close attention. He paid full-hearted attention because of the respect he held for the man. Though he had been a fictional character he created, that was then and this was now. This world was no longer a novel, but reality. The man before him was Grandmaster Keiki, a legendary warrior who sacrificed his life for the safety of millions. Looking at the room's ceiling, the Grandmaster let out a sad, tragic smile. Prior to the disaster, I had a beautiful wife and daughter. I worked as a kendo instructor, and although I did not earn much, I was happy. It was a simple yet fulfilling life. But then it hit us out of nowhere. Massive earthquakes engulfed Japan, creating tsunamis everywhere. It was total chaos as people were killed and homes were lost. The world we knew started to crumble. Fortunately, at the time, my wife and daughter were traveling on a plane with me outside of Japan, so we were relatively unaffected. But, suddenly, Grandmaster Keiki clenched the teacup, his face burning with rage. Then the second calamity happened. Taking a huge breath, he tried to calm himself. Huge black creatures with bat-like wings and sharp horns emerged from mysterious gates that appeared all over the world. At first, they just stood in the air and calmly observed us like mice in a lab. To this day, I still remember their arrogant eyes and creepy smiles that took pleasure in our despair. With hands trembling, Grandmaster Keiki looked directly at him. Though he was supposed to be a remnant consciousness, the boy could vividly see the sadness and anguish hidden deep within his eyes, as crystalline tears flowed down his wrinkly face. As soon as they deemed us weak, his teacup shook fiercely, and his stoic expression crumbled as tears streamed down his face. They took my wife and daughter from me. With his body trembling, Toshimoto Keiki, both a father and husband, let the tears stream down his face as he mourned for the death of his loved ones. Watching the frail man break down, the boy chose to remain silent and patiently waited for him to calm down. A slight tinge of pain hit his chest, as a part of him felt responsible for the man's tragedy. Wiping his eyes, Grandmaster Keiki stood up and walked toward him. Sorry you had to see that. No, I understand. He shook his head and stood up as well. Staring at each other for a few seconds, Grandmaster Keiki smiled and patted his shoulder. Good, it seems my luck isn't too bad. Walking past, he slid the shoji door open and walked outside, gesturing for the boy to follow. Follow me. As soon as he left the room, he was left flabbergasted. An inexplicably beautiful garden stood before him. He felt a sudden loss of breath as he stood there blankly, mesmerized by the scene. Tack, tack, tack. Lush green plants vibrantly covered the garden, and in the middle appeared a large, transparent pond where koi fish of multiple sizes swam freely. Birds roamed and chirped around the cloudless blue sky, and occasionally he heard the repetitive, relaxing sound of the bamboo fountain. The more he walked, the more he was mesmerized by the surroundings. Approaching the pond, he saw colored koi, ranging from red to white, peeking at the surface almost as if they were aware of his presence. In the middle of the pond stood a small island connected by a small wooden bridge. Walking across the bridge, his breath was taken away once again. A miniature stylized landscape appeared in his line of sight, composed of rocks, water features, and moss, surrounded by gravel raked to resemble ripples. A Zen garden. It's nice, isn't it? Sitting comfortably near the Zen garden, the Grandmaster waved his hand, urging him to sit down. It truly is, he replied, sitting on the ground beside him. Silence enveloped them as they calmly stared at the Zen garden. It was strange yet relaxing. You know, I was really surprised when I first saw you. The first to disrupt the silence was the Grandmaster, who continued to look at the garden with a smile. Ever since my death, no one has ever been to this place, and rightfully so. I made sure to hide this place from the prying eyes of those greedy bastards. Of course, even if they did find this place out of pure luck, I made sure they could not enter. I am sure you know the rope was a test, right? With a smile, Grandmaster Keiki glanced at him, which made the boy recall the traumatizing experience. He cursed inwardly but smiled and nodded. Yes, I remember. Kukyaku, you are so easy to read, kid. Laughing, the Grandmaster continued. I put that rope there to determine if someone was worthy of waking my soul. If you had climbed down, but quit after an hour, you would have never been able to find this place. Even if you spent a day going down the rope, you would have never made it here. Once you are able to firmly go down the rope for 2 days without falling, only then do you have the right to an audience with me. Looking at Grandmaster Keiki, he could faintly see a trace of admiration in his eyes. For days, 3 hours, 22 minutes, and 41 seconds. That is how long you have been going down the rope. Even as a remnant soul, I was shocked by your sheer determination. He kept smiling, but his eyelid could not help but twitch at the statement. He had to keep going down, as he did not want to die after just being reincarnated. Even if you kept going because you wanted to live, that still counts as determination. Moreover, you were never going to die, as it was just an illusion. Seemingly having read his thoughts again, the Grandmaster chuckled, causing the boy to smile in embarrassment. Getting back to the topic, the reason I created the rope test was to determine if someone is worthy to inherit my sword art. Someone with no determination can never hope to inherit my keiki style. The keiki style is a sword art that focuses on monotonous but perfect slashes. If someone cannot practice the same monotonous motion, like swinging the sword in the same direction, for more than half a day straight, they are not worthy. Standing up, the Grandmaster walked across the bridge and stopped before a tree. Placing his hand on the sheath of his katana, he took a deep breath. Soon after, his figure slowly blended with the surrounding scenery, making it seem as if he were one with nature. Rustle. Out of nowhere, a small gust of wind passed by, causing a couple of leaves to fall from the tree. The leaves blown away by the wind slowly descended near where the Grandmaster stood. Click. All he heard was a clicking sound before all the leaves around the Grandmaster split into 8 identical pieces, causing his jaw to drop. Click. With another click, the katana returned to its original position, as if it had never left the scabbard. The keiki style is the art of perfection. When you manage to repeat the same motion every time with no margin of error, that is when you will have finally mastered the keiki style. Closing his eyes, he tried to keep his composure. His heart was beating like crazy, and his blood boiled. That was insane. Holy shit. How in the world did he manage to cut those leaves so perfectly without even moving? He wanted to do that too. Looking at Ren's sparkling eyes, the Grandmaster chuckled. Do you wish to learn? The Grandmaster's stern voice disrupted his thoughts. Yes. Without a second thought, he nodded enthusiastically. He had been waiting for this moment. Very well. Seemingly having made his decision, the Grandmaster smiled peacefully. Slowly, he walked up and tapped the boy's forehead. Immediately, his mind turned blank as a flood of information rushed into his brain. Watching him get overwhelmed by the information, the Grandmaster smiled as his body slowly became more transparent. By the time he managed to sort out all the information inside his brain, the Grandmaster was already almost fully transparent. Startled, he immediately got on his knees and paid his respects. Thank you. Thank you. I will make sure to carry on your art and spread your name across the world. The Grandmaster let out another smile, mumbling something inaudible before he disappeared, scattering into light fragments. Nodding resolutely, he stood up. Though the last words may have been inaudible, he could already tell what the man wanted to say. Keep low until you are strong enough. Letting out a deep breath, he took one last look at the surroundings and engraved the scenery into his head. Paying one last respect, he quickly walked toward the exit. I know. Chapter 7. Staring at the door to the classroom, I sighed. A25. The letter A stood for the floor level which went from A to E, and the number 25 referred to the classroom number. There was a reason for my sigh. I knew this class. Of course, I knew this classroom. This was the classroom where the protagonist and the other main characters stayed for half of the novel. Many schemes and plots from jealous rivals and competitors happened in this class. Regardless of how much I didn't want to be involved with the main cast, now that I found myself in this class I would most likely be swept regardless of my will. Yo, you going in or not? Waking me up from my thoughts was a rough feminine voice. Slowly turning my head I momentarily fell into a daze. Beautiful would have been an understatement in this case. Standing right before me was a young girl with short brown hair. She had crystal blue eyes, a small but not too small nose, and a well-proportioned face. Her white skin, that did not have any gaps accompanied by her beautiful doll-like appearance made anyone who looked at her lose themselves in her beauty. She had a well-developed body, where everything that should have developed was developed and her elegant yet slightly arrogant demeanor added more to her charm. Currently, her cherry-red lips were parted in an annoyed pout as she stared at me in annoyance. Move it. Seeing that I was dumbly staring at her, she shoved me to the side in annoyance and entered the classroom. Letting out a bitter smile, I shook my head. That's Emma for you. One of the main heroines of the novel. Emma Rochefield, daughter of Ashton City's mayor who was also the vice director of the Union, and S-rank warrior. One of the most powerful people in the human domain right now. When I was designing her character, I made her into a tomboyish style character. She was sometimes rude and impatient, but oftentimes she was kind, making her one of my readers' favorite characters. For real though, I did expect her to be beautiful, but the moment I laid eyes on her I was stunned by her otherworldly beauty. Not even in my previous world did I ever see someone so beautiful. Watching her figure enter the classroom, I couldn't help but express my admiration for her. Even famous actresses that I saw on TV would feel ashamed if they stood next to each other. It took me a couple of seconds to collect myself before bitterly smiling. What was wrong with me? A 32-year-old man getting mesmerized by a 16-year-old kid? I'm starting to sympathize with all the Isekai protagonists out there who experience the same thing. Since I was reincarnated into a younger body, which was still in its teens, I couldn't help but feel something when looking at the extremely beautiful Emma. I think the biggest misconception that readers have regarding Isekai protagonists was how they assumed that just because they were mentally old that they should no longer have any desires. You have to take note that older people are not some sages who have no sexual desires. In fact, the only reason their sexual desires decreased over time was because of their aging bodies. It had nothing to do with their mentality. So put yourself in my shoes, who was reincarnated into a body raging with hormones. My reaction was totally understandable. Still, this doesn't mean I was actually in love with Emma. I was just stunned by how beautiful she was. I mean, for one, she's 16, so that in itself was a no-go for me. And secondly, she's one of the main protagonists, who later falls in love with the protagonist. Why would she be attracted to someone like me who has no redeeming quality? Hugh. After collecting my breath, I slowly opened the door and entered the classroom. Looking at the classroom, I couldn't help but notice how spotless it was, as it almost looked like it was sparkling. The classroom was split into 2 descending rows, and each row had a retractable seat that one could sit on. Where should I sit? As I looked around the classroom for a place to sit, my attention was instantly drawn towards 2 individuals. Haughtily sitting on the last row on the right was a blonde youth with clear green eyes and a dignified face. His slightly long hair gently rested on top of his broad shoulders, and his perfectly masculine jawline seemed as if it was chiseled by a sculptor. From time to time you could see girls secretly taking peeks at his handsome face as they shyly blushed and turned their heads away whenever their eyes met. Jin Horton, the protagonist's rival, descendant of the Horton family that currently owned a majority stake of the second largest guild in the human domain, Starlight Guild. You could definitely tell he was one of those typical arrogant young master-type characters. I thought as I looked at him from the corner of my eye. His condescending attitude that made people feel like they were below him could be vividly seen by the way he looked down on almost everyone in the class. Born with a silver spoon, and provided with whatever he desired, it was almost inevitable for his character to become like that. But don't get me wrong, although he had the vibe of a villain, he was actually part of the good guys. It was only after I made some adjustments to his character that he started becoming a fan favorite. He may be a villain now, but later as the story progresses, and his character goes through a series of hurdles, he starts to mature and slowly becomes more bearable to stay with. Just as he attracted most of the girls' attention, seated in front of him was a slender beauty that matched Emma's looks and attracted the majority of the boys' gazes. Her sleek black hair, which was randomly restricted by a small hairpin, gathered at her waist. Her exquisite small face that was devoid of any makeup displayed an image of natural beauty and innocence that made anyone that was near her have an urge to protect her. Ignoring everyone that was trying to talk to her, the young girl focused on her book. She had a cold and aloof air around her that made her extremely hard to approach. Amanda Stern, daughter of Edward Stern, Guildmaster of Demon Hunter Guild, the current #1 guild in the human domain. Like Jin, she was also born with a silver spoon, but unlike him, she did not become haughty. In fact, she was quite the opposite of Jin, well-mannered, intelligent, and oftentimes kind. Whenever the protagonist would get in trouble, she would always find ways to help him. If I had to point out a flaw about her though, it would be the fact that she was cold. Very cold. Born in such a prestigious family, she had no choice but to learn and suffer all the schemes that were directed at her family. Oftentimes she would be targeted by other guilds or organizations so that they could use her as leverage. As she was constantly exposed to such schemes and ploys, she was left with no choice but to mature earlier than normal people, thus giving rise to her cold character. Seeing how aloof she was, I shook my head and looked for a seat. Glancing around a couple of seconds, I decided to sit down on the second row on the left, as far away from the main characters as possible. There was no way I was going to interact with them. I'm just gonna sit here like a proper mob and pretend to be air. Why? Simple. The main characters were literal calamity magnets. Whatever could go wrong will go wrong if you were with them. Like hell am I going to bother getting close to them? I'm here to live, not to die. Well, even if I did try to interact with them in the most likely scenario, I would most likely be ignored. Currently, it was 7:30 a.m., and class began at 8 o'clock. Seeing that I had 30 minutes to spare before class started, I rested my head on my arms and closed my eyes. I had actually arrived at the academy an hour ago. By the time I had come back from the Clayton Ridge, it was already 6:45 a.m., and as I couldn't skip class, I took a quick shower, put on my new uniform, and hurriedly made my way towards class. I was honestly exhausted. I did not sleep for almost 24 hours, and to be honest, I don't even know if I could even manage to keep my eyes open during class. Fortunately, today was orientation day, so they shouldn't be talking much, which sits well with me. Attention! As I was soundly sleeping on the desk, a loud voice echoed across the classroom, waking me up. When I opened my eyes, the instructor stood behind the podium as she looked at the class. Today is your first day, so there won't be anything special planned, but I sure hope you haven't slacked off during the short interval where you were accepted here. How do you expect to graduate from this place if you can't be diligent? Bam! Slapping her hand on the table, a small shockwave spread across the classroom. Apart from Emma, Jin, Amanda, and a couple of other students, everyone in the classroom was pushed back, I included. There will be no slacking off in my classroom. Scanning the whole classroom, her eyes briefly paused on Emma, Jin, and Amanda, and the few others that managed to withstand her shockwave. If one looked closely, you could see traces of satisfaction on her face as she looked at them. Placing both hands on the podium, she looked at the classroom. Now, let's start with the self-introductions. I'm Donna Longburn, your personal instructor for this year and possibly future years. That name, I knew it. Of course, I knew it. She was one of the characters which I spent the most time designing. She looked exactly how I imagined. The Calamity Witch, Donna Longburn. I muttered as I tried to suppress my raging heartbeat. Her black hair gently cascaded along her shoulders, stopping right above her raised, but that reminded one of a fully ripe peach. Her tempting figure that could cause any man to go insane drew the ire of every boy in the class, causing their hearts to boil. But what truly stood out the most about her was not her figure, but her beautiful violet eyes that made one lose themselves if they looked at them for too long. Ever since young, she practiced an extremely rare enchantress art, which caused her to become extremely seductive to the opposite gender, as well as demons. What made her especially fearsome was that she could completely tip the scale of a battlefield by turning allies against each other. Currently, she was only 28, which was quite young considering that now the people lived for up to 200 years of age, more than double than before. Prior to the cataclysm, every one of her movements was extremely alluring, and if she wanted to, she could turn any man in the classroom a puppet of her will. Even now, as she stood in front of the podium, her every movement attracted the gaze of every male in the classroom. Even Jin wasn't an exception as his face became red. What about me? I popped a boner. Fortunately for me, I hid it well and no one could see it, or else I would have died of humiliation. Couldn't help it. She was literally the incarnation of my sexual desires. Of course, I wouldn't be as stupid as to hit on her. Not only was she strong, but she was actually an S-rank member of the Union, and ranked 156th on the hero ranking. Moreover, she had her fair share of suitors. Hitting on her was like asking to be killed. I'm sure I don't have to say more as most of you may already know about me. Donna calmly spoke as she looked around the classroom. She seemed to have gotten used to the boys' reactions, as she feigned ignorance to their reddening faces. As it is your first day, I won't take too much of your time. I can already see some people who look exhausted in the classroom. Perhaps they did not sleep enough, because they were too excited, or they trained all night, so I'll make this first session short. An angel. She was an angel sent by the Heaves. I had sinned. How could I have possibly had such devious thoughts about such an angel? She could even tell how exhausted I was and was trying to be considerate of me and the others. Amitba. I am one with the sky. Alright, first things first, let's take attendance. Taking out a small tablet, she quickly called out names. Rank 1750, Ren Dover. Hearing my name, I enthusiastically raised my hand and said, present. Nodding, she continued. Rank 1232, Troy Morrison. Present. Rank 845, Julius Halfwing. Present. She was totally reading in ascending order, wasn't she? As she read the names on the list, I couldn't help but notice the rank getting smaller each time a new name was called. And it just so happens that I was the first person she called, suggesting that I was the weakest person in the class. I should have realized before. Letting out a sigh, I slumped on the table and quietly waited for her to finish reading out the names. Rank 15, Emma Rochefield. Present. Rank 12, Timothy Bartman. Present. Rank 8, Amanda Stern. Present. Rank 5, Han Yufei. Present. Rank 3, Jin Horton. Present. Rank 2, Melissa Hall. Present. Rank 1, Kevin Voss. Rank 1, Kevin Voss. Raising her brow, Donna looked around the classroom and asked once again, is rank 1 Kevin Voss in the classroom? Absolute silence. Not even a pin could be heard. Everyone looked around, but they all shook their head. Looking at her tablet, Donna frowned. Just as she was about to cross Kevin's name off the list, the door to the classroom slowly opened. Soon a figure walked out, and instantly the whole room's attention was on him. Short black hair, deep red eyes, muscular jawline, and well-built body. His entire presence and aura were like that of a newly forged sword straight from the furnace, with keen and sharp edges that threatened to cut anything that obstructed its path. His looks, which rivaled that of Jin Horton, who could have been regarded as one of the most handsome individuals in the whole academy, instantly drew the attention of most of the girls in the class. Pardon for my tardiness. I had a slight accident before coming here, hence I was not able to make it in time. Taking a small bow, his eyes never drifted away from Donna's eyes. Taking a quick look at Kevin, Donna couldn't help but be stunned at his indifferent attitude towards her, who practiced an extremely potent four-star seductive art. Interesting. Letting out a small grin, she nodded. Very well, find a spot and sit down. Thank you. Nodding his head, Kevin made his way towards the first row on the right side of the classroom and sat down. Hugh. Letting out a long sigh, I bitterly shook my head. That's the protagonist for you. Whatever he does, no one would find fault against him, as he was both handsome and capable. The world just wasn't fair. If I had been the one who had arrived late, I would have probably been burned alive by now. As a mob, you just don't get the same privileges the protagonist gets. Chapter 8. Arriving in front of a large room, Donna turned on the lights. She said, there is a wide selection of weapons here, so feel free to choose what you deem to be the best fit for you. A large room appeared before everyone, and the diversity of weapons left me speechless. From nunchucks to broadswords, all sorts of weapons were neatly laid out according to their size. I was honestly impressed. There were so many that I could not even tell what some of them were. I would be very careful if I were you. If you damage any weapon present, you better be ready to pay up to 500,000 you. Staring at the excited expression of the students, Donna immediately poured cold water on them as she pointed out the price of each weapon. Some students flinched as they started looking at the weapons like they were divine artifacts. I advise using a weapon that is suitable for you so that you do not risk damaging the weapon. Experimenting is good, but that is only if you can afford it. Looking at the 200 or so students, Donna smiled and continued. Before taking a weapon, swipe your student cards so that you can register your name on the database. After that, take your weapon and meet me in the main practice area. Having finished, Donna turned around and left. As soon as her figure was not visible anymore, everyone started talking excitedly. The boys were especially loud. Wow, that was the Calamity Witch. She is so hot. Oh my god, I think I have fallen in love. PFFF. You wish someone like her would never like a loser like you. Wanna fight? Scenes like these happened everywhere as the students formed their own cliques. I, as the lowest ranked member, was obviously excluded. To be honest, it was exactly what I wished for, as I do not want to spend my time licking someone's ass. In the lock, the hierarchical system ruled the academy. Just like the relationship of a peasant and a noble, only those who were ranked higher had the right to be treated as nobles. Low-rankers like me were merely people who would later become cannon fodder when fighting on the front lines. Such was my life now, as the lowest rank in the class. Contrary to me, the main characters were surrounded by a crowd of people. Kevin, Jin, Amanda, Emma, and Melissa all had people swarming around them. Apart from Kevin, the rest were already used to such situations and remained indifferent towards the waves of flattery. But Kevin, who was not used to such a situation, found himself completely helpless. His previous demeanor, which caused one to respect him, completely crumbled as he struggled to get away from the mob. He wore a stiff smile the whole time, and he tried his best to not come off as overly rude as he politely tried to talk to everyone. Right now he is probably thinking of a way to get his weapon and escape as fast as possible. I laughed as I shook my head. Such was the life of those who wished to stand out. Ignoring the helpless Kevin, I turned my attention towards the sword section in the armory. As I already knew what I wanted, I quickly swiped my card and took a slim and elegant katana. The leather grip comfortably sat on my hands, and the cold metal blade directly reflected the lights from the room. Swoosh, swoosh, perfect. Lightly swinging the katana a couple of times, I nodded in satisfaction. Its weight was neither too heavy nor too light, and its durable blade made of an extremely tough alloy made the katana a perfect fit for my sword art. Taking the sword with me, I quickly walked out of the room. Since I got everything I wanted, I made my way towards the training ground. The facility was massive. A large expanse of ground appeared before me as I arrived in the training area. The whole training facility was around the size of 2 football fields. On the top right of the training ground was a shooting range that was split into 5 different distances, ranging from 100 meters all the way to 500 meters. On the bottom right, there were more than a dozen practice dummies perfect for close combat practice. The training dummies were made of furlum, an extremely tough metal that could even withstand the impact of an A-rank demon. With their durable bodies, students could train against the dummies without worrying about breaking them. The middle area of the training facility was free for all. This area was mainly used to practice moves or footsteps. Basically, it was an area that everyone could use to practice whatever technique they wanted. At the top left, there was a large gym fully equipped with top-of-the-line equipment. Most importantly, they had a gravity room that went all the way up to 10 GS. With the gravity room, one could train and temper their body with the aid of the room that could increase the gravitational force bearing down on a person. Lastly, at the bottom left of the training ground, a large swimming pool that was 50 meters long appeared before my sight. The swimming pool was one of the most frequented places, as it was extremely useful for conditioning training. It helped muscles recover faster from fatigue, due to the special medical ingredients added in the water. Alright, as I told you before, since it is your first day, you do not need to force yourself. I will be here to supervise you all. Gathering everyone's attention, Donna happily smiled as she looked at the training ground. Now go and train. Time waits for no one. Instantly everyone moved. Some directly went to the dummies, while others headed towards the shooting range. I curiously looked around and found Kevin, Jin, and Melissa heading for the training dummies, while Emma directly went towards the gravity room. On the other hand, Amanda made her way towards the shooting range. As I mentioned before, Kevin's specialty was the sword. Although he still did not practice the Levisha style, his talent for the sword was still unrivaled. If I were to estimate his strength at the moment, I would say even if 50 versions of the current me were to attack him now, he would be able to walk unscathed. Jin, on the other hand, did not use a sword but instead used daggers. He was what you called an assassin type. He was extremely fast and agile, and with his unrivaled speed, he could cut a person 20 times in a matter of seconds. Melissa, the second ranked in the class, used a spear. She was also incredibly beautiful, enough to rival both Emma and Amanda, but she was also a lot smarter than them. She had an elegant and beautiful porcelain face that perfectly accompanied her creamy brown hair that gently fell behind her back. Most eye-catching were her exquisite cheeks and rosy moist lips that could tempt any man who saw them. A pair of pure glassy eyes hid underneath thin-framed glasses that put further emphasis on her eyes, enhancing her beauty. Her swan-like slender neck, under which her delicate sexy clavicle and full front were lightly exposed, only further added to her charm. Her delicate waist and creamy white legs added the finishing touches to her peerless appearance. At the tender age of 12, she was awarded the Humanity Treaty Award, the most notable award for those who achieve outstanding breakthroughs that propel humanity to the next level. This was similar to the Nobel Prize back in my world. The reason why she won the award was because she was able to prove the molecular decomposition theorem that stumped a lot of famous scientists all over the world. Her discovery was a major scientific achievement that shook the whole scientific community. With the molecular decomposition theorem, diseases such as cancer that plagued the world were no longer an issue, as this theorem directly tackled the crux of the problem. The only reason she ranked second, and not first in the academy ranking, was simply because she was not very strong. Having spent most of her time researching, she did not have much time to improve her skills, and thus, during the admission test, her physical score was only slightly above average. But do not get me wrong, that in itself was an achievement, as my score was on the lower side of average. Emma, on the other hand, uses a short sword, and her fighting style was extremely fierce and aggressive. Her fighting style reminded one of a berserker, as she would leave no breathing room for the opponent when she attacked. Honestly, she was probably the one I would least want to fight out of the lot, as it would be extremely troublesome for my keiki style. Lastly, Amanda. She was an archer, a really good one at that. Out of the whole classroom, she was probably the only one who could accurately hit a target positioned 500 meters in the distance. A prodigy that could only be seen every couple of hundred years, was what every professor said about her as they looked at her archery. Those were the main characters. As for me, well, I am just going to practice in the middle area. Since the keiki style was a lost art, even if I practiced it, no one would probably notice it. Moreover, the way to practice the keiki style would make one think they were crazy. Closing my eyes, I maximized my concentration. Shing, shing. In one smooth movement, I took the katana from the scabbard, hacked forward, and placed the katana back into the scabbard. 5 seconds. Shaking my head, I repeated the same motion again. The first movement of the keiki style was quick flash, a one-dimensional slash that could only hit forward with an overwhelming speed that could not be seen by the naked eye. The keiki style only had 5 movements, but each movement was crucial. Each movement was like a piece of a 5-piece puzzle that would later combine and create the true keiki style. For example, right now the first movement was only a single one-dimensional slash forward, while the second movement was a horizontal slash. If the two movements were to be combined together, the range of movement when attacking an enemy would drastically increase. Each movement was designed to add synergy to the other. Once one mastered the keiki style, they would be able to attack wherever they wanted at an unrivaled speed. You could say that the reason why the keiki style was split into 5 forms was because one needed to learn the foundation before practicing the true art. That was the true method of learning the keiki style. Shing, shing. Without taking a break, I continued repeating the same movement over and over again. According to the memories Master gave me, I can achieve the minor realm of mastery after doing the same movement over 100,000 times. When learning a sword art, there were ways to determine the level of mastery. There was the minor realm of mastery, the great realm of mastery, the essence realm of mastery, and lastly the perfected realm of mastery. Each realm signified a percentage of understanding of the whole sword art. The minor realm of mastery required a 25% understanding of the sword art. The great realm of mastery required a 50% understanding. The essence realm required a 75% understanding, and lastly the perfected realm. It was the pinnacle of art mastery, with a 100% understanding of the sword art. Currently, my aim was to get all 5 movements up to the minor realms before later improving them. A relatively handsome man stood at the edge of the training ground. He had dirt blonde hair, and carried a noble air around him that reminded people of a high-ranking aristocrat. Turning his head, he looked at the beautiful woman standing next to him and asked, "What do you think of this batch?" Staring into the distance, the beautiful woman, who was in fact Donna Longburn, looked around and pointed towards a few individuals. "There are a lot of promising youths, especially in this batch, but the ones that stand out the most to me are Kevin, Jin, Amanda, Emma, Melissa, and Han Yufei." Looking at where Donna pointed, the handsome man thoughtfully nodded. "Well, it is not surprising considering their lineage." Glancing at the man beside her, Donna scoffed. "I agree, their lineage is indeed impressive, but that is not what makes them great. The blood, sweat, and tears they put into their training are what make them this good." She continued, "Just because they were born with successful parents does not mean they will also be successful. Unless you put in the work, no matter how talented you are, you will not ever be strong." Slightly smiling, the man responded, "Well, I wonder about that. Speaking of which, is there anyone you have your eye on?" Without hesitation, Donna responded, "Kevin Voss." Slightly surprised by her quick response, the handsome man seemed to have recollected something, and a trace of coldness appeared in his eyes before it quickly disappeared. "You mean the kid who set an unprecedented record and firmly took first place in the entrance exam? I am rather curious about him too. Someone with seemingly no powerful backer managed to come this far. That is rather odd, is it not?" He dropped subtle hints as he spoke, which made Donna secretly sneer at his attitude. "I was one of the supervisors during the test, and was quite impressed by his swordplay. It was elegant and yet had no wasteful movements. I can confidently say that soon enough there will be another S-class in our ranks." Looking at Donna, who did not even bother hiding her displeasure, the man just smiled and casually said, "Oh, for the calamity witch herself to speak so highly of him, it must mean that he really is a talent to look out for." Glaring at the man beside her, she threateningly spoke, "Gilbert, call me that one more time, and I will kill you. Just because your father is powerful does not mean I will not do anything to you." Hey, I was just joking. You don't have to take it so seriously." Raising his hands in resignation, Gilbert slightly smiled. Humph. Turning her head away, Donna continued watching the training ground. Standing beside her, Gilbert's smile quickly disappeared as he stared at Kevin in the distance. Thereafter, his attention quickly shifted towards the middle of the training ground where he saw a lone youth practicing with a katana. PFFFF, who the hell is he? Without even bothering to hide his ridicule, Gilbert laughed as he pointed at the student who was practicing with the katana. Staring in the direction where Gilbert pointed, Donna quickly frowned as she stared at the boy. Taking out her tablet, she quickly scrolled down until a picture resembling the features of the youth appeared. Rank 1750, Ren Dover. Age 16, son of the guild master of Gauzicus, a mid-ranged guild operating in Ashton City. Talent assessment D. Seemingly having understood, he shook his head and gloatingly looked at Donna. What did I tell you? Only those with a proper bloodline can hope to achieve something. People like him who are born with mediocre parents can never hope to stand at the top with elites like us. Even though Donna wanted to refute, she could not. Looking at Ren, who was constantly unsheathing and sheathing the sword, she shook her head in disappointment. What kind of training was that? At least swing your sword instead of just unsheathing and sheathing the sword. Chapter 9. I kind of expected this, but I am currently being ridiculed by half of the class. As I was practicing the first movement of the keiki style, I noticed some of my classmates openly pointing their fingers in my direction, while they ridiculed me. Hello, I am fine with you talking smack about me, but at least do it behind my back where I cannot hear nor see you. As I tried my best to concentrate, ignoring the ridiculing looks, I noticed a tall man with dirt blonde hair standing beside Donna. Instantly, cold sweat appeared on my back. Gilbert von Decteroy. He was one of the first antagonists that the protagonist encounters. His father, Thunder God Maximus von Decteroy, was one of the only SS rank warriors in the human domain. He was currently ranked 3rd in the hero ranking, and he was one of the 7 heads of the Union. With such a background, Gilbert could basically do whatever he wanted. This was already shown by how he managed to become an assistant tutor in the academy at the tender age of 22. What especially stood out about Gilbert was not his father's background. Although his background was indeed terrifying, it was not what people paid attention to when interacting with him. What stood out about him was the fact that he was a bloodline supremacist. He believed that only those who had special bloodlines were allowed to stand at the peak. To him, Kevin was an eyesore. Kevin's parents were just regular people with at most AD rank talent. Once they were killed by a demon, he was sent to an orphanage where he lived for 5 years. He then later disappeared and reappeared as a prodigy that would make any guild drool at his talent. How could he let Kevin, who had a dirty bloodline, take the spotlight? He was a firm believer that only those who inherited a strong bloodline were destined to reach the peak. He viewed the world like an aristocrat. He firmly believed that commoners had no place in this world, and only nobles could rule. So as soon as he heard about Kevin, his first reaction was to remove such cancer that was hiding within the academy. Actually, Gilbert was not like this in the past. But whenever Gilbert looked at Kevin, deeply hidden feelings that he tried to forget resurfaced in his mind. This made him despise Kevin with all his might. In actuality, his hatred stemmed from a trauma that occurred to him in the past. Back when he first arrived in the lock, he was confident, kind, and well-mannered. However, one day, a transfer student came into class. Unlike Gilbert, who was the son of the Thunder God Maximus, he was just a regular student with no notable background. At first, Gilbert did not think too much about him, but slowly the transfer student climbed up the ranks. Startled, Gilbert started to pay more and more attention to the transfer student. Seeing his stunning growth, he was extremely excited. He thought to himself that finally, someone was worthy to compete with him, as he trained and studied more than before. Slowly the two started competing in almost every subject, and a friendship slowly blossomed between them. At first, Gilbert always came out on top, but as time passed, the gap gradually became smaller, until the transfer students started winning all their competitions. Shocked by his progress, Gilbert studied and trained even harder. But the results were the same. The gap kept growing bigger, and a seed of inferiority started to plant inside of his heart. He asked himself how he, the son of the Thunder God, could lose to someone who had nothing since birth. Every day he would ask himself the same thing, as he tried his best to bridge the gap between them. At first, it went from wanting to get higher scores than him to later wanting to be not too far from his score. Gilbert's expectation of himself slowly started becoming lower and lower. All along, he kept his feelings hidden inside of him, as he continued being friends with the transfer student. Then one day during an excursion, a high-ranked demon attacked. Everyone ran for their lives, Gilbert included. During the chaos, no one noticed one person staying behind. The transfer student chose to fight the demon, and buy as much time as possible for his classmates to escape. As Gilbert ran, he quickly noticed his friend's absence. When he turned around, all he saw was his friend desperately fending off the demon. Without a second thought, he tried to help, but he was held back by a teacher and forced to abandon his best friend and rival. When the reinforcements arrived, it was already too late. His best friend and rival had died protecting everyone. As soon as he heard the news, the first thing he felt was a sense of relief. But soon after, as soon as he realized how he felt at his friend's death, deep regret and anguish overcame him. He wondered how he could feel relief when his best friend died, while saving him and everyone in the class. Although he felt inferior to him, he was like a brother. He looked up to him, cherished him deeply, and he was the first true friend he had ever made. He locked himself inside of his room for a month. He started eating less and less, and would always refuse to come out. The situation got so bad that his father was forced to rush back to his son. His father coldly told him that everything is up to fate, and no matter how talented one is, only the chosen ones get to live on. As his father's words echoed in his ears, Gilbert slowly looked back at his past. His friend was way more talented than him, but in the end, the one that survived was him. In the end, the winner was the one who lived in the end. Slowly, weird and twisted ideas started sprouting inside of his mind. He believed that no matter how talented one is, if they are not destined for greatness, they will never reach the top. He told himself he was right. He was the one who lived in the end. He believed others could not help, but blamed their poor birth for their death. Those who were not born by a chosen one could not hope to strive to reach the peak. Soon his thoughts twisted more and more until he became a bloodline supremacist. Although it may have seemed like he was trying to delude himself and find a way to escape reality, this was all planned by the demons beforehand. His so-called best friend was actually a mole planted by the demons. Everything until now was a careful scheme done by the demons, who were trying to turn Gilbert into their pawn. They first infiltrated his emotions through the use of his best friend. Once his best friend died in a tragic accident, and Gilbert's emotions were unstable, the demons planned to make him digest a demon seed, which essentially corroded a person's mind and turned them into a puppet. Such was their plan, but unfortunately for them, their scheme ended up being exposed by Gilbert's father, who ended all their years of planning. But the damage was already done, as since then Gilbert became a bloodline supremacist. Looking at him from the distance, I could not help but pity him. But that does not mean I want to talk to him. Hell no. He is probably the person I fear the most in the lock. The reason why I fear him is not because he is some secret boss that is super strong. No, he is at most a medium-level boss, as he is not even that strong. The truly frightening thing about him is the fact that he is a chain villain. Chain villains are probably the scariest villains you could possibly create. They are those villains that only bring more trouble as you defeat them. Let me make an example. Let's take a Chinese cultivation novel. Imagine this guy tries to rob you, and you kill him. That is it, right? No, it turns out he is a low-level disciple from a prestigious sect. His senior brother, enraged by his death, hunts you down. What do? You defeat him. What is next? The senior brother's senior brother will hunt you next. This will go on until the situation gets so bad that an elder comes looking for you. Soon you have a fight against the elder, and left with no other option, you defeat him. This will go on until, in the end, you kill the sect leader and remove the whole sect. In the end, because you killed some random person who tried to harm you, you ended up fighting a whole sect. That is what a chain villain was. The most fearsome of all villains in novels. And that is exactly what Gilbert was. And what is especially fearsome about him is that the prestigious sect we are talking about is the Union. The goddamn Union. You want to fight against them, the strongest organization in the human domain. Be my guest, but I am out. I am not suicidal. In the novel, Gilbert first uses lackeys to torment the MC. When things do not work out, he tries different methods, such as employing assassins or using poison. Slowly, Kevin finds himself fighting against Gilbert, and as soon as he defeats him, he finds himself in a whole world of trouble as Gilbert's relatives who work in the Union also start targeting him. Slowly, Kevin finds himself fighting higher and more executive members in the Union until he has to go toe-to-toe against Thunder God Maximus. At one point, things got so bad that he had to leave the human domain so that he could build up strength and take his revenge. Shaking my head, I slowly walk further away from Gilbert. In the end, I spent 2 hours practicing the same movement over and over again. Donna spoke as she briefly glanced at me. She told us that she observed each and every one of us today and was pleased by most of us. She noted that not everyone pleased her, as some of us wasted precious time playing around or were just randomly swinging without aim. She said she expects better next time. And thus, the first training session ended. The class dispersed and the training hall emptied. A group of boys approached me as I walked to the dorm. One of them asked, "Hey, why don't you teach me your moves?" Another added, "I don't understand. Why do you keep repeating the same thing over and over again? Are you seeking attention, or something?" I kept ignoring them, but it seemed that it only piqued their interest more. It was only after I ignored them for 5 minutes straight that they left me alone. The main reason why they stopped was because the main characters just passed by. They were Kevin, Jin, Amanda, Emma, and Melissa. If it were not for the fact that Jin was glaring holes at the back of Kevin's head, this could have been a scene straight out of a painting. 2 incredibly handsome boys were walking alongside 3 earth-shaking beauties while smiling and chatting amongst each other. Even I did not expect them to be so handsome and beautiful. As they passed, everyone's sight would turn on them, and people would make way for them. Since I did not want to stand out, I copied everyone else and moved to the side. As soon as they left, the corridor regained its usual liveliness, and I arrived in front of my room. Clicking my card, the door automatically opened for me. Taking off my shoes, I took a quick shower and then went to bed. I had not slept for the past 24 hours and was completely exhausted. As soon as my body touched the bed, I passed out. The narrative shifts to the protagonist and his group as they walk through the hall. Emma looked at the people in front of her and cheerfully asked if they noticed how everyone made way for them. She said it was like a big shot was walking. Kevin smiled and nodded, saying that he saw it and really did not expect people to do that. Jin sneered and looked at Kevin. He told him that of course he did not expect that, because the only reason they made way was because Jin was present. Hearing Jin's reply, Melissa shook her head and moved 2 steps away from him. She hated interacting with stupid people. Amanda, on the other hand, was used to Jin's behavior, hence she did not react. As both of them came from the first and second-ranked guild respectively, they both had interacted with each other on multiple occasions, hence why she was used to his behavior. Actually, more than not reacting, it was more like she did not care. As for Emma, she found his response funny, as she tried to hold back her laugh. Smiling wryly, Kevin tried to change the topic. He asked if they noticed the guy in the middle who was practicing the katana. Emma looked around and asked if he meant the weird guy who was unsheathing and sheathing the katana repeatedly. Instantly, Emma went beside Kevin as she excitedly started talking. Just like Amanda, Emma did not become an arrogant young master like Jin. She was rather bossy, but most of the time she was cheerful and always liked to compete. Hence, whenever she saw Kevin, her competitive spirit would burn, prompting her to interact with him more. Kevin awkwardly nodded, taken aback by Emma's excitement. He asked what his name was. Amanda was reading her book, so she did not respond, while Melissa did not seem to care. Kevin also did not know his name, so he helplessly shrugged his shoulders. Jin said to forget about that loser and let them head to the cafeteria, as he was starving. Emma shouted for him to wait up as she ran to catch up to Jin. Shaking his head helplessly, Kevin also increased his pace as he made his way towards the cafeteria. The only reason why he asked about the katana boy was because his instincts told him he was not as simple as he looked. He told himself to forget it, as he was probably imagining things. Like that, Ren managed to avoid a troublesome situation where he would get noticed by the protagonist. Chapter 10. Ding, dong. Coming, I said, hurriedly putting on my pants as I made my way towards the door. Opening the door, a man in a blue jacket held onto a large package. Rank 1750, Ren Dover, package delivery. He handed over the large package, held out his tablet, and I swiftly signed it. Clack. Closing the door, I curiously pulled the tape off the box. The first thing I saw was a white letter that was neatly nested on top of the other items. Opening the letter, I quickly went through the contents. Hi Ren, how is school? Have you made any friends yet? When are you coming back home? Come visit us often, your little sister is waiting for you. By the way, I sent some things that you might need. Kiss, kiss, your one and only beautiful mother. P.S. Daddy also misses you, so work hard. Ah, yes, I in fact did reincarnate to overly protective parents. During the time I was in Clayton Ridge, I would occasionally receive texts from them, and whenever I texted back, the response would always come within seconds. Most of the time, they would just randomly text me the weirdest things or nag about how I should train more so that I would one day take over the guild. I cannot say I hated this feeling though. As my family left me early in my previous life, I had long lost familial warmth. Now that I have it back, I do not want to part ways with it. Opening the box, I quickly separated things into 2 piles, useless and useful. Although I have only known my family for a week, I can already tell from what I have seen so far that they have definitely sent junk. And I was exactly right. The first thing I pulled was a large shirt that said Mama's Boy on it. Like hell, I am wearing this. Throwing the shirt at the useless pile, I quickly checked the rest of the contents. There were many things packed inside, from bags to clothes and other items that could be of use to me later. Slowly, I separated the useful and useless stuff that my mom sent. Phew, that should be it. Wiping off the sweat that had accumulated on my forehead, I stood up and lazily stretched my arms. Ha! Just as I was about to leave, I caught a glimpse of something inside the box from the corner of my eye. A book. Looking at the last thing inside of the box, I could not help but be confused. It was a red book with no cover or illustration on the front. From what I have observed so far, whomever Ren Dover was before I took over, was definitely not a book lover. In fact, it seemed that he hated reading, as my new mother seemed to have been really surprised when I asked her for some books. She wanted to send me a congratulatory gift for managing to enroll in the lock. As I do not necessarily know them that well, I only asked them for a couple of books as a gift. Flipping through the book, I was left speechless as there was nothing written in the book. It was completely blank. Perhaps it is a diary, I thought as I threw the book into the useless pile. It makes more sense now. Glancing around the room, I checked the time. It was around 6 in the afternoon. My stomach gurgled in hunger. I guess I will head to the canteen first, and then I will go to the gym after that. Seeing how my stomach was growling in hunger, I decided to go to the canteen to eat some food before heading to the gym. Packing up my bag, I took the keys and swiftly left the room. With a click, the door closed, and I left for the canteen. Inside of the room, engravings started to appear on an inconspicuous red book that sat on top of a pile of junk in the corner. The Luminescent Swordsman. I have to say, the food in the canteen was amazing. I only spent 15 U, and I got a meal that would have made it into the Michelin list back in my world. It was that good. After indulging myself a bit more, I quickly made my way towards the training ground. As I arrived at the training grounds, I could not help but once again be impressed by the facility. Even though I had already been here today, because I was too tired, I did not really have a good look at the facility. Just how much did they spend on this? I could not even fathom how much money was poured into creating this facility. The amount of money needed to create such an environment would be well over a couple of billion U. The gravity room itself cost around 50 million U, and here they have a whopping 5 of them. In hindsight, it is sort of understandable as to why they would invest so much in this facility. Although they were teenagers, They were all future pillars that would help protect humanity from the demon invasion. Why wouldn't humanity invest in them? If they wanted to maximize their speed of progress, such a facility was needed. It was around 7 in the evening, and the facility was mostly empty. But just because the facility was empty, it did not mean that it was always going to be like this. In the future, there will be lots more people using the training facility. It was just because today was the first day that barely anyone was present in the facility. Most of them were hanging out with their new buddies they made today, or were just too tired to train. Because of my relatively low ranking, not a lot of people wanted to associate with me, hence why I have nothing better to do than just train. Well, I could not complain, as I liked being by myself. In the corner of the room, I could hear the sound of metal clashing against metal. Without even needing to look, I knew who it was. Kevin. Like all protagonists, he was a training fanatic, and trained more than 8 hours a day. Just seeing his work ethic made me speechless. How in the world am I going to catch up to him when he is constantly training every day? Letting out a sigh, I took out my katana and started practicing. Swish, swish. Walking along the corridor, Donna checked the time on her tablet. She just got off a meeting and was quite tired. Thinking back at the meeting that she had just attended, Donna could not help but slightly curse at those old foxes who were continuously wasting her time with those pointless meetings. Most of the meeting time was wasted in discussions regarding the budget allocation, and which subject should have their budget increased, and which one should have it lowered. After 1 hour of pointless arguing, Donna could not take it anymore and excused herself. As she was walking, she briefly glanced at the window which directly faced the training ground. The first thing that caught her sight was the figure of a handsome boy gracefully sparring against one of the training dolls. It was truly a mesmerizing sight. Even Donna got lost in the sight for a couple of seconds before snapping out of it. How interesting. She could not explain why, but whenever she saw that boy's swordplay, she would occasionally get mesmerized. Since the first time she laid eyes on him, she started paying close attention to him. She could tell from a glance that he was going to make it big in the future. Swiping the card that led to the training facility, she entered. It was only after she entered the training facility that she noticed another student practicing his swings. At first, she was delighted. As a teacher, who does not like it when their student works hard? But as she saw his weird movements, she was reminded of the boy she saw at the training session today. He's still wasting time doing that nonsense? Shaking her head, she moved to where Kevin was. I have to say, whenever I see your swordsmanship, I cannot help but get mesmerized by it. Startled, Kevin stopped what he was doing and looked at the enchanting figure that was gracefully walking towards his direction. Miss Donna, why are you here? Why can't I be here? Tilting her head sideways, she teasingly looked at Kevin, who was sweating all over. You know, it's good that you're practicing against the dolls, but you should stop that for now. Sorry. Looking at Donna in confusion, Kevin lowered his sword. From what I observed, your body cannot keep up with your brain. Taking out her tablet, she quickly swiped up, and a holographic image of the dummy appeared before her. When you were sparring, I observed that your body has a hard time following where your eyes look. Here, have a look at this. Using her tablet, she quickly tapped on the practice dummy before her, and instantly several red spots appeared on the holographic image, with numbers hovering above them. These dummies are not only extremely durable, but they also have state-of-the-art technology installed in them. They can measure the amount of strength you exert, how fast your blows are, and how accurate they are. Truly an amazing piece of engineering. Pointing directly at the numbers above the red dots, Donna looked at Kevin. You see this? This number tells you how accurate your blows are. Right now, your highest number is 85%. Although the 15% you missed may be as small as a millimeter, it could dictate whether you kill your enemy or not. Swiping to the right, a small detailed table appeared in front of Kevin. Several numbers were displayed before him, revealing how much power he used when he attacked the dummy, and how consistent he was every time. Using state-of-the-art eye tracking software, we can directly predict where you will hit. Not only does it take your line of sight into consideration, but it also reads your body language, such as which direction your body is facing, the angle at which you are swinging, and many other considerable factors. The numbers that are currently displayed measure the level of accuracy your hits have when taking into account all those factors. Staring at the table for a while, Kevin let out a long breath and looked at Donna. Then what should I do? What should you do? It is actually not that difficult of a problem. Pointing at the gravity room on the other side of the training facility, she said, I recommend you temper your body inside of the gravity room, so that your body can keep up with your brain. Understood. Wiping off the sweat that had accumulated on his body, he thanked Donna for her advice and quickly made his way towards the gravity room. Seeing how determined Kevin was, Donna could not help but let out a satisfied smile. Now it is the problem child's turn. Turning her head, her sight quickly drifted towards the boy who was mindlessly sheathing and unsheathing his katana. Hey, you! Seeing how he was mindlessly doing the same thing, Donna could not take it anymore and made her way towards him. Tilting his head sideways, the young boy looked in the direction of where the voice came. Immediately his whole body froze, as beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Looking at him, Donna actually found the scene rather funny. Glancing at the boy up and down, Donna scrutinized the boy before her. Jet black hair, crystal blue eyes, and well-defined features. His body was on the skin-eye side, but he was definitely not ugly. Well, as she looked at him, she could not help but recall Jin and Kevin, which made her bitterly smile. There was simply no comparison. Tell me, what are you doing? Miss Donna, I am practicing. You call that practicing? Sighing, she looked at the boy and said, in an annoyed tone, look, mindlessly sheathing and unsheathing the sword like that is utterly stupid. What can you hope to achieve by doing that? Scratching his head embarrassedly, the boy's eyes shifted to the side as he spoke in a barely audible voice. You see, whenever I try to pull out my katana, it would always get stuck inside my scabbard, and it happens quite often, so, as Donna was a superhuman blessed with mana, it was not hard for her to make out what the boy was saying. But when she heard what he said, she wished she had not. Sword stuck inside of the scabbard. How can you make such a stupid mistake? No. In the first place, how can someone who cannot even pull out a katana from the scabbard be able to enroll in the lock? Millions of questions emerged in her mind as she speechlessly looked at the boy before her. Just get a better scabbard or change sword. Stop wasting your time like this, okay? Okay. Feeling like she would get a massive headache if she stayed any longer, she turned around and left. Just as she was about to leave the facility, she took a quick peek behind her. She was left speechless once again. Is he deaf, or something? The same boy she just talked to was doing the same thing again. It was like her advice never entered his ears. Fine, suit yourself. If that is how you want to play, I am fine with it. It is not like it was her duty to personally supervise him. He was already 16 years old. His life was his responsibility. She had already taken her time off work to give him advice, but he decided to ignore it. Her job was to guide students, and if those students ignored her guidance, it was up to them, not her. As she left, she directly put Ren on her blacklist. Chapter 11. I stared at Donna's departing figure and smiled bitterly. I probably got blacklisted. As the author of the novel, I knew Donna's personality the best. I knew her likes and dislikes by heart. Although she tries to hide it, she loves sweets, especially ice cream, with hazelnut being her favorite flavor. She also hates a lot of things. This includes annoying men, typically those who look at her with lustful eyes, as well as lazy or stubborn people. I had already noticed Donna by the time she was talking to Kevin. In order to avoid drawing attention to myself, I feigned ignorance and pretended to be surprised by her sudden appearance. She probably thinks I'm a stubborn student who doesn't listen to advice. I pretended to be flustered and made her impression of me as low as possible. The excuse I used about my sword being stuck in the scabbard was a lie, but it was the best way to make her think I was incompetent. Although she is not the type of person who would snitch, I would attract unnecessary attention if someone found out I was practicing the 5-star module, keiki style. Simply put, I do not want that. The more attention I get, the higher the likelihood of me interacting with the main characters. Moreover, my safety would be in jeopardy if people found out I was practicing a 5-star module. It is a highly coveted technique. Thinking this far, I decided that since I was reborn as a mob, I may as well use the only privilege given to a mob and live a peaceful life. I will become strong enough to defend my family from the third cataclysm and patiently wait for the protagonist to solve everything. Then I will find a stable job and get myself a wife. Such was my plan. Don't get me wrong. I also thought about using my advantage as an author to help myself reach the peak. But I cannot afford to do that. If I were to accidentally change the course of the story, then the ending of the story might change too. Wait. Hold on. It seemed like I forgot something extremely crucial. I just remembered that I did not write an ending to the story. I died before I could even finish the novel. Oh no. 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 I paced around the training ground and frantically started thinking of solutions. This is a big problem. I stopped writing right before the main character would clash against the Demon King. The plan was for the main character to fight the boss, win by a hair's breadth, and become a hero. Simple, right? Well, now we have a huge problem. Because I was too caught up with the Seed of Limit and the keiki style, I completely forgot about the inconclusive ending. I glanced at Kevin, who was now training in the gravity room, and let out a long sigh. I guess I have no choice then. It seems that I will have to discard my previous plan. It seems that I will have to become as strong as the protagonist, or at least close to his level. Of course, if possible, I will try not to interact with him and the main characters until the story is near the end. But if the protagonist does not defeat the last boss, only then will I step in and help him. This is really troublesome. Thinking this far, I wiped the sweat accumulated on my forehead with a towel. Thinking about all of this has made me lose my motivation to train. I guess I'll just take a shower and go think of solutions. This was truly annoying. Arriving in my room, I quickly hopped in the shower. Class starts at 8:00 a.m. After I finished washing, I hopped on the bed and started thinking about my future course of action. First things first, I obviously needed to get stronger. But how was I supposed to do that? I cannot be too greedy and steal too much from the protagonist, as that would directly change the flow of the story. Moreover, I already feel guilty about taking the Seed of Limit, so I cannot be taking more than I should. Since I cannot take any cheat items, I must go a different path. But what would that path be? Stroking my chin, many ideas came into my mind. Perhaps I could go hunting for beasts in the outskirts of Ashton City. Shaking my head, I quickly discarded the thought. It was simply too dangerous, as I have never battled before. It would be a suicidal idea to go fight against beasts. A way to help me increase my training speed without exposing myself to dangerous situations. How come I didn't think about it before? I was so engrossed in acquiring cheat items that I completely forgot the fact that there was a much simpler solution. Stocks. Since I am the author of the novel, all the events that would take place in the near future were already in my head. If I could utilize my advantage carefully, I could quickly rack in some cash, which would help supplement my training. There were a lot of steroid-like potions available on the market. If I managed to earn enough money for myself through stocks, I could supplement my training by consuming those potions. For example, if I were to consume a stamina recovery potion coupled with a muscle recovery potion, I could train double the normal amount without the risk of being injured. That would definitely help me catch up with the rest. Strength enhancement potion, mana enhancement potion, agility enhancement potion, stamina recovery potion, and muscle recovery potion were all available on the market. How could I have not thought about it before? Not even a second-generation young master could afford to do this kind of training, as the price of each potion was simply too expensive. A low-quality strength enhancement potion went for 20,000 U on the market, which goes to show how expensive this type of training was. But if I were to utilize my knowledge correctly, making a couple of millions shouldn't pose a problem. Heck, if it weren't for the fact that I didn't want to risk a market crash, I could have easily made billions. In any case, I don't really need to make that much, as I secretly know of a way to purchase high-quality potions below the market value. Moreover, the source was quite close too. If not for the fact that I didn't want to interact with that person, I would have already purchased a couple of potions. It feels so good to be omniscient. Alright, since I know what to do, I quickly went to grab a pen. I need to write down all the events that will happen in the future before I forget. Where did I leave the diary? Looking left and right, I searched the room for the diary that my mom left behind. Should be in the useless pile over here. Looking through a big pile of items in the corner of the room, I quickly found the red book and picked it up. I gasped in surprise. The book fell with a thud. My mind momentarily blanked as the book slipped from my hand. Regaining my composure, I hurriedly picked up the book and looked at the cover. 3 words were deeply engraved on the leather front of the book: the luminescent swordman. With trembling hands, I slowly opened the diary. Restlessly flipping page after page, I looked through the contents in a state of bewilderment. How is this possible? Only 10 pages were filled, while the subsequent pages were all empty. Phew, that was tough. Kevin took a deep breath as he exited the gravity room. He was fairly exhausted as he had just used the gravity room at 2G of gravity. Because it was his first time trying it, he only decided to set the gravity at 2G. Thanks to the advice he had gotten from Donna today, it felt as if a new road had opened up to him. Although it was only his first time training in the gravity room, he already felt some results. When swinging the sword, he could feel his swings becoming faster and more precise as he practiced against the dummies. Good. Satisfied, Kevin looked at his watch. It was about 9:00 p.m., which meant that the canteen would close soon. Thus he quickly changed. From the 10th page onwards, words started appearing inside the book, filling the remaining pages. What is even weirder is the fact that the words inside the book looked handwritten, as they had a unique cursive style to them. Although the words were shocking, what really troubled me was not how words were magically appearing inside of the book. It was the title on the cover, The Luminescent Swordman. That was the title of the novel that I created and in which I have now reincarnated. As I held the diary in my hands, I couldn't help but shiver. From pages 1 to 10, everything was exactly as I had written in the novel. It starts with Kevin taking the entrance exams and shocking everyone with his talent, to where he is now training in the gravity room. As I stared at the diary in my hands, a sudden thought struck me. Can I change it? Instantly, I took out a pencil and tried erasing the last few words. I narrowed my eyes. It worked. I could actually erase the contents of the book. 5 seconds after I had erased the words, the text I had erased magically reappeared again. Seeing the words reappearing in front of me, I tried erasing another section of the book. The result was the same. Exactly 5 seconds after the words were erased from the book, they would reappear as if nothing happened. After trying the same thing a couple of times, I frowned and fell into deep thought. It seems like I could erase the words inside of the book, but exactly 5 seconds after erasing those words, they would magically reappear again. Then a thought suddenly struck me. If I could erase them, then could I perhaps change them too? Let's try something simple first. Using the end of the pencil, I quickly rubbed out 2G and replaced it with 4G. Let's see if anything happens. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds. Exactly 5 seconds after I changed the words, the book magically glowed. Suddenly, like a vacuum, I felt most of the energy within my body get drained by the book. Ugh, what's going on? Caught off guard, my legs buckled and I fell on one knee. As I breathed roughly, I glanced at the book in my hands. Damn it. Kevin slumped on the floor as he exited the gravity room. He was extremely exhausted as he had just used the gravity room at 4G of gravity. He had severely overestimated his own capabilities and directly put the gravity room setting to 4G, thinking that he was good enough for it. Exactly 30 minutes after he entered the gravity room, he called it quits and left. It was too much for him at the moment. As he laid on the floor exhausted, he smiled. Thanks to the advice he had gotten from Donna today, it felt as if a new road had opened up to him. Although he was completely worn out, he could feel his body slowly changing. He could already feel the benefits of tampering with his body inside of the gravity room. Good. Satisfied, Kevin looked at his watch. It was about 9:00 p.m., which meant that the canteen would close soon. Thus he quickly changed and made his way towards the cafeteria. He had previously heard that the cafeteria closed at that time. Oh my god. The book changed. I could actually change what was written inside of the book. This was a heaven-defying opportunity for me. With this, I could know exactly what the main character was doing and secretly help him when he's in trouble without me having to show up. Although this book was indeed a cheat item, I couldn't help but frown the more I looked at it. First off, there were definitely limitations on how I could use the book. This could be seen by how almost all of my mana was depleted by changing 2G into 4G, which means that as of right now, the changes I can make are severely limited. Second, this whole book is sketchy. Although the book was inside of the box that my parents in this world sent me, I was sure that they weren't the ones who put the book there. This raises some questions. Who put the book in there, and what's their purpose? Was it perhaps the person that reincarnated me? Or was it someone else? This is really vexing. Whoever it was that reincarnated me definitely had a motive in doing so. I don't know what they want from me, but I sure hope it's not something that would require me to fight a god or anything like that. Right. Ha 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 ha. Let's not do that, okay? Please. Well, since I can't think of a reason as to why I was summoned here, I might as well play with the book a bit more. Chapter 12. Over the course of the next few days, I managed to get a good grasp of the book. After experimenting with the book on every occasion I could get, I managed to decipher the main uses of the book. First off, whenever I wanted to change something inside of the book, mana would be consumed. Depending on what I changed, a different amount of mana was consumed to supplement the change I made. For example, let us take the gravity room example. I changed the gravity room setting from 2G to 4G. At that time approximately 3/4 of my mana was consumed by the book. On the same day, after taking a cheap 50U potion to replenish my mana, I tried again, but this time I changed the gravity setting from 4G to 3G. The result was that half of my mana was consumed. Thanks to this I was able to figure out that the change made in the book is proportional to mana consumption, meaning that the bigger the change I made in the book the more mana I consumed. To verify this I tried putting 6G, which I regret doing now, as I nearly passed out from having all the mana within my body get sucked out. When I managed to regain some strength I found that my mana was completely drained. When I glanced at the book to see what changes it brought, I couldn't help but break out into cold sweat. Apparently, the MC broke one of his legs as a result of my meddling. Quickly replenishing my mana using another cheap potion, I immediately reverted it back to 2G, which I found to be the most optimal gravity setting for the MC. The next thing I tried was 15G. I wanted to see what would happen if the change was well beyond my capabilities. The result was that, exactly 5 seconds after I made a change, my change quickly reverted back to 2G almost as if it never happened. The next thing I found out about the book was that it was 10 minutes ahead of my current timeline, meaning that it tells me the happenings of 10 minutes in the future. Moreover, I found out that when the events that were in the book coincided with my timeline, I could no longer add any more changes to the book. For example, Kevin exits the training room. When those words appear in the book, it actually means that Kevin will exit the training room 10 minutes from now. So when Kevin actually exits the training room in real time, I could no longer make any changes in the book. From this, I could infer that the book cannot change the past, but only change a possible future. I was actually quite lucky that I had used potions to replenish my mana, as I would have been in deep shit if the MC had injured himself on the first day. The last thing I found out was that the book only gives me Kevin's perspective. This means that the book is actually kind of useless to me as I am not Kevin. I wasn't particularly saddened by this fact, as I could use this book to determine whether I could help Kevin without needing to expose myself. Today marked the 4th day of me starting classes, and today is my first non-practical lesson since I had arrived here. Since people usually come to the lock to develop their abilities, most of the lessons were based on real combat and body training, therefore making theoretical lessons quite rare. Molecular anatomy. This was the name of the theoretical lecture, an incredibly complex class that looks through the body of monsters and beasts. Professor Theodore Romhaus, a renowned researcher with lots of awards to his name, was the professor in charge of this class. He and his team were responsible for single-handedly finding out the mystery as to why beasts went berserk after mana invaded the atmosphere. Professor Romhaus was a plump middle-aged man with curly white hair and a calm disposition. If it were not for the fact that his eyes were currently transfixed on the huge creature laying on the table in front of the class, people would have easily mistaken him for your nice neighborhood uncle. As we can see, the wingspan of the berserk pigeonette is around 1.8 meters, drastically different from their predecessor the pigeon, which tended to be at around 70 centimeters in length. That is almost a 2.6 times increase in length, excitedly yelled the professor as he caressed the gigantic creature on the table. You could hear from his voice that he was incredibly engrossed by the creature in front of him. After long conclusive research, we have managed to source out the reason for the pigeon's drastic growth. As all of you know, my team was responsible for finding out as to why beasts go berserk at the presence of mana. Finally taking his eyes off the huge creature, Professor Romhaus took a good look at the class and asked, "Now can anyone tell me why humans manage to retain their sanity while animals can't?" As this was common knowledge, a lot of hands were raised. Since I wanted to blend in, I also raised my hand without thinking much. You on the left. I stood in silence, unsure if he was addressing me. He is looking at me, is he not? Just to make sure, I looked behind me to see if anyone had their hands up. Don't want to end up in one of those awkward situations where someone waves at you but it turns out they were actually waving at the person behind you. No, don't look behind you. I'm talking to you, dimwit. Me? Jesus Christ. Yes, you. This bastard. Is that how you talk to your own creator? Amithaba, this poor monk shall be benevolent for once. Pretending to fall into deep thought, I looked at the professor before I started speaking. Of course, I pretend to be nervous at first so that I did not stand out. If I acted confidently, it would make the professor automatically assume I knew my stuff, which would result in him asking me more questions in the future, which I did not want. Compared to us humans, animals do not have a cortex as developed as ours. As mana stimulates our neurological system, it inadvertently needs us to process the mana in our body to redirect it to the correct areas in the body, so that it does not accumulate in a specific area of the body. Because we are wired differently from beasts, we have the capability to think and react to situations, which beasts are incapable of. Therefore, when presented with an invading force, a mana, because of their low intellect, beasts are incapable of reacting to the situation, causing the mana inside of their body to slowly accumulate inside of them, specifically their brain, slowly turning them berserk. This process is known as mana poisoning. Impressive answer. Impressed by my answer, Professor Romhouse was about to applaud when he noticed that I still did not finish talking. There are two solutions to solving this problem. One is to wait for nature to take its course and let the beasts slowly evolve, allowing them to process mana, or second, to directly use external aid to stimulate the mana within beasts. Simply put, since they cannot use their own brain to stimulate their mana, why not use others? For example, if we used a normal circulation technique like the 3-star constellation technique, and directly stimulate where the mana is concentrated in a way that it stimulated the nervous system of the beasts. Stop right there. Ha! As I was talking, I heard a loud shout and felt two large hands holding me down. Repeat what you just said. Ha! What is going on? I flusteredly replied as I found Professor Romhouse's face sticking in front of me. We were so close that his nose was inches away from my face. Glancing around, I noticed everyone staring at me in shock. Even Melissa, the smartest student in class, glanced at me for a few seconds. What happened? I am sure I only recited normal information. Everyone should know this stuff. Repeat what you just said, shouted Professor Romhouse at the top of his lungs. I could even feel some of his spit splashing on my face. Just as I was about to protest, I noticed his frenzied eyes staring down on me, and decided against doing so. Compared to us humans. No, not that part. Flinching and taking a step back, I confusedly stare at the professor. You want me to repeat myself, and yet when I do, you still shout at me. Are you mentally okay? Noticing my expression, and seeing everyone staring at him, Professor Romhouse calmed down and took 2 steps back. Cough, cough, sorry for that. No problem, I said as I waved my hands. Dear student, could you repeat the last part of what you said about the 2 processes that can cure beasts of mana poisoning? Frowning, I looked at the professor skeptically. Did I miss something? There are 2 solutions in curing mana poisoning. One is to let nature take its course through evolution, and the other is through external aid. What do you mean by external aid? Interrupting me once again, Professor Romhouse looked at me with sparkling eyes. Taking 2 steps back, I warily look at the professor. Sir, I am into females. Ha! I stood in silence, watching his reaction. After a couple of seconds, you could hear Professor Romhouse enraged roar resounding in the classroom as he understood what I said. I am in no mood for your silly jokes. Repeat what you had just said before. Ding, dong, ding, dong. It seems that it is the end of the lesson. Thank you for your time, professor, and goodbye. Without letting him react on time, as soon as I heard the bell, I got my bag and left in a flash. That dude was seriously too creepy. First, he kept asking me elementary knowledge stuff, and secondly, he kept shouting for no reason at all. Just what did I do wrong? I entered my room and closed the door. Click. As I closed the door of my room, I immediately grabbed the mysterious book and opened it. I needed to find out why the professor caused an outburst like that on his first day of class. As Kevin left Professor Romhouse's class, he was left in deep thought. If what that weird student said was true, then a groundbreaking discovery had just been made. If his solution could really resolve mana poisoning, then it could drastically reduce the stress humanity was facing. Take Park City for example. Every year they are constantly attacked by sea creatures who have gone berserk. What if they could resolve the mana poisoning inside of the beasts? Wouldn't that help increase humanity's manpower in fighting against the demons? Because of his hatred towards demons, Kevin couldn't help but be excited by the prospect of humanity taking one step forward in the war against the demons. As Kevin was walking towards his dorm, he could faintly hear Professor Romhouse's hysterical shouts asking for the name of that mysterious student. Oddly enough, most of the students did not even know who he was. If it were not for the fact that the second lowest in the class pointed out his name, none of the people in the class would have known about him. Ren Dover. I sat on my bed in silence, wondering how I messed up. What have I done? How did I make such a stupid mistake? Because I wanted to perfectly play the role of a mob, I completely neglected the fact that some of the information I knew may not have yet been discovered. I was truly careless. I was actually pretty sure that what I had said was already known by most of the people present. In the novel, although I do not remember it word for word, I remember them knowing this sort of information at the beginning of the novel. Yes, I was indeed careless. My theory behind the slip-up was that because I had never mentioned when and who discovered the mana poison treatment in the novel, I may have prematurely exposed this solution. Essentially, I forwarded the theory a tiny bit before the original creator of the theory could present it. In short, I garnered attention towards myself and possibly pissed someone off. Without a second thought, I took my pencil out and erased if it weren't for the fact that the second lowest in the class pointed out his name in the book, and replaced it with none of the people in the class knew his name. Boom. Instantly all my mana was sucked out of my body, causing me to go limp on my bed. Taking a look at the changes, I let out a satisfied smile. As Kevin was walking towards his dorm, he could faintly hear Professor Romhouse's hysterical shouts asking for the name of that mysterious student. Oddly enough, most of the students do not even know who he is. None of the people in the class knew his name, making him really mysterious. Whoever he was either lucky or he was hiding quite deeply. Though what I did was not going to change anything, since Professor Romhouse could just look at the register to figure out who I was. I still did it since it could buy me a day of peace. I sighed to myself. This should serve as a good lesson for me. Just because I wrote the novel did not mean I knew everything regarding this world. You only realized once you found yourself inside of a novel how many things the novel missed when compared to reality. For example, back when I was looking for the keiki style, if not for the fact that I had a general idea of where to find it, I wouldn't have ever found the place. What I had written in the novel did not even come close to how it was in reality. It is all the little details that were beyond my control. Letting out a sigh of relief, I looked at the new passage of the book. In all fairness, I did not really have to do this because people saw my face, but at least I wouldn't find Professor Romhouse annoying me anytime soon. Fortunately, I only mentioned 2 solutions and excluded the third, which was the sure way to eliminate mana poisoning. The second method could have been considered groundbreaking as of right now, but it really wasn't that efficient, as it was way faster to kill than to cure. Yes, it was possible to cure them, and then train them to fight back, but that would be a long-term solution, as it would simply take too much time. All in all, even if I do explain how to do the second option, it wouldn't really attract too much attention to me. Strength rules over the brain in this era after all. With my low potential, the higher-ups would only lightly glimpse at me, and then go back to what they were doing. Though I do think I may have pissed someone off, primarily the person who first came up with the hypothesis. I'm sure whoever it was that put forward the theory was already at their late stage of experimentation. I just hope this doesn't come back and bite me. Closing the book down, I looked at the white ceiling and let out a long, exhausted sigh. How troublesome. Chapter 13. The next day, although I tried to be as low-key as possible, people would occasionally steal glances in my direction. Right now we were in the middle of engineering class, and I was actually trying to focus. The constant occasional glances were starting to get on my nerves. It felt as if I was the main attraction inside of a zoo exhibit. Although this class was not particularly popular, I found it rather fascinating. The concepts they were talking about were far more advanced than back in my previous world. But it was specifically because of this that I was so interested, hence why I was especially annoyed by the constant stares from the people in my class. I cannot focus if you people keep staring at me. Using an angled mirror, we split the 2 laser beams into 2 separate beams. This then forms an object beam and a reflected beam, heading in different directions. Both are reflected off of other angled mirrors. Using an F48 board and a G450 processor, we can process the beams so that the software can detect human movements, and as these 2 beams merge together, a holographic image is created. Well, it definitely was an interesting course, but that did not mean I could understand it. In fact, I only managed to grasp 1% of the contents of the course. Like, what the hell was an F48 board or a G450 processor? I will just stay and pretend that I understood everything that the professor said. It was a non-compulsory course anyways, therefore, I did not really need to come here. Still, even though I did not understand anything, just the fact that they were exploring holographic technology aroused my interest. Such technology did not exist back in my world, as the best they could come up with were touchscreen phones. The technology back in my world was not advanced enough to come up with pure holographic devices. Ding. Dong. Oh my, it seems like the class has ended. I will see you next time. Packing up her stuff, the engineering professor smiled and left the class. Not much was known about the engineering professor apart from the fact that she was apparently quite strong. Although she was no longer in her younger days, she had a complexion as fair as an unpolished jade, with beauty, elegance, and grace that could only be achieved over years of maturity. Her silky brown hair, that was tied in a braided ponytail, calmly rested on her right shoulder. Her expression, which always seemed to be smiling, carried a hidden charm within that caused everyone to feel a motherly warmth from her. Even though I was the author of the book, many characters that I have met during my stay here were people that had never shown up in my story, such as this professor. Having stayed here for about a week, I found this professor the most pleasing out of all the ones I have encountered so far. She was kind, and did not show preferential treatment towards certain students, unlike other professors, who blatantly showed favoritism towards ones that were talented or had a huge backing. Most professors were geniuses that had once studied here, or had several achievements under their belts. They all had their own pride, and thus only actually paid attention to the top students whilst ignoring the mediocre ones. Although they did not say it straight to our faces, the teacher's expression could tell it all. Why should I bother teaching you? Are you worthy? Even if we were not considered as outstanding as Kevin and the others, just the fact that we managed to enroll into the lock meant that they were capable individuals. Take the previous owner of this body as an example. Although he was one of the lowest ranked in the class, If he were to go into any other academy, he could have been considered as a medium-high talent since D-rank talents were still hard to come by these days due to the constantly decreasing population. The world was just not fair. Leaving the engineering class, I calmly went back to my room to get changed. The next class was Tactical Cooperation, a new course that utilizes virtual technology to train students. I was actually quite pumped for this class since virtual reality was something you could have only been able to find in movies and novels. Taking off my celestial blue uniform that indicated that I was in my first year, I took out a dark blue skin-tight suit and put it on. Uniforms were separated into 3 different colors: celestial blue, dark green, and blood red. The celestial blue was only worn by first years, the dark green by second years, and the blood red uniform by third years. It was arranged as such so that this way guilds who came to observe or scout students would be able to differentiate between first and third years, with third years being their primary target as they were only a year away from graduating. As I struggled to put on the skin-tight suit, I could only curse at the people who designed this suit. Comfortable was the last possible word that came into my mind as I tried putting on the skin-tight suit. Let us not mention the fact that it took me around 5 minutes to put on the suit, but as the name suggests, the suit was skin-tight, meaning that I could feel all my muscles getting tightly compressed by the suit. Wearing the suit made my movements become extremely stiff. Because it was so stiff it looked like I was walking like a robot. Moreover, looking at my appearance in the mirror, I wished I could find a place to bury myself. So embarrassing. Thankfully, the distance between my dorm and the Tactical Cooperation class was close, saving me from the embarrassment of being seen in the suit. The campus, which covered an area of 5 kilometers squared, was divided into 8 sections: A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. The lecture zone was located in the A section, and that area was where the lecture halls were located. It was located on the top left side of the campus, and comprised of 3 oval-shaped buildings that were each the same size. The reason why there were 3 buildings was that the first year, second year, and third years were separated. The B section was a no-student area, and it is where the professor's offices were located. If you needed to ask questions or meet the professor after class, you would have to go towards the B section. It was located right next to the A section, and consisted of one large compound with a tall glass pyramid-like building in the middle of the compound. The C section was where the labs and researching facilities were located. In order for someone to access the lab, they needed to be supervised by a professor in case something went wrong. Because of the dangers the facility posed, the C section was located far away from the other sections, and was enclosed in military-grade defenses. The D section was where I was currently headed, and it was where the virtual reality room was located. It was a room filled with capsules that each student could use to enter the virtual world. It was located underground, and was a few kilometers away from the dorms, which were located in the E section. In the E section, dorms were separated into 5 different buildings, with each building bigger than the other. The furthest building, and also the shabbiest looking one, was the Golden Rat building. It was the cheapest dorm on the campus, and was where people that could not afford to pay for facilities stayed. Right next to the Golden Rat building was the Horn Sheep building, and it was where I was currently staying. The conditions were a bit better than the Golden Rat building, but it was still nothing compared to the next 3 buildings: Manticore, Hydra, and Leviathan buildings. Starting from the Manticore building, each person had their own personal training facility installed inside of their room, followed by a personal designated butler that catered to all their needs. The Hydra building, like the Manticore building, provided personal training facilities as well as a butler. However, the training facilities were much more advanced, and they also provided students with personalized meals and diet plans. The meals were all cooked by professional chefs, and the ingredients provided by them were all made from rare herbs and monsters. Lastly, there was the Leviathan building, the only building that could be accessed with money. This was where the elites resided. No matter how rich you were, unless you proved that you were a one-of-a-kind talent, you would never be able to step in here. This building was created in the hopes of nurturing future talents that could fight and fend off against the demons who are rampaging all over the world. Heavy emphasis was put on the creation of this building, as it was where the future pillars of humanity would be nurtured. Whatever you wanted, it was there. Training facilities, high-end food, butlers, swimming pool, VR rooms, highly secured research facilities. If you felt like something was missing, all you needed to do was just ask, and it would be built the next day. The G section is where the training facility was located, and it was inside of a large squared architectural building. It was approximately 2 minutes away from Section A, and 5 minutes away from the E section. Because it was a public training facility, one needed to book a spot in advance in order to use the facility. Lastly, the H section, the area that contained the library as well as the cube. The cube was a forbidden area where only the highest ranked individuals could enter. The reason why it was considered a forbidden area was that it was where all the secret training manuals were stored, as well as godly medicine and herbs. Manuals that were comparable to the keiki style were also stored inside of the facility, further clarifying how important that area was. Arriving inside of the VR room, I noticed almost everyone walking in a robot-like manner, causing me to lightly chuckle. Obviously, not everyone was like this, as some were leisurely walking in their tight skin suit, indicating that this was probably not their first time using VR. Because we were wearing tight skin suits, the boys and girls were separated into different rooms, which is a bit of a letdown, as I would not have minded seeing Amanda, and the others in that outfit. Actually, on second thought, scratch that. Since I was the author of the novel, I knew the personalities of the main characters the best, and thus I knew that if I were to catch a glimpse of them with that suit on, my days would be numbered. All right, everyone please look over here. Similarly, wearing a tight-skinned outfit, the professor came into the room, gathering the attention of everyone present. Standing tall, with tidy black hair, and a sharp look was the professor responsible for this class. He currently had a gentle smile on his face as he took out a small tablet and took the register. Looking at his calm, gentle demeanor, that made it look like he was the nicest person on earth, I secretly sneered. I know who you truly are. The professor who was in charge of the VR class was called Alphonse Thibaut, and was actually a major character for the first arc of the story. In short, he could be what was regarded as a mini-boss. Although he was not a ranked villain, he could be considered a difficult opponent for the current protagonist. The demon he signed a pact with was from the Shadow Tribe, which was a sub-branch of the Greed clan, which was one of the 7 main clans of the demon clans. The demons were split into 7 clans, each according to the 7 heavenly sins known to mankind: pride, greed, wrath, envy, lust, gluttony, and sloth. Each clan was commanded by a demon duke, which was as powerful, if not more powerful than the top executives in the human domain, or equivalently SS ranks. Above them was the demon king, who at the moment could eradicate the whole of humanity with the swipe of his hand. However, due to his enormous power, he was currently being restricted by various powers preventing him from entering the human domain. That was of course until the 3rd calamity hits, which was when the true war between humanity and the demons would start. I was actually quite thankful for the fact that I was the lowest ranked in the class, since it meant that minimal attention was placed on me. Apart from the occasional bullying, I was living quite a comfortable life, unlike Kevin, who was constantly under the watch of both the jealous classmates and villains who are wary of his overwhelming talent. Since everyone is present, I will start the capsules, and you can enter when I say so. Seeing that everyone was present, Professor Thibaut smiled and went towards his desk where a large monitor was present. Typing a few commands on the screen, he called out the names of each student separately. Ren Dover, please make way to capsule 55. Hearing my name being called, I contained my excitement and made my way towards my designated capsule. Ignoring the snickering coming from certain classmates, which whispered words such as bumpkin or other rude remarks, I excitedly approached my capsule. I could finally enter the virtual world which I could only see in novels and movies. Entering the capsule and adjusting the helmet on my head, I patiently waited for the professor's instructions. Student Dover, is everything okay? Yes, I am ready. Okay, the virtual simulation will start in 3, 2, 1. The machine emitted a sharp mechanical click. The last thing I heard was the sound of a key being pressed before everything went dark. Chapter 14. Shua. Processing student information. Retina scan. Check. Fingerprint scan. Check. Genetic data test. Check. Loading time. 57%. 87%. 94%. User information loaded. Rank 1750. Ren Dover. Confirm access. The helmet's display gradually illuminated, revealing rows upon rows of information. Taking a minute to adjust my mind to the sudden changes, I looked through the information and pressed yes. After confirming, a lively jingle that felt oddly familiar began playing, echoing through my ears. The fact that there were a lot of procedures placed when entering the virtual cabin was not strange. With current technology, pretending to be someone else was as easy as turning on your phone. With just some custom-made masks, someone could easily make themselves look like someone else. Fortunately, it was not that difficult to distinguish a villain, as they undergo several genetic modifications when making a pact with a demon. This phenomenon occurred due to the fact that the human body cannot fully adapt to the power given to them by the demons. Imagine an empty balloon. Now imagine yourself filling it with air. Gradually, as time passes, the balloon will turn round and float. That is how the human body usually worked when their mana increased. Now imagine the same empty balloon, but this time, instead of filling it with air, we fill it with water. In contrast to the air balloon, the water balloon, instead of becoming perfectly round, will droop down due to the density of the water, causing its shape to change. Now take this example into consideration and apply it to humans, where water was the energy that came from the demons. Because of how dense the energy coming from the demons was, the weaker villains' bodies tended to undergo drastic changes in order to withstand the newly found power that entered their body. Due to these drastic changes, a simple retina, fingerprint, and gene test could verify if one was a villain or not. Of course, this only worked for relatively weaker villains. For stronger villains, this sort of test was useless as their bodies could contain the power given to them by the devils they made a pact with, like Professor Thibaut. Fortunately, this was not necessarily a problem as the stronger villains did not bother disguising themselves. However, even though strong villains tended to avoid disguising themselves, these sorts of tests were still a necessary precaution against villains. The consequences of not checking whether someone was an imposter could potentially be disastrous. Imagine what would happen if a villain was to make their way inside of the VR capsule. They could potentially put all the students at risk of brain trauma, if not death. If a villain were to suddenly gain access to the virtual equipment main control system, they could suddenly discharge all of the electrical power inside of the capsules, essentially turning everyone inside of the capsule brain dead. This sort of accident occurred several times in the past, resulting in strict checks and procedures getting installed by the company creating the capsule as a result of the backlash they received from the public. Well, what about Professor Thabot? Technically, he could override the system and kill everyone present, right? Actually, he could not, especially since his job was extremely important. The reason why I was not necessarily worried about him was because his primary role in the lock was to turn potential heroes into villains. He was what was called a manager or an agent. His main responsibility was to turn students into villains by exploiting the emotions and resentment they had towards certain individuals or the academy. Moreover, it was not that easy to override the system and discharge high amounts of electricity towards the capsules, especially if this was happening inside of the lock, where several highly ranked heroes resided. They could easily sense the abnormal accumulation of electricity, making it almost impossible for this plan to work. Plus, Professor Thabot simply could not afford to perform such a high-risk maneuver to kill an individual, as turning students into villains was his main priority. If not for the fact that Professor Thabot got direct orders from the demon he made a pact with to get rid of Kevin, he would have never tried fighting him, as it was not his responsibility. Just as it was not my responsibility to get rid of him. If I suddenly got rid of the mini-boss, Kevin would never go through any hardship, creating a liability for when he faced the Demon King. Gradually, the world around me started to change, and a blinding light caused me to cover my eyes. Blinking for a couple of seconds and recovering my bearing, I found myself inside of a white room. Looking around the room, I could see a couple of students from my class similarly checking their surroundings. After approximately 5 minutes, and seeing that no one else showed up, I made my way towards the other classmates. There were a total of 5 people excluding myself in the waiting room. Seeing that I was making my way towards them, some students went to greet me directly. Rank 834, William K. Johnson, a pleasure to meet you. The first person to greet me was a rather short-statured brown-haired teen, with a somewhat lively disposition. Rank 623, Rosalind Tlova. Rank 739, Edward Smith, greetings. Rank 956, Park Jinho, nice to meet you. Following William, a red-haired pretty girl, who stood proudly like a regal peacock greeted me. She had an indifferent air around her that made it seem like nothing interested her. Her tone was cold, giving the impression that she detested everything around her. She, like me, was an extra, and thus I knew nothing about her, making me assume that her cold attitude came from some sort of past trauma. Most probably, she faced a similar experience to Amanda, who, like her, was cold. After Rosalind, a black-haired youth with square-shaped glasses and neatly combed hair greeted me in a serious tone. Judging from his disposition and the way he talked, I made a mental note to myself to not interact with him in the near future. I was not very fond of such straight-laced individuals. Lastly, Park Jinho, who seemed to be of Asian descent, most probably Korean, greeted me with a modest attitude. He seemed somewhat wary of me. Turning my head to the last person, who ignored my presence since the beginning, I tried to greet him, but he looked away coldly. With a fairly tall stature and a muscular upper body that did not lose out to any professional bodybuilder back in my world, was Arnold Kane. He carried an intimidating aura around him that reminded people of a wild gorilla that would attack anyone at the smallest sign of provocation. His hair was cut in a buzz cut, and his eyes were tightly knit together in a frown. Shaking my head, I presented myself to the rest. There was no need for me to actually greet him as I already knew who he was, but to not come off as too disrespectful, I made sure to at least greet him. Had I skipped over him, I might have been the target of his bullying, which I really did not want to have any part of. Rank 75, Arnold Kane, one of Jin's 3 main lackeys, who will later be known as Iron Mountain Arnold, due to his iron-like defense that could ward off several attacks from several individuals at a time. He was what you called a strong to the weak, and weak to the strong type of person. A typical bully. His arrogance probably originated from the fact that he was Jin's lackey, to which I can only secretly express my disgust. You are actually proud of being someone else's dog. Pleasure to meet you, everyone. I'm rank 1750 Ren Dover. The group turned away, their interest immediately vanishing. Shrugging at their reaction, I could only sympathize with them as I understood where they were coming from. I mean, 800 ranks lower than the second lowest in the group was quite the difference. This was a society where power ruled over everything else. If you were not that powerful, you were looked down on by everyone. Well, this mainly applied to the lock, where individuals were still young and prideful. Once they entered the real world and actually fought against demons, only then would they realize how immature they were. Trash. The first to speak up was, of course, Arnold, who looked at me with disgust. Secretly shaking my head, I could not help but lament to myself for making this world full of arrogant characters. It could not be helped. It was what the readers wanted. Fuck you, readers. Your pleasure was my suffering. Well, whatever. I will just stay quiet for now and wait for the professor's instruction. Fortunately, after I told them about my rank, no one approached me, helping me avoid unnecessary conversations. Group 7, can you guys hear me? Disrupting the awkward atmosphere that developed due to my rank reveal, Professor Thabot's voice resounded across the room. If you can hear me, say check. Check, 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 check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Great, looks like everyone is present. Okay, listen carefully as I will now explain the rules. Pay close attention, because I will only say them once. Since this is most likely the first time some of you have entered the virtual world, today's class will be on the lighter side. The people around you right now will be the group that you will work with for today's class. Before you say anything, your group is balanced according to the computer, and for the most part, each group will be evenly matched. Although there are some exceptions, which I really can't do anything about. The room went silent as they glared in my direction, but I only grumbled to myself. The professor was obviously talking about the top-ranked individuals, who could most likely take on a team by themselves. There was not actually that much of a difference in power between me and Park Jinho, the second lowest in the group. Well, that was if you were comparing me from before I took over, because right now, my fighting strength was leagues above what it was a week ago. The only reason they glared at me like that was probably because they wanted an outlet to unleash their grievances. Immature bastards. You will each be dropped into a remote terrain, which will be randomly generated by the computer. Your goal for today is to survive 1 hour. There are extra points awarded for those who manage to complete certain hidden tasks. This will count as a pass as long as you manage to survive for 1 hour. Extra points will be awarded for each teammate that survives alongside you. I will give you 2 minutes to let you discuss your plans with your group. Best of luck. Oh, before I leave, I forgot to mention. The last group will automatically fail this class. Click. Somehow, the glares towards my direction became stronger. How the professors had not realized that Professor Thabot was a villain was beyond me. He was obviously trying to sow discord among the groups to create grudges with each other, with the lower-ranked individuals being his primary targets. The fail this class thing was a total lie, as he had no power in regards to deciding who to pass, or who to fail on the first day. This was just an excuse he made to create a situation where a grudge could be created by making the stronger guys target the weaker individuals. This was one of his typical strategies, that made certain individuals suffer so that he could weaken their state of mind, and later on, take advantage of their weakness to turn them into villains. If not for the fact that there were a lot of heroes present in the lock, Professor Thabot would have used more extreme measures to turn someone into a villain. You. Pointing towards my direction, Arnold's deep voice resounded across the white room. Yes, make sure you survive, else. Placing his hand on my shoulder, Arnold exerted an incredible amount of pressure, making me almost kneel on the floor. Thud. Ugh. After confirming his strength, I kneeled down as he intended and let out a fake groan. Understand. Seeing me kneeling in front of him, Arnold let out a satisfied smile, and turned towards the rest, who immediately nodded at him. Good. While pretending to struggle to get up, I fell into deep thought. From the exchange I just had with Arnold, I could approximately gauge my strength. I could pretty much confirm I was still weaker than Arnold, but not by a large margin. If I had to make a rough estimate about my ranking, it should be around the 300s. Fortunately, because this was a virtual world, I did not really suffer much from the exchange I had with Arnold. But do not get me wrong, just because I did not suffer much did not mean I was not angry. In fact, I was furious. How dare you gorilla-like bastard use me to exert dominance over the rest? If not for the fact that I did not want to start shit with you and your gang, I would not have kneeled down and humiliated myself like that. I am not like those brain-dead protagonists who scream that I will only kneel to God and my parents. No one else shall make me kneel. I will kneel when I need to, but be ready to face the consequences of making me kneel. Staring at his proud and arrogant face, which acted as if everything was beneath him, I secretly swore to myself to make him pay 10 times for what he had done to me. I take my grudges very deeply. All right. The simulation is ready. I will start the simulation in 3, 2, 1. Shua. Chapter 15. Soon after the professor initiated the simulation, my surroundings started to change. Thick lush trees started appearing from beneath my feet, followed by soft and crumbly soil that caused my feet to slowly sink. My visibility slowly started getting blocked by the towering trees that started sprouting from the ground at an incredible speed. Extending my hand forward to touch a tree, I was immensely surprised by the realistic sensation that spread through my fingers. Running my hand along the tree trunk, it felt like I was touching the lines and wrinkles of an old man's face. It had an uneven surface where I could feel the flaky nature of the dark exterior, which crumbled and peeled with a crackling sound at the slightest pressure exerted by my fingers. It almost felt like I was touching the real thing. It did not feel like I was touching a bunch of codes, but an actual tree. How intriguing. System notification. Rank 1750 Ren Dover Team Points 6. As I was busy being mesmerized by how realistic the trees were, a notification popped up in front of me. Seeing the notification, I quickly swiped left to discard it and fell into deep thought. The game was simple. Each student had 1 point, and every time a teammate died, the team would lose a team point. The teams that reached 0 points would then be automatically eliminated and lose the game. The only way to gain points was through completing the hidden tasks available on the map. At the end of the test, there will be a ranking list that ranks the teams in accordance with their performance. Taking a good look at my surroundings, my teammates were nowhere in sight. In fact, although the professor never mentioned this to us when briefing us on the rules, I already knew that everyone was going to be separated from each other. Well, I was the one who created the scenario in the first place. The main goal of this test was to survive for 1 hour. Although it sounded easy, it was in fact not. If it were that easy, what sort of test would this be? The lack of information provided by the professor was intentional, because this essentially meant that there was only one rule, and that was to survive. Each person was directly given a weapon, which was automatically given to them depending on the weapon, that they had registered on the first day of the academy. In my case, a sleek black katana rested on the side of my hips. I swung it a couple of times to adjust myself to the weight of the sword, then nodded in satisfaction. It felt identical to the katana provided to us by the academy. Sheathing the katana back into the scabbard, I warily glanced towards my surroundings. When telling us the rules, the professor never mentioned anything apart from the fact that you must survive, and the more teammates survive with you at the end of the test, the more points your team had. He purposely left out the details in regards to killing, and because of this, the students automatically assumed that killing was allowed, which was his true purpose. Professor Thibaut's goal was to further divide the line between the competent and incompetent students, so that he could exploit the feeble mentality of those who were being oppressed. In doing so, he could easily lure students into making a pact with a demon, turning them into villains. His goal was to turn this test into a hunting party for the strong. If lucky, Professor Thibaut could fabricate a couple of scenarios where some talented individuals built a grudge against each other. One such example was building a grudge against an incredibly talented student, like Kevin. If someone ranked in the hundreds challenged Kevin and lost miserably, their pride would cause them to build a grudge against Kevin, not because he was strong, but because of his background. Of course, some would choose to give up right away, but certain prideful and arrogant individuals would not accept their defeat and seek revenge at every opportunity they could get. As time slowly passes and they realize the gap between themselves and Kevin's overwhelming talent, they fall into depravity and despair at their inability to take revenge against Kevin. Once they reached this point, Professor Thibaut would finally make his move by offering them power. Enticed by the offer, a pact would be made, and a new villain was born. In short, this test was full of ulterior motives. Walking forwards, I tried to get a grasp of my current location. Although a map was not provided to us, because I was technically a cheat, and thus knew the general features of the surroundings, I could roughly gauge my current location. Since I am surrounded by trees, I should be on the east side of the map. If I am not wrong, Kevin and Jin spawned on the north side on top of the mountains, while Emma is on the south side where the desert is located. Melissa and Amanda should both be on the west side near the ocean, thus meaning that no important figure is in my area. Trying to get a good grasp of the main characters' locations, I started to formulate a plan regarding my next course of action. The reason why I was trying to get a grasp of the main characters was not because I was obsessed with them, but because all the events that will happen will be centered on them. I could only predict what happened to them, but not what will happen to me, as I have never written anything outside of the scope of the main characters. If I managed to get a good grasp on what the protagonists were up to, I could make a rough estimate on the timing of the events and how to avoid them. My goal is to survive for 1 hour. While it does sound easy, excluding the high-ranking students, strong simulations of beasts will be roaming the map, preventing me from staying in a single place for too long. This was another thing that the professor did not mention. Although most people could roughly guess that some sort of creature would be hunting them in the test, they would have never expected that the creature could perceive their location through their acute sense of smell, resulting in many students dying without knowing what had hit them. This was made so that students would not only focus on hiding, but actually try to develop survival skills for situations where they were being hunted by an unknown entity. The protagonist will spend the first 20 minutes trying to get a good grasp of his surroundings before making his way towards the middle of the map, where he eventually reunites with the others. He will have a slight conflict with Jin, but they will then decide to work together when they encounter a beast. The best way to survive is thus to make my way towards the center where a large group will be gathering, but I am not doing that. Shaking my head, I quickly discard the thought. Although people were definitely going to gather at the center, that is where the strong gathered. If someone of my rank were to go there, the only options I had were to either directly get killed by one of them, or get used as cannon fodder. This only left me with 2 options: somehow reuniting with my group, or completing a hidden task so that even if I die, I will have 1 point. I discard the first option. Just the thought of interacting with Arnold pisses me off. Moreover, just because I know what will happen, does not mean I know where the others were. Arnold will most likely make his way towards the center, and if I follow him there, he will not kill me, but he will definitely find ways to make things hard for me. As for the rest, I do not even have the slightest idea of where they could be. Thus, this leaves me with only 1 choice: complete the hidden task. In general, there were 5 hidden tasks placed on the map, 1 in the north, south, east, west, and center of the map. Each task differed from the other in the sense that the goal of each task was different. Moreover, the difficulty of the task should be something that a rank 1750 like me could not hope to be able to accomplish. Well, that is if I was really rank 1750. Knowing that I was not just your regular rank 1750, I decided to head to where the hidden task was. Well, where I thought it was. In fact, I actually do not have a clue as to where the hidden task was located. Since none of the main characters have ever stepped foot on the east side where I currently was, I knew nothing about this place. Apart from the fact that this was a forest-type terrain, and that there was a hidden task hidden somewhere around this area, I really had no clue with regards to anything else. I could only harden myself and aimlessly walk to where I thought the hidden task was located. Fortunately, I had a general idea of where the hidden tasks could be located, allowing me to have some sort of goal. System notification. Teammate William K. Johnson has died. Team points 5. As I was making my way towards where I estimated the hidden task was located, I saw a notification once again emerge on the corner of my view, prompting me to bitterly shake my head. And here you were ignoring me because of my rank. If things go this way, I do not really see our team having more than 2 to 3 points, which would put us in the middle ranks, which by all means is not a bad score, but for someone like Arnold, this could be considered a humiliating score. It will result in more troublesome situations where I would have to interact with him. And to be honest, I really do not want to involve myself with him anymore. The only reason why I did not lash out against him last time was because of the annoying things that could come as a consequence of my actions. Moreover, if he really wanted to, he could use some of his influence to directly affect my parents' guild. But if that were to happen, let's just say I knew many ways to get rid of some stray dogs that did not know their place, though at the expense of some dire consequence that I do not want to go through. Let's just hope he is not stupid enough to push me there, unless I decide to expose myself and show an overwhelming talent that rivals that of the main characters. I will have to stay low regardless of what hatred or grudge I build up. System notification. Teammate Park Jin-ho has died. Team points 4. Well, at least it seems that for now I was no longer going to be his main target. I better get going before someone else reached the hidden task before I did. Rustling sounds came from the bushes nearby. Suddenly, as I was jogging towards where I thought the hidden task was, a large shadow emerged from behind the bushes, heading towards my direction. Touching the handle of my blade, I readied my stance. Slowly the features of the shadow became clearer, prompting me to become even tenser. A tall individual whose body was on the muscular side walked up to me. He had short black hair, and he had a disposition similar to that of a knight. Spotting me, he walked up to me and scanned me up and down. Rank 636 Patrick W. Fulham. As soon as he introduced himself, a small window appeared in front of me with holographic information regarding the individual in front of me. Extending my left hand, while keeping my right hand on the sheath of my katana, I smiled and introduced myself. Rank 1750 Ren Dover. Similar to me, a small window appeared in front of him. Seeing the content of the window, Patrick raised his brow before suddenly sneering. You came at a perfect time. What do you mean? Pointing towards the depth of the forest, Patrick tried to hide his sneer as he looked at me. As I was wandering around the forest, I stumbled across the hidden task, and you came at just the right time. Wow, you actually found the hidden task? Taken aback by my excited expression, Patrick took a couple of seconds to recollect himself before his sneer finally returned to his face. He turned around and walked towards the direction he previously pointed at, ignoring me, who had a visibly excited face. Where are we going? Where else? Wait, you are actually doing the hidden task with me? Count yourself lucky. I needed an extra helper to complete this task, and since I could not find anybody else apart from you, I will generously share the reward with you. Oh my god. Thank you so much. As I followed Patrick in the direction he pointed at, I could not help but secretly laugh at his ignorance. He actually left his back wide open for me to attack at any time. He was either really dumb or overconfident in his abilities. Since my rank was so low, he probably thought I posed no threat to him whatsoever, thus making him lower his guard against me. But little did he know that although I was rank 1750, I could end him in one move. He probably wants to use me as cannon fodder to help him solve the hidden task. As I laughed at his ignorance, slowly the trees around me started to disperse until the view of a small lake came into my sight. Stopping right before the lake, Patrick smiled and took a deep breath. Here we are. Chapter 16. Although this was all simulated through a computer, I could not help but be mesmerized by the scene before me. Crystalline clear water that neatly reflected the incoming rays of light coming from the sun, and vibrant green vegetation surrounded the calm lake. Animals could be seen peacefully sharing their surroundings with others as they each slowly drank the crystal clear water from the lake. Oh, you are here, Patrick. Snapping me out of my reverie was a high-pitched male voice coming from the right. Oh, Lucas, you are here. I got the perfect man for the job. Waving towards the direction from where the voice was coming from, a boy that looked to be about 14 years of age showed up. His curly hair was a mixture of brown and blonde color, and accompanied by his green emerald-like eyes, made him resemble an elf. He looked rather lively and seemed to get along with Patrick quite well. Oh, is that him? Noticing my presence, the young boy scanned my body up and down and cheerfully smiled. Extending his hand, he smiled. Rank 429, Lucas time. Soon a screen appeared before me. Extending my hand to shake his, I smiled and presented myself. Pleasure to meet you. Rank 1750, Ren Dover. Clap, clap, clap. Oh, I have never seen someone as lowly ranked as you. After shaking my hand, Lucas excitedly clapped his hands and looked at Patrick. Patrick, you are absolutely right. He is indeed the perfect man for the job. Ha ha ha, I was quite fortunate. Tilting my head, I looked at Lucas and Patrick, who were both happily conversing with one another. Excuse me? But you guys keep saying that I am the perfect man for the job. But what exactly am I supposed to do? Oh, Patrick did not tell you. Tilting his head, Lucas alternatively looked at me and Patrick for a couple of seconds, before seemingly having realized something. Soon a wide smile appeared on his face. Oh, I see. Okay, then I will explain it to you. Pointing towards the center of the lake, Lucas looked at me. You see over there? Looking in the direction where he pointed, I squinted my eyes so that I could get a clear look at what he was pointing at. After a couple of seconds, I could make out what seemed to be a small lily pad with a red flower neatly nested on top of it. Because it was so small, if it were not for the fact that Lucas pointed it out for me, I probably would have never been able to notice it. Yes, I see it. Okay, so in short we need the flower on top of that lily pad in order to get the extra points. I already kind of get the gist of the situation. If this was how I suspected things were, at the center of the lake there was a large monster guarding the flower. Because Patrick and Lucas's strength was not too different, they decided to get someone who was weaker than them and force them to become bait, while reaping the rewards for themselves. On the off chance that I survived the ordeal, they would later kill me to keep the reward for themselves. You see, there is a large monster inside of the lake, and so we needed someone who could help us be bait so that we can freely get the flower. So predictable. So very predictable. Was this why third-rate villains always died first? Smiling, Lucas looked up towards my face, while Patrick went behind me. Noticing the situation, I lightly sighed and said, "Can I say no?" "Why would you say no?" Tilting his head in confusion, Lucas looked at me once again. Should not dogs eat whatever their owners are feeding them? There it is. His true personality finally showed up. There was no way Lucas was some random brat that acted like a child. He was definitely a two-faced scheming bastard that would resort to any trick to get what he wanted. I am fairly certain Patrick was being fooled by him as well. In the first place, you can only get 1 point from completing a hidden task. How could you share 1 point? Thus, the mastermind behind this whole thing was fairly obvious. If I am not wrong, once Lucas gets rid of me, his next target would be Patrick. By backstabbing him when he least expects it, he could earn the extra point without needing to lift a finger throughout the whole ordeal. Truly a scheming bastard. At least I know who to target first. Okay, not like I can fight you guys anyway. Humph, good choice. Clap, clap, clap. Yay. Now we can get the extra points. Bitterly smiling, I nodded my head, to which Patrick sneered and Lucas smiled and clapped. Okay, let us go. Excitedly rushing forward towards the lake, Lucas prepared to directly jump into the water. Stop. Before we start, I need a few things. Even though I am bait, I want to increase the chance of me surviving even if it is a little bit. Stopping himself from jumping in the lake after hearing my shout, Lucas contemplated for a few seconds before nodding his head. I guess a good owner needs to reward their pet for their obedience. Okay, tell me what is it that you need? Ah, nothing much. Clack. Ha. Clink. Thud. Thud. Ga. Geog. 2 dreadful screams resounded across the forest, scaring the nearby animals away. 3 seconds. Ha. Staring at the katana in my hand which was dripping with blood, I shook my head in disappointment. Although I was only about halfway towards reaching the minor realm of mastery, in the week I stayed in the academy, I diligently trained my sword for 4 to 5 hours a day. I managed to reduce the time taken for me to sheath and unsheath the sword from the scabbard, but it seems like I was still very far from reaching the point where the sword becomes invisible. Looking beneath me, the bodies of Lucas and Patrick, who were both still alive, squirmed on the floor. Both their legs had gone missing. Although the pain reduction in the VR world was reduced to 50%, the pain of losing both limbs was still something that no one would find pleasant. The reason why they were like this was simple: they let their guard down. Although yes, I technically was indeed stronger than both of them, that was only on an individual level. If I was to face them both at the same time, the chances of me winning were only at around 40%. I took advantage of their arrogance, and chose the most appropriate moment to strike, which happened to be when they turned their backs on me, and felt like they had me in the palm of their hand. Why cut off their legs and not kill them? Well, that was simple really. I myself was in need of some good bait. Since you want to take advantage of me, I will make sure you pay the appropriate price. Like I said before, I take my grudges deeply. Well, look who decided to do me a favor. Looking down at both Patrick and Lucas, whose faces were grimacing in pain due to the loss of their limbs, I smiled. I will kill you. How dare a dog do this to me? It is not my fault you guys were stupid enough to actually leave your back exposed to me. This happens every time. Whenever someone hears my rank, they automatically think I am garbage. The rank given to students was determined through measuring potential, stats, and academic achievement, in this case, through the entrance exam. Students tend to forget, but in the beginning, ranks were pretty much useless. Initially, for most of the students who enrolled in the academy, although they had different ranks, the gap in strength between the bottom-ranked students and the middle-ranked students was about the same. Well, that was at least for anything above 300. For ranks between 1 and 300, the strength gap between each rank was quite significant. In the story, it was only after the first half of the year had passed that ranks became a more accurate estimation of someone's strength. In this case, Lucas and Patrick misjudged my strength because of my rank, and thus were both easily taken down by me. Coward. Oh, sorry, did you say something? Leaning my ear next to Lucas's mouth, I imitated Lucas's childish accent. Bastard. Provoked by my taunt, Lucas tried to bite my ear, but I swiftly leaned my body back and avoided his teeth. Shaking my head as I looked at them, I stared at the lake before me. You know, from the moment I saw Patrick I knew he was an idiot. I will fucking kill you. I mean, did you seriously think you could share the hidden task? I looked at Patrick's surprised face and raised my eyebrow. You actually did not know you could not share the reward? Tisk, tisk, tisk. No wonder you are an idiot. What are you talking about? Lucas said that you could. Smiling widely, I looked at Lucas. Is that so? Don't listen to him, Patrick. He is merely trying to get to your mind. PFFFF. Are you even listening to yourself? Why would I need to get to his mind when he is already disabled? Moreover, why would you even trust someone who is not even in your group? Looking at Lucas, who had gone pale, Patrick clenched his teeth and stared at Lucas with hatred. Is what he said true? No. Did you lie to me? Answer me. Clenching his teeth, Lucas's previous cheerful demeanor vanished completely as he stared at Patrick like he was looking at a bug. So what if I lie to you? A dog only needs to follow orders and not ask questions. I will kill you. Using his hands to drag his body forwards, Patrick tried to force himself onto Lucas. Clap. All right, show is over. I have not got too much time to deal with you guys, so please just be good. Clapping my hands once, I grabbed the back of both Lucas's and Patrick's shirts before dragging their legless bodies towards the lake. Release me. Let go of me. Ignoring their protests, I stopped right before the lake and looked at them. Make sure you create as much of a scene as possible. Wait. No. Splash. Splash. I will kill you, bastard. Since they both had missing limbs, the only thing they could do to stay afloat was to use their arms by constantly hitting the water. There was a reason why I only decided to cut their legs. A good bait needs to create enough commotion to attract the prey. And sure enough, a minute after I threw both Lucas and Patrick into the lake, a large shadow appeared beneath them. Well, that is my cue. Splash. Diving into the water, I swam towards the flower which rested in the middle of the lake. As long as they both act as good baits, retrieving the flower should not be a problem. And it was indeed just like I had predicted. While the lake guardian was busy enjoying its delicious food, I safely swam towards where the flower was located and easily brought it back to shore. It is kind of nice that things went just like I predicted. Looking at the red flower on the palm of my hand, I secretly rejoiced once again at the fact that I was not reincarnated as the protagonist. If Kevin were to have been the one who went to retrieve the flower, 9 times out of 10 the lake guardian would have spotted him and made things harder for him. Fortunately, such a thing will not happen to an extra like me. Let us get the extra point before anyone else has a chance to steal it from me. Squeezing the flower in my hand, the flower instantly turned into light particles that floated above my head. Rank 1750 Ren Dover plus 1 point. Lake trial. Team points 5. Alright, now even if I were to die, Arnold would not give me crap for dragging the team down. Teammate Arnold Kane has died. Team points 4. I stood in silence as the notification settled. PFFFF, ha 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 ha. Talk about a punchline. Just when I managed to get an extra point, that bastard goes and gets himself killed. Where was that high and mighty attitude from before? Make sure you survive, else. What a clown. He got what he deserved. I hope he does not start stuff with me for taking over his spotlight. Checking my watch to see how much time has passed, I nodded in satisfaction. Alright, I have completed my task, so all I need to do now is survive for 23 more minutes before I can go back to my dorm and relax. Chapter 17. Teammate Park Jin-ho has died. Team points 4. Trash. KHHH. Please. Arnold swiped away the notification and clenched his hand. The sound of a neck breaking echoed through the surroundings. Useless garbage. Arnold threw away the lifeless body, which soon turned into light particles. His mood could not have been any gloomier. What happened? A pale, black-haired youth with yellow pupils sat comfortably on top of a large rock and spoke to Arnold with an amused smile. None of your business. Irritated by the youth's presence, Arnold grumbled and walked away. Hey, don't be so mean. Just because we are on top of a mountain and Jin is not here, it does not mean you can ignore me like that. The black-haired youth jumped off the rock and happily followed Arnold, further irritating him. If Ren were here, he would have immediately recognized the man following Arnold. There was only one man in the academy who had yellow pupils. He was rank 18, Troy Dirks. This was a borderline psychopathic student who, in the middle stages of the novel, becomes an infamous villain. Like Arnold, he was one of the 3 lackeys who followed Jin. Unlike Arnold, who voluntarily chose to be his lackey, Troy had no choice but to become one. His father was a direct subordinate of Jin's father. Knowing that his son was approximately the same age as his boss's son, William Dirks forced Troy to get along with Jin even though he absolutely despised the man. Jin had everything. He had money, influence, power, and, most of all, a loving family. Troy lacked all of that. He did not have a family that was not on the verge of a breakdown because of an abusive father who only thought about work. Consumed by his jealousy and hatred toward Jin, Troy was approached by Professor Thabat and was tempted into forming a contract with a demon. The demon clans were split into 7, each corresponding to the 7 heavenly sins. This might have seemed like cliched story writing, but for Ren, who was thinking of different ways to approach the concept of demons and villains, the 7 heavenly sins were the most fitting concept he could imagine. It was the perfect scenario that helped him portray the relationship between villains and demons. A villain was someone who made a pact with a demon when their desire overcame their rationality. For example, if you found yourself in despair toward a person who was far more talented than you, an emotion called jealousy would begin sprouting inside of you. When you saw a beautiful person you wanted to make yours, you experienced both greed and lust. Once you experienced such emotions, they either subsided over time or became stronger as the distance between you and the target increased. As your desire or negative emotion increased, the demon clan that was most compatible with you would make its appearance in the form of an agent and tempt you into making a deal in exchange for power. Jealousy, hatred, possessiveness, and obsession, all negative emotions, fell into the 7 heavenly sins. Once a person experienced such emotions and let them take over their rationality, the demon tribe with the respective compatibility would step in and present a deal. In Troy's case, he was incredibly talented, but he fell into an immense state of jealousy that clouded all his judgment. This resulted in the demon clan of Envy personally making a move. Because of Troy's immense talent, the Envy clan approached him directly instead of contacting him through a clan subbranch. A subbranch, also known as a collection of minor tribes, was a collective of demons whose bloodline was more diluted compared to the main clans. A demon's rank was determined by bloodline purity, ranked from king, prince or princess, duke, marquis, earl, viscount, and lastly, baron. The higher the title, the stronger they were, with the demon king being the strongest. The consequence of having a more diluted bloodline resulted in the contractee being given a lower amount of power compared to a contractee who had made a pact with a pure-blooded demon. Hence, Troy, who signed a pact with a pure-blooded demon of the clan of Envy, became an extremely tricky opponent to face in the middle of the story. The reason sub-branches existed was that a demon could only make one pact per human. Unless the human died or became stronger than the demon they made a pact with, the contract would never break. Because of the limited number of pure-blooded demons, only a select amount of humans could make a pact with them. Only the best and most talented humans could make a contract with them. If the human was not very talented, then the sub-branch would step in and offer them a contract. It must be noted that a demon could never break a contract once it was made, as their soul was directly linked to the contract. If they forcefully tried to break the contract, they risked having their soul pulverized. In the end, only someone of Troy's level of talent could tempt one of the main clans to make a move. Stop following me. Oh, come on. Why do you want to get rid of me so badly? You know why. I told you many times already. It is not my fault she likes me better. Suddenly, Arnold stopped, and the ground beneath his feet started cracking. Countless minute crevices started extending from where he stood. With blue veins bulging out from the top of his head, Arnold turned around and glared in Troy's direction. Troy was leisurely walking behind him, and Arnold said coldly, "Just because you are ranked higher than me, it does not mean I will not hesitate to attack you here." "Oh, chill out, man. I was only stating the truth." Raising his hands in a sign of surrender, Troy took a couple of steps back. Humph. Clenching his teeth, Arnold turned around and ignored Troy. "It is not my fault I was born this handsome. I will kill KHHH. Suddenly, just as Arnold was about to lash out against Troy due to his stupid remarks, a large shadow emerged from behind a couple of rocks and pounced on him. Arnold raised his shield, which was his main weapon, and barely managed to take the full grunt of the attack before being pushed back 5 steps. Puke. A split second after he managed to stabilize his body, Arnold stared at the ferocious creature, whose features started becoming discernible. It had orange fur, a muscular upper body, fangs that extended from its mouth to the upper end of its arms, and blood-red eyes. It was a beast that resembled the long-extinct saber-toothed tiger. Phew, I did not expect the famous D-ranked metal-fanged Smilodon to make its presence here today. This test sure is harder than I expected. Readying his stance, Arnold raised his shield and roared. Huo. Provoked by Arnold's spirit, the metal-fanged Smilodon similarly roared and dashed toward him. The sound of a collision could be heard from the distance as a flock of birds escaped from the nearby trees. As soon as the dust settled, 3 large claw marks appeared on Arnold's shield. However, if one looked carefully, Arnold remained rooted in the same spot he was before the clash. Gaia. As the metal-fanged Smilodon tried to assault Arnold once again, Arnold dipped his body and shoulder-tackled the incoming beast. Gra. Being tackled by Arnold, the metal-fanged Smilodon lost its previous momentum and felt its body being raised a couple of centimeters in the air. Taking advantage of the opening, Arnold swung his shield in a punching motion toward the beast's stomach, sending it flying toward a nearby tree. Back first, the metal-fanged Smilodon wailed in pain as it crashed against a nearby tree. Hew, hew, hew. With heavy breaths, Arnold stared in the direction where he sent the beast flying. Before Arnold had the chance to rest, he saw the metal-fanged Smilodon appear from the side of his view. Skillfully switching the shield to his left hand, Arnold felt a tremendous momentum being transmitted to his body, sending him staggering backward a couple of meters. The beast relentlessly attacked him from every direction. "Bastard, help me, damn it." Turning his head toward where Troy was leisurely standing, Arnold cursed as he kept on withstanding the continuous onslaught of attacks coming from the beast. "Oh, so you cannot hold it any longer? Quick, I might actually die. Say please. Quick." "Ah, fine, geez." Extending his right hand forward, a bow suddenly appeared in Troy's hand. Pulling the string back, a translucent blue arrow suddenly materialized on the bow. "Let's make this quick." Licking his lips, Troy closed his left eye and aimed at the tiger's head. Just as he was about to release the bowstring, a notification suddenly appeared in Arnold's view, completely stunning him. Your teammate rank 1750 Dover succeeded in completing the hidden task, Lake Trial, awarded 1 point. Team points 5. That one split moment of time where Arnold was stunned was enough for the beast to seize the opportunity and break through his defense. Wakuyu, Aik. You have died. Rank 75 Arnold Kane has died, team points 4. Those were the last words Arnold saw before his view suddenly became dark. Soon after Arnold died, and his body turned into light particles, a blue arrow dug its way into the tired beast's eye. Before the beast could recover, 2 more arrows quickly dug their way toward where the first arrow hit, killing the beast completely. Phew. Seeing the beast turn into light particles, Troy bitterly laughed. Oops. How are you guys holding up? Standing on top of a large boulder, Kevin looked behind him where a small group of people had gathered. Could have been better. Grumbling, Emma jumped off from the top of a tree. We should be safe for now, so let us get moving. Walking ahead of Kevin, Emma turned her attention to Amanda, who was a few meters ahead, quietly observing the area. What are you doing? Observing. Observing what? Everything. Letting out a sigh, Emma walked up to Amanda, whose face was expressionless, and hooked her arm around her fair, slender neck. What am I going to do with you? Startled by Emma's sudden action, Amanda looked at Emma in confusion. Finally, after noticing Emma's cheeky grin, Amanda realized she was messing with her and tried to free herself from Emma's arm. Let go. Hee hee, let us see how strong the almighty Amanda is. Gripping even harder, Emma laughed as she enjoyed seeing Amanda's expressionless face slowly turn red due to what seemed to be either oxygen deprivation or anger. While Emma was busy annoying Amanda, some of the male students around them could not help but fix their sight on them. Seen enough. Leaning against a tree, Jin glared at the students who were mesmerized by the 2 girls playing around. He seemed to be in an especially bad mood today. Flinching, the students who were busy admiring the girls looked at Jin in fear. Overwhelmed by his glare, they hurriedly backed off. Kevin, who saw the scene from afar, could not help but lightly grin as he walked up to Jin. Still salty about your loss? Tisk, you were just lucky. Clicking his tongue, Jin clenched his fists and looked away. Previously, Kevin and Jin were fighting to get the extra point from the hidden task. Their hidden task consisted of finding a certain flower that was located in the mountain region they had spawned. Because the task relied on pure luck, once he lost, Jin could not help but feel his mood plummet to the ground. If Kevin had managed to win based on his skills, then Jin would not have made a big deal out of it. But since this win purely came from luck, Jin felt as if he was robbed. Unfortunately, rules were rules, and no matter how salty he was, he could do nothing about it. Excuse me. A slightly timid voice disrupted their conversation, prompting Kevin to turn around. Following his line of sight, a small, timid young girl with adorably large eyes looked at both Kevin and Jin with a red face. Holding the edge of her shirt, her eyes drifted left and right as she struggled to find the right words to say. Looking at the adorable girl in front of him, Kevin could not help but chuckle. Yes, Quick, say what you need to say. Eek. Jin, who was not as patient as Kevin, immediately raised his voice, causing the young girl to lightly flinch. Oi, what was that for? Humph. Slightly glaring toward Jin's direction, Kevin looked back at the young girl and spoke in a kind tone. How can I help you? In a voice that was almost inaudible, the young girl looked at Kevin and said, I am in your team. Freezing for a split second, Kevin's smile momentarily faltered as he tried his best to remember the faces of his team members. Previously, when Kevin spawned in the waiting room, everyone kept their distance from him. Several factors may have caused his team members to avoid him. Most likely, due to their inflated ego, they could not help but become jealous of him, as he displayed an astonishing level of talent despite coming from a poor background. Of course, this may not have been the only reason as to why they ignored him, but Kevin was not too keen to find out. He was simply used to being alone. Chapter 18. Jin smirked as he looked at Kevin. You can't even remember the faces of your own teammates? Kevin raised his brow and turned to look at him skeptically. Oh, so you are telling me that you remember the face of all your teammates? Jin turned around, pretending he had not heard Kevin, and walked away. Kevin looked at Emma and Amanda, utterly speechless. Emma darted around the trees, being chased by the expressionless Amanda. Swish, swish, swish. Amanda drew her bow with inhuman speed, her fingers dancing between the weapon and the quiver. 3 arrows blurred through the air toward Emma. Thud, thud, thud. Emma scrambled behind a tree and raised her hands in defeat. She looked fearfully at the arrows embedded in the bark, each tip mere centimeters from her face. If Amanda had not restrained herself, Emma would have been killed. Kevin let out a long sigh and turned his attention back to the young girl. He was starting to doubt whether grouping with them was the right move. He briefly thought that things might not have been as bad if Melissa were there. He quickly shook his head, realizing that with her personality, things might have been even worse. Kevin ignored the commotion between Amanda and Emma. He squinted his eyes to get a better look at the girl before him. She was beautiful, light-skinned, and petite with a curvaceous frame. Her long, slightly curly black hair fell down her back, and her large crystal eyes were framed by short square bangs. Her plump, rosy cheeks and short figure made one want to squeeze them. Did you come to me to ask me to protect you? She shook her head rapidly. No. She timidly pointed toward a group of people in the distance. They said that they know where the hidden task is. Kevin looked at the members in the distance. He recalled seeing them in the waiting room. He did not remember the girl, but he recognized 2 of the 4 individuals gathered. They were the most arrogant of the bunch. If he remembered correctly, they were ranked around the hundreds and were extremely proud of it. They thought they could fight Kevin on equal terms. Powerful people often grow confident, and confident people are often conceited. Power gets into everyone's head. Kevin was no exception, but he managed to suppress his desires, because he had a clear goal. He walked toward them. He had no interest in interacting with them, but his curiosity about the hidden task was piqued. "Oh, by the way, what is your name?" The girl looked down, avoiding his eyes. She swiped her hand to the right, and a screen appeared before Kevin. User ID, Ava Leafs. Age, 16. Program, Hero Program, Year 1. School rank, 1078/2055. Potential, unranked. Profession, Monster Tamer. Ava, a monster tamer? Kevin touched his chin while reviewing the information. He looked at the shy girl again, and felt slightly moved. If asked which profession was the strongest, Kevin would undoubtedly say monster tamer. Most people regarded flashy professions like swordsmanship as the strongest, but Kevin disagreed. He believed the monster tamer profession was the most fearsome. Each person was born with a talent limit that could not be changed. Ren and Kevin were exceptions to this rule. If someone had a D-rank talent, they could only ever become a D-rank hero. Once a talent limit was reached, training yielded no improvement. Kevin understood the despair of having low talent all too well. His own talent was E-rank, the worst possible. He was bullied throughout his childhood for it. His parents blamed themselves for his poor aptitude. Kevin, however, remained mentally strong until that fateful day. Demons infiltrated his hometown and killed everyone without remorse. Rescue did not arrive until 5 hours after the massacre began. His parents sacrificed their lives to hide him from the demons. They told him their sacrifice was enough to atone for the talent they had given him. They closed the trapdoor to the basement, and he never saw them again. To this day, the memory haunted him like a plague. He often woke up from nightmares with his bedsheets soaked in sweat. He would have died if not for the strange system that appeared when he was in his most dire state. He owed his life to that system. It had allowed him to rank first in the school and enroll in the lock. The system changed everything about him. He went from E-rank to SSS rank in a few months thanks to a strange elixir. What determined talent? It was a measure of natural aptitude assessed regarding one's profession. Professions, like talent caps, could not be chosen or changed. During the second cataclysm, humans gained access to mana. Status windows, similar to those in games, appeared to everyone. This ushered in the Age of the Awakened. People familiarized themselves with mana and gained supernatural powers. A section below their status, labeled profession, indicated their natural talent. If the status window showed spearmanship, that specific aptitude was amplified. A person talented in spear arts would learn them much faster than sword arts. Everyone had different levels of talent. Even if talented in spear arts, a person still faced a talent cap. If that cap was D-rank, they could only ever become a D-rank hero specialized in spear arts. Kevin believed Ava's talent was the best because she had no talent cap. Monster tamers did not need one. What mattered were the monsters, not the tamer. The tamer needed some control, but the monsters were the true power. Monster tamers could tame an unlimited number of beasts regardless of potential. This made them frightening opponents. They were not highly regarded in modern society due to the difficulty of taming beasts. The financial burden of raising one could sting even the wealthiest people. Raising an S-rank pet was especially costly. They fed on monster cores, and their daily consumption could sustain a city. It was inefficient. But to Kevin, this did not matter because he had the system. Gaining monster cores or manuals was not hard with the system. He only had to complete a quest to earn low-ranked cores. If he had been a monster tamer instead of a swordsman, he could have raised an army of S-ranked monsters to fight the Demon King. He stopped in front of the 4 people. He ignored their disdainful looks and smiled at them. "So, where is the hidden task?" "For more minutes." I checked the time and dashed away from my hiding spot. My plan was to find a safe spot, rest for 3 minutes, and move on. This was the strategy Kevin used during his trial. It worked. Constantly changing my location made it harder for the hunter to find me. It tracked by scent, but it would go for the easiest prey. There were 90 students on the map and a limited number of hunters. The computer system programmed the hunters to target the easiest prey. If presented with 2 choices, it would hunt the easier target. If I kept moving, the hunter would target someone standing still. I had been constantly changing my location for the past 19 minutes. I could not take on the hunters. Each hunter was a replica of a famous beast from after the second cataclysm. They ranged from rank G to rank D, and only a handful of students could fight them. I was a rank G+ student. I could not defeat a D-ranked beast. My sword art was strong, but I had only practiced it for a week. Fighting the beast would be suicide. I could not last longer than a few seconds against it. This was my only option. Roaming confidently was something only protagonists could do. I was not there yet. I claimed I did not want to interact with the protagonists, but I still aspired to be like them. How could one achieve a peaceful life in a world where power reigned supreme without strength? I wondered when I had changed. I used to find everything troublesome. Everything had seemed bleak. Apart from my computer and comments from readers, everything was boring. Perhaps I was waiting to die to rid myself of that life. Then, when I thought my life had reached its end, I found myself inside my own novel. Suddenly, my world became bright. I had a family, access to magic, and a goal. Who would have imagined being inside a real virtual machine? Once I realized I had not finished the novel, I decided to become as strong as the protagonist. I smiled at the azure sky and the rustling trees. Life is good. Chapter 19. Ding. A sweet melodious jingle rang through my ears as I was about to move to my next location. Suddenly, my body froze and blue text appeared in my vision. Time left midnight. Congratulations on finishing the test. You will soon each be logged out from the capsule. Ah, time is finally up. Although I technically did not do any physical training, the mental exhaustion stemming from constantly being alert and taking note of every little detail surrounding me was a first for someone who had never experienced anything like it. It really drained a lot out of me. It felt as if I had trained intensively for 5 hours straight without any pause. Slowly, the trees, the sky, the animals, and everything around me started to disintegrate, turning the whole world white. Squinting my eyes, I could see the remaining students who had survived, far away in the white world. Surprisingly, there were only about 8 students near my area. This meant that either most of the students in my zone died, they went to other areas, or not many students spawned in my area to begin with. I believe the correct answer was a mix of the first and second options, since most of the students probably did not know much about the scenario. Actually, now that I took a good look at the whole white world, including my area, there were not many students left. Although the map was huge and I could not clearly see how many people remained alive, with no obstacles obstructing my vision, I could make a general deduction of how difficult the test was based on the survival numbers. I estimated that a good 60% of the 90 students who were originally in the simulation had perished, with most of the students clustered at the center of the map excluding some outliers who remained in their original area. I could more or less make an approximate deduction on how many students survived. The number of students that remained, although small, did not surprise me as it was within my estimation. It was approximately the same amount as I had written in the novel. Can you guys hear me? Suddenly, Professor Thabot's voice rang in my ears, prompting me to listen carefully. Alright, I want to say a few things first before I let you out of the capsules. First, congratulations to you all for surviving this test. This test was specifically designed to test your adaptability in foreign environments, and how well you can survive in the wild. It is true, although this bastard was using this test as a means to create disorder between some of the students, the test was still very good. He did change some things here and there to create conflict, but the test was a good way to help students adapt. Actually, in my opinion, this test was better, because he made it more useful for real life. You might someday be hunted by humans too. No, it would be more accurate to say that being hunted by fellow humans, such as villains, would be the most likely scenario. By indirectly allowing students to kill each other, it raised the difficulty to another level. Because not only did you have to watch out for beasts, but you also had to look out for fellow classmates. This little detail made the training much more efficient for me. Well, that did not mean the professor was a good guy. I was just taking advantage of his schemes to further improve myself. Though a lot of you have either survived by pure luck, or through some sort of scheme, at the end of the day what really matters is not how you won, but if you won. So for those of you who made it till the end, I congratulate you. Considering how difficult this test was, having survived in this simulation is an accomplishment to be proud about. Puff up your chest and exit the capsule with your head held high. Enough with that. Next up, once you exit the capsule, on the top of the classroom you can find a large monitor, where the group rankings will be displayed. Though no extra merits will be awarded this time, as it is still your first week, you can still brag to your friends about getting first in your class. I feel like a lot of students would actually brag about this. Considering how most of the people in this world were proud and arrogant, for the next week or so I would expect the top 5 group members' egos to shoot through the roof. Okay, I think I have said enough. I will dismiss you from your cabin one by one, so do not panic if your view suddenly gets dark. Once again, congratulations to those of you who survived. Soon, Professor Thabot's voice disappeared, and gradually, students started turning into streaks of light particles that vanished from the virtual world. As I was watching the whole process, in which students slowly disappeared from the virtual world, I could finally relax my mind. Next up, I started to ponder on what to do after I exited the class. But what should I do after this? I do not think I have it in me to train any further. Maybe I could go to the swimming pool and do some resistance training? Yeah, I think that is the best course of action. Log out Y/N. As I was pondering my next course of action, a logout button appeared before me. Without needing to think any further, I pressed it. Swah! My vision suddenly turned dark, and my consciousness slipped. PHHHHHHH. Slowly, the lid of the capsule I was in opened up, releasing white steam in the process. Using the edge of the capsule as support, I slowly got out. Man, that was seriously tiring. As soon as I emerged from my capsule, I felt a couple of stares coming from my left and right side. Turning my head left, I could see 2 individuals glaring in my direction with pure hatred. I cannot really blame them. I did cut off their legs and used them as bait to get extra points. Waving at them, which further increased the intensity of their glares, I turned my head toward the other direction, where a mixture of emotions could be seen from certain individuals. Park Jin-ho, William, Rose, and Edward all had weird expressions plastered on their faces. It was a mixture of shock, joy, pity, and thankfulness. Wait, pity? Why were they pitying me? Then I felt it. Arnold, who was a few capsules away from where I was, glared even more fiercely than Lucas and Patrick did. Turning my head left and right to make sure he was actually glaring at me, I was left dumbfounded. Why is he glaring in my direction? Is he angry that I stole his spotlight? That cannot be right, can it? He cannot be that petty, right? Clap, cough, cough. May I have your attention, please? Fortunately, at the perfect timing, Professor Thabot showed up, gathering everyone's attention toward himself, including Arnold's. Can't believe I was saying this, but I owed him one. Alright, once again, Congratulations for those who have passed the test. I will make it short since we are short on time. If you look up above, you can see your team's respective rank. Pointing toward a large monitor placed at the center of the classroom, a large list was displayed showing us the team's respective rankings. Group 15 ranked first with 8 points, no casualties, and 2 hidden tasks. Group 9 ranked second with 7 points, no casualties, and 1 hidden task. Group 4 ranked third with 7 points, no casualties, and 1 hidden task. Group 5 ranked fourth with 6 points, no casualties. Group 1 ranked 5th with 5 points, 1 casualty. Group 7 ranked 6th with 4 points, 3 casualties, and 1 hidden task. Group 10 had 3 points with 3 casualties, and Group 13 also had 3 points with 3 casualties. Group 11 had 2 points with 4 casualties. Group 8 had 1 point with 5 casualties, and Group 2 also had 1 point with 5 casualties. Finally, Groups 14, 3, 6, and 12 all had 0 points, resulting in a party wipe. 6th overall, That is a rank or 2 higher than I had expected. But as I expected, the main characters had all gotten the top spots. Group 15, which ranked first, was Kevin's group. His teammates not only managed to survive, but they also managed to complete 2 hidden tasks. Emma's team placed second, with her completing 1 of the hidden tasks. On the other hand, Amanda placed third, and surprisingly, Melissa, who teamed up with Jin, ended up fourth. The reason for their low ranking was simple. Because of Kevin, Jin could not get the extra point, and Melissa, who was not as strong as she was smart, was left helpless when trying to get the extra task. In the end, all their teammates managed to survive, but no extra points were awarded to their team. The 5th place, Group 1, was Troy's group, which, although it had not completed any hidden tasks, had 2 fewer casualties compared to our team. Out of the 15 groups here, 4 were wiped out. This result is much better than last year, where in contrast, only 4 groups survived. I know some of you are shaking, thinking you will be expelled from the course, but I was lying about that. I wanted to put some pressure on you so that you would have taken the test seriously, so you are all safe. Hearing this part of the speech, the students who had their team wiped let out a visible sigh of relief. It must have been stressful thinking that they had already failed a course on their first week. I thought this as I sympathetically looked at them. All right, it seems that we are out of time, so you may all leave. Checking his watch, Professor Thabot smiled and dismissed us. Immediately, I dashed toward my dorm. I did not want to stay here any longer, especially knowing that 3 individuals were looking for ways to make things harder for me. I do have to say though, that moving with this tight-skinned suit was extremely challenging. If not for the fact that Arnold was distracted talking to Jin, and Lucas and Patrick were still glaring at each other, I would not have been able to leave as easily as I had. Click. Entering my room, I slumped onto the clean mattress and enjoyed the momentary peace. What a troublesome day. Not only was I exhausted, but I also created 3 enemies. It seems like I need to get stronger faster. At the end of the day, it all comes down to strength. Although with an increase in strength I was more likely to be exposed to danger, and thus increase the chances of being placed in situations where I have to interact with the main characters, I cannot just sit by and passively wait for my strength to increase. Not only that, but if I was to one day support my parents' guild, or possibly help the protagonist fight against the Demon King, I needed to immediately think of ways to increase my strength. Fortunately, I had already come up with a rough plan. That is, with the knowledge I have as the author of the novel, I can take advantage of future events to make some money through stocks. Since my parents from this world were not filthy rich, the only way I could make money was through the use of stocks. Unlike Jin, Amanda, or Melissa, whose parents can provide them with the best training facilities and potions, I, a mob that was not supposed to appear in the story, have the only option of using my knowledge to make money. In a sense, this was my cheat ability. With money, I could essentially catapult my strength to reach new heights. In order to increase my stats, I could resort to consuming potions, and if I wanted to increase my strength even further, I could even go as far as purchasing artifacts. Artifacts were objects that could be found inside dungeons, or could be created by master blacksmiths, and were essentially weapons that had special effects imbued into them. They ranged from the simplest objects, such as a coffee mug, to weapons and cars. Like most things, the better the grade, the more expensive they were. Fortunately for me, I knew a place where I could get good artifacts for a cheap price. Thinking of all the money I would need to use to purchase potions and artifacts, I could feel my head throbbing. Letting out a sigh and taking out a small book from my bottom drawer, I quickly went through the contents. The book I was holding had details on all the events that would happen in the future. It spanned from when Kevin entered the academy to when he was about to face the Demon King. Since I was the author of the novel, I could confidently say that I did not miss anything when writing the future events. From minor to major events, this book should have everything. Unless something deviated from the story, which I had written, I should be able to use this book as a reference for things that will happen in the future. Now what should I use? Flipping through the pages, I quickly stopped at a certain event. CB Pharmaceuticals Crash. Chapter 20. CB Pharmaceuticals Stock Crash. Matching the timing and potential payoff that I could make from exploiting this information, I decisively started making preparations. First things first, I opened my watch to check my bank account. My student profile displayed my name, Ren Dover, my age, 16, and a balance of 9,897 U. A little bit under 10,000 U. That should be about enough, but... Pondering for a little bit, I sighed and organized my thoughts. A month after the academy had officially started, Thobia's Church, the head researcher of CB Pharmaceuticals, was found dead in his high-security apartment complex. All the news agencies and big guilds were shocked by the news and immediately reported it to the media and their respective guild members. The news spread fast, reaching all major figures' ears in the span of minutes. It was the first high-profile assassination that had occurred in decades. Many started to fear for their lives as a result of this accident. Thobia's Church, a forefront name in the potion-making industry, was found dead in his home with one slit on his throat. Forensic evidence indicated that he was assassinated by Rank 37, the silent creeper of the villain list. This could be inferred from the clean slit on Mr. Church's throat, which was a signature assassination method adopted by the silent creeper. Later, when investigators were combing the scene, another stunning revelation was discovered. The recipe for the body-enhancing potion was found missing. This revelation shocked the pharmaceutical industry. Potion recipes were an alchemist's biggest secret. Each potion, such as the body-enhancing potion, had various variations. The variations occurred depending on the alchemist who was making the potion. Some were far more effective than the ones available on the market, while others performed far worse. The better-performing ones would be sold to distinguished buyers, while the worse-performing ones would be either discarded or illegally traded on the black market. In the case of Thobia's Church, because he was a highly acclaimed alchemist, his body-enhancing potion was considered the best in the market and only he knew the recipe. As CB Pharmaceuticals' head researcher, he had every right to decide who to sell the potion to. In this case, his body-enhancing potions were sold only to the high-ranking guilds who needed them for their raids. With him gone, a sudden gap appeared in the body-enhancing potion market. The result of Thobia's Church's death had a bigger impact than what people had predicted, especially on CB Pharmaceuticals, the #1 pharmaceutical company in the human domain. 2 hours after Thobia's Church's death was announced, CB Pharmaceuticals' stock plummeted by 17%, falling from 123.71 U to 102.68 U. Later that evening, 5 hours after the first plummet, the stock further plummeted by another 43%, reaching 58.53 U. Due to investors dumping the stock to try to mitigate their losses, it fell further until it stabilized at 21.65 U. This was a staggering 82% stock decline. The result of such a decline almost caused CB Pharmaceuticals to file for bankruptcy. If not for the fact that they had a lot of liquid assets available due to the nature of their business, they would have most likely crumbled. In the wake of C.B's historical downfall, WV Pharmaceuticals, the second-best pharmaceutical company, saw its stock increasing dramatically. For a solid week, its stock constantly increased, rising from 58.93 U at the beginning of the week to 111.45 U by the end. This was a dramatic 89.12% rise. In short, I could use this incident, which would happen in about 3 weeks' time, to get rich. I would short CB and buy WV stock, meaning I would bet on both the CB stock falling and the WV stock increasing. Thanks to the information I had as a cheat, I should be able to make a good amount of cash. Actually, with my limited funding of approximately 10,000 U, although I would be able to make quite a bit of money, it would still not be enough to pay for the things I needed. In short, I needed a quick way to make cash so that I could invest as much money as possible in this event. The more money I gathered before the event happened, the better. Pondering for a while, I came up with 3 options to solve my short-term money problem. These were signing up for a mercenary job, getting a part-time job, or entering a dungeon. The first 2 options were a no-go. First, being a mercenary. With my current strength and rank, I would at best be a miscellaneous mercenary. To put it bluntly, I would be a mercenary who took care of tasks that most others would not want to take, like looking for a missing pet or taking care of some small beasts that had infiltrated the city. The income was quite poor, and the effort in proportion to the income paid was not worth it. The second option, getting a job, was also undesirable, as I was still a student and could not work full-time. Moreover, I was only looking for a short-term job, which made finding one that paid a substantial amount impossible to find. At least, that was the case with my current set of skills. That left me with one last option: entering a dungeon. A dungeon was essentially a pocket dimension that led to a small section of the demon world. As the demons invaded, cracks appeared all over the world as a result of the instability created by the sudden influx of mana. This resulted in mini pocket dimensions that led to the demon world being created. Because of the instability of the cracks, only those below a certain level could enter, depending on the rank of the dungeon. For example, a B-rank dungeon could only be accessible for those who were B-rank or lower. If an A-rank were to enter the dungeon, it would immediately break and injure the person who had entered. The same went for the monsters that could be found inside. Therefore, dungeons were excellent places to train. Moreover, since the demon world was riddled with wars, artifacts from ancient battles could be found if someone was lucky enough. However, the most attractive resource that could be found inside a dungeon was not artifacts, but monster cores. A core was a condensed source of energy, which revolutionized the world of today. By implementing cores and replacing them as a source of energy, humanity was able to get rid of unclean energy. Not only were cores much more efficient than any other source of energy, but they also did not produce any greenhouse gases. This shocking discovery sent the world into a frenzy. It was later shown that just a single G-rank core could power a whole city for 10 minutes. We are talking about a city with a population of millions inside. The amount of energy a single core contained was staggering. Cores aside, the bodies of the demons and monsters inside the dungeon could also be sold for a substantial price. This meant that dungeons were essentially gold mines for those who were looking to make some quick cash. Using monster corpses, humanity's study on biology improved by leaps and bounds. Incurable diseases became something of the past, and slowly biology divided into a new branch called alchemy, where researchers specialized in the creation of potions. Dungeons certainly presented people with many opportunities to change their lives, but that came along with a great price: death. The mortality rate of dungeons was extremely high, as no one could predict what could happen once you entered. Therefore, the central government put strict restrictions on dungeons and only allowed those who had a registered license to enter. But of course, that did not stop some unscrupulous dealers from taking advantage of the government restrictions to create an illegal dungeon business. This was exactly where I was planning to go. If you are wondering why I was not using my knowledge to find a dungeon that had not been discovered yet, it is because it actually does not exist. Well, at least not for any dungeon below D rank. In my novel, Kevin only entered dungeons in the later half of his first year. His stats were around C to D+ rank, which meant that D rank dungeons were not that useful for him. Me, on the other hand, who was only G+, could only enter, best, an F-ranked dungeon. I checked my status window and was more or less pleased with my week's progress. My name was Ren Dover, with a rank of G+. My strength was at F-, agility was at F-, and stamina was at F-. My intelligence was G+, and my mana capacity was G+, while my luck was E and my charm was G. My profession was swordsmanship level 1. Although it may not seem like much, raising half of my stats to F- was a considerable achievement. Raising stats could be considered the most gruesome task possible. There were only 3 methods to raise your stats: consume potions, train diligently, or consume some natural treasure, like fruit that had the seed of limit inside. In short, for someone like me who could only train diligently, raising my stats without external help could be considered a huge accomplishment. Looking more confident than ever, I made a rough note of tomorrow's plan and headed to the swimming pool. It's time to train. Heading towards the training center, I packed my swimming suit and left my dorm. As I was heading towards the swimming pool, I started to think about the main storyline. The novel essentially began with Kevin preparing himself to enroll in the lock. Kevin's rise to fame was essentially your typical banal protagonist story, where his parents died in the past, and he went on this long, harsh journey to avenge them. Through a series of events, he was granted a cheat item, and through that, he became peerless. I was starting to get a better understanding of why my readers started hating my novel. Apart from the main concepts, such as the general layout of the world, and the key ideas behind how the demons and villains operate, you could say everything else was rather cliché. Almost all other novels out there share a similar plotline to my story. The story so far goes like this. One day, as Kevin was exploring an undisclosed dungeon, he was suddenly met with an accident and almost died. Trapped in the dungeon for weeks, with his body full of injuries, he barely stayed alive by rationing the remaining food he brought with him before entering the dungeon. Just as he was about to die, a miraculous encounter that changed his life appeared. He was granted a more advanced interface than the current status window that everyone had available. A status window, which every human in the world had, be it young or old, was a sort of game interface that showed a user's stats. It first appeared as soon as the demons invaded the world, and the source of its origin was still unknown to this day. However, what was known about the status window was that it allowed the user to see their own stats as well as that of artifacts. The system, on the other hand, was a more advanced version of a status window. Not only did it grant the user the ability to check their status, but it also granted quests and tasks which, upon completion, would award the user with status points and other fantastic rewards. With this system, Kevin found himself shedding his old, timid self and truly started rising like a phoenix. A year after he was granted the system, he enrolled in the lock and proceeded to stun the examiners with his overwhelming talent and charisma, leading him to become the top student of the year and officially starting the Academy arc. The Academy arc starts with Kevin getting to know the other protagonists Jin, Melissa, Amanda, and Emma, slowly building a rival-friend relationship. Then the first minor event of the Academy arc, the VR segment, starts, and it was where Kevin managed to successfully complete 2 hidden tasks, once again shocking everyone, including his teachers. After the VR segment, the first major event of the Academy arc officially begins. During his elective, Kevin gets into conflict with a senior student, which starts a long series of conflicts with the senior years. You could already imagine how the conflict began. You first years don't get cocky, because your year performed better than our year in the VR test. We can still wipe the floor with scrubs like you. Seriously, how bad of a writer was I? It was only after experiencing my story from a first-person perspective that I began to realize how bad of a writer I was. Not only did I overuse generic, cliché-like scenarios, but even future events became easily predictable. Well, in short, this event gets so blown out of proportion that it soon becomes a full-blown conflict between juniors and seniors, where even if you weren't a part of the conflict, you would somehow be dragged into it. What is sad about this event is that I would most probably be dragged into it too. Therefore, I already needed to come up with countermeasures to this event, so that I did not expose myself. The life of a mob was truly hard. Chapter 21. Late night, Friday. I never would have predicted finding myself in such a place only a week after reincarnating into this world. The black market. The place that resembled the demon world the most in the human domain. A world separate from where laws and morals exist, and the only place where villains and heroes could coexist. That was where I was currently at. Taking the air train all the way to the outer edge of Ashun City, I quickly dropped off on the second last stop and headed towards an obscure location. Making sure the mask I was wearing was tightly secured, I found myself in front of a large metal door. When entering the black market, wearing a mask was compulsory, so that each guest could keep their identity hidden. On the off chance that government agents managed to infiltrate the black market, they wouldn't be able to track you down. Bam, bam, bam. Knocking on the door 3 times, I patiently waited. Clang. Shortly after, 2 burly individuals wearing neat suits emerged from behind the door and scanned my body a couple of times. Feeling their gaze on me, my back started to drench in a cold sweat. Their individual rank is definitely C or higher, I thought as I felt the immense pressure oozing out from their body. Turning his head towards the individual to the left, the burly individual on the right nodded and spoke with a deep voice. "What might you be here for? I heard from a passing bird that you were looking for volunteers." "We are indeed looking for a volunteer. Which job are you looking to volunteer for?" "I heard that you guys needed someone to paint your walls. We only have 4 paints, blue, black, pink, and white. Which one do you think would be the most adequate for our walls? Although I may have not seen what you needed to paint, I believe blue would look best on anything." Turning their faces to face each other, the 2 burly individuals nodded to each other and signaled for me to enter. Letting out a sigh of relief, I followed the 2 of them along a dark and narrow passage. There were 2 ways for an individual to enter the black market. One was through a recommendation letter given by a higher-up in the black market, or 2, by knowing the secret code. The secret code was split into 3 different segments. Each new segment was a continuation of the previous one. In my case, the first segment was "What might you be here for which the word volunteer was used to gain access to the next segment. This pattern repeats 3 times, until the guards could confirm the authenticity of the guest who was trying to come in. In this way, the chances of inspectors infiltrating into the black market diminished by a large margin. Actually, this wasn't really necessary as inspectors were not actually against the idea of a black market. Just as things have their disadvantages, they also had their advantages. Being the central hub for both heroes and villains, vital information could be gathered from information brokers which could, in turn, help government agents pry into some of the villains' plans. Information brokers were essentially individuals or an organization which specialized in sharing information for a price. Depending on the type of information, the higher the price for the information. Fortunately in my case, as I was the author, I basically knew most of the things the information brokers knew. If I wanted to, I could disclose some important information and make some serious cash, but that would probably be a stupid idea, as it could lead to me getting attention and also potentially changing the plot line of the story. And with the information that I knew, I was easily able to gain access to the black market, since I was the one who created the password. But I do have to say, this experience was extremely nerve-wracking. If this had not been the only method I could have used to gain access to dungeons, I would have never have come here. Actually, finding a dungeon wasn't the only reason why I headed to the black market. There was another reason. I was in urgent need of a broker. Do you think I would stupidly short CB and buy a bunch of WV stock without hiding my identity? Once Thobias dies a month from now, the prime suspect would be the one guy who days before his death bets on C.B's crash and W.V's rise. Tell me if that's not suspicious? Although Silent Creeper was officially identified as the killer, the main culprit could be someone else, as at the end of the day Silent Creeper could have just been hired to do the job. The man behind the attack was the true mastermind behind this, not Silent Creeper, and the police already knew this. Stupidly investing in CB and WV could result in my own demise. Hence why I needed a broker. A broker was an intermediary who would anonymously deal with my investments without asking any questions regarding who I was and why I was doing this. Since the black market was filled with both villains and heroes, the brokers were used to situations like mine, which was exactly what I wanted since I didn't want to gather unnecessary attention towards myself. Fortunately for me, as I once again boast about the fact that I was the author of the novel, I know the right person for the job. We're here. Clang. Opening a similarly large metal door to the one at the entrance, the 2 burly men stepped aside and allowed me to get a clear view of what was behind the door. How should I describe this? It was a completely different scene than what someone would have expected when hearing the word black market. When you imagined how a black market would be, you would instantly think of words like filthy, dangerous, dirty, or anything that was synonymous with unpleasant. However, expectations and reality often do mix up, and this black market looked exactly like a night market. Vendors who were selling their goods in their respective stalls were neatly lined up in rows that I could see no end of. If not for the fact that all the customers were wearing masks to hide their identities, someone could have easily mistaken this as your regular night market. A huge opening appeared on the ceiling, allowing the moonlight to penetrate the market, enveloping the market with a sense of tranquility. The lights from the lamps brightly illuminated the roads, allowing for a clearer view of the goods in the market. It was probably the best-looking black market you could find out there. Actually, I designed the black market to be like this since I wanted to spice things up a bit. But even then, this was incredible. I guess words weren't enough to describe this place. Walking along the road and passing by the numerous stalls, I could see a wide variety of products being sold. From potions to artifacts, all sorts of products that I urgently needed were being displayed right before me. It took me a great deal of willpower to stop myself from purchasing any of them. Right now I had a goal to accomplish. Making my way towards a secluded spot in the black market, I quickly went towards a rather inconspicuous-looking wooden bench and sat down. Sitting there with my head down, I patiently waited for 5 minutes. Precisely after 5 minutes had passed, a black-hooded individual sat next to me, to which I nodded my head without turning it. How may we, the Lost Reapers, be of service to you? I need a broker. What type? Codename Small Snake. There was a slight pause in our conversation after I directly mentioned the name of the broker that I wanted. Although the hood covered the features of the individual who I was talking to, I could vaguely feel that underneath the hood, his brows were tightly knit in a frown. It wasn't because I requested a big individual, but rather, an almost unknown one. Because there were so many employees working in Lost Reapers, it was hard to keep track of who was who. Small Snake was what you called a hidden treasure, someone that was capable yet unknown. Well, that was until now. It was very understandable for the hooded figure to have trouble remembering who Small Snake was. He was an unknown character until the later half of the novel. In the novel, codename Small Snake interacts with Kevin a couple of times before forming some sort of business relationship with him. From there, Kevin was able to quickly see how capable of an individual codename Small Snake was. Not only was he great at hiding his traces when carrying a transaction, but he also had many connections with certain suppliers that could provide Small Snake with quality ingredients, such as Luxitin, an incredibly rare flower that grows in the depths of the Elven territory, for below market prices. His connection later proved to be extremely useful to Kevin, who was in dire need of certain rare ingredients. Are you sure about your request? Certain. Surprised by my firm response, the hooded figure let out a small sigh and stood up. Codename Small Snake shall be here shortly. May we hope our services satisfy your need. Thank you. And just like that, the hooded figure disappeared just as fast as he had appeared. 20 minutes after the hooded figure departed, I heard light footsteps approaching my location. Sitting down next to me like the hooded figure had previously done, a lanky-looking youth that had his features hidden beneath a white mask sat next to me. Codename Small Snake at your service. How may I help you? Contrary to his appearance, Small Snake's voice was quite deep, which slightly surprised me, but not for long, as I managed to quickly regain my composure. I want you to be my broker. My commission is 5% on all profits, and my payment is 10% of the investment. Without skipping a beat, Small Snake told me his terms. Also, depending on how much you wish to invest, the terms of the deal may change. Okay. Taking out my hand, I extended it to him, gesturing to him that I had agreed with his terms. My straightforwardness caused Small Snake to be slightly taken aback. He had originally expected the person before him to complain and grumble at the unreasonable demands. But contrary to his expectations, he agreed immediately. Moreover, he seemed rather confident in his abilities, like he was sure that he would be able to carry out his request. Small Snake was a capable individual. In fact, he could have been considered a top-class broker. However, because his demands were so high, he had never had a customer before. When he first joined the Lost Reapers, he had expected requests to flood in non-stop, and that he would constantly be busy with demands. But contrary to his expectations, 2 months after entering the Lost Reapers, he still had not served a single customer. Not only that, all the customers that he managed to talk to always grumbled about his insanely high rates, or preferred to go towards more senior colleagues who were more reputable than himself. This resulted in his talent being stagnant and hidden until Kevin finally found him. Well, I guess I was the one who found him this time. In order for me not to mess too much with the storyline, I'll build a solid relationship with Small Snake and make him interact with Kevin when the time was right. Staring at the figure before him whose features were covered by a mask, Small Snake fell into deep thought. This could potentially be his big break. If he were to successfully complete this deal and show off his capabilities, he could finally attract more customers to him. Although his rates were high, there was a specific reason for this. His connections and skills were top-notch. Not only was he capable of making it almost impossible for inspectors or individuals to trace his movements, but his connections were also some of the best in the world. If not for the fact that he was currently being hunted by certain individuals, he would have never have come to work for Lost Reapers. In the end, after hesitating a little bit, Small Snake finally stretched his hand out and firmly shook mine. Feeling the large hand which marked the first deal he had ever agreed on, Small Snake decided there and then that he will do his absolute best to accomplish whatever his first customer desired. Chapter 22. Everything is starting to make sense now. Hearing Ren's investment plan, Small Snake's face couldn't help but scrunch up in frustration. It was nothing short of idiotic. He was also beginning to doubt the reason as to why he was chosen. At first, he thought it may have been because Ren had somehow heard about his outstanding talent. Now, he was starting to believe it was because no other broker wanted to work with him. Shorting CB Pharmaceuticals, a behemoth in the pharmaceutical industry, and investing in WV stock. From a sane person's point of view, this was an investment that had no basis to back up its claim. With C.B's current performance, the stock was expected to rise even further. Moreover, with his connections, he could tell beforehand if something was going on within the company. There were no signs of abnormality within CB, suggesting that this was an investment that had no foundation behind it. What was even more confusing was the fact that Ren needed to employ the service of a black market broker for this kind of deal. Black market brokers were hired when one wanted to hide their identity from the prying eyes of the world when making an investment. This was usually done so that the client could avoid government agents' pursuit. But that was only applicable to criminals. Is he perhaps going to kill someone important? Small Snake thought as he stared at his employer up and down. He firmly doubted it. Judging from his demeanor and strength, he was in no way a rich second-generation kid. He roughly estimated that his contractor's strength was around GF rank. There was simply no way he could kill anyone important enough to warrant a stock fluctuation, not with his meager amount of strength. Was he perhaps trying to hide his identity because he's too embarrassed to publicly go through with his own deal? Small Snake thought as he bitterly shook his head. From what he could tell, this was probably the most plausible hypothesis he could come up with. No matter how Small Snake looked at it, his client was neither some big shot nor someone strong enough to assassinate an important figure. What irked him the most about this deal was how confident his employer was. His demeanor was like that of someone who was sure to make money out of this nonsensical deal. Was he delusional? No matter how Small Snake looked at it, this deal was simply stupid. Yet, deep within his heart, maybe just maybe he hoped for his client to be right. Well, who knows, maybe he'll really be right. Small Snake thought as he couldn't help but lightly chuckle at the almost impossible scenario. Rather than just question, it was better to just perform as the client wished. Sometimes you just might be in for a surprise. Moreover, the main policies employed by all Lost Reapers employees were to never ask questions about client identity, and to never ask questions about client action. Therefore, even if he wanted to convince his client against doing such an investment, he couldn't, as it was Lost Reaper's policy to not question the client's decision. Letting out a sigh underneath his mask, Small Snake quickly went through his terms and signed it. At least he was getting paid for his work. It was just a bummer to see his first client lose so much money. Seeing Small Snake's subtle actions, I couldn't help but laugh. Although he was wearing a mask, his expressions could be read like an open book. Just the way he flinched when he heard about the deal, and how his shoulders dropped at the realization that he was dealing with a stupid client, was so easy to read. I'll let him be for now. He'll eventually thank me later, I thought to myself as I enjoyed watching his crestfallen expression. So how much are you planning on investing? For now I have about 10,000 I can invest, but I'm planning on investing at least 5 times that. So around 50,000 Maybe less? Who knows, around that range though. Small Snake was already starting to shed tears beneath his mask. What kind of small-time investment was this? 10,000 50,000 With this, Small Snake could confirm that he wasn't some second-generation rich kid that loved throwing away money. With such a meager amount, even if you somehow predicted correctly, the amount you would make would at most be in the triple digits. What was the point of commissioning him if you were only planning on investing so little? Reminding himself of the Lost Reaper's rules, Small Snake resigned himself to the harsh reality. Okay, so do you have the money with you now? No, I only have about 10,000 with me. Okay, so when will you invest? Once I make enough, I guess. Pardon? Once I make more money. From this point on, Small Snake was able to deduce one thing about the identity of his employer. He was a villain. A black-hearted villain that loved to make hard-working employees like him suffer. Seeing Small Snake's drooping figure, I barely managed to hold back my laughter. I may have gone a bit overboard, but I really enjoyed teasing him. Weakly walking towards his chair, Small Snake sat down while holding his head in despair. How are you planning on making the money? He weakly said as he tried his best to regain his composure. Oh, I'm gonna go to a dungeon and Clang. Falling down from his chair, Small Snake could vividly see his life flash before his eyes. What have I done to deserve this? Turning my body around, I could barely keep my laughter in check. My whole body started shaking uncontrollably as a consequence of me trying to hold back my laughter. This was probably the funniest reaction I had ever seen in my life. It took a solid hour for Small Snake to regain his composure, but his current demeanor was a far cry from when I had just met him. He resembled a black company employee who had resigned himself to his fate. Staring at his lifeless expression, I slightly smiled. Although Small Snake was very competent, the main reason that propelled me into contacting him was not his outstanding set of skills, but rather his devotion to the job. He was the type of person that took every job seriously. Therefore, no matter how absurd the request was, once accepted, he would always try to accomplish it the best way he possibly could. Moreover, he was someone that could keep his mouth shut. Even if he was tied down to a chair and endlessly tortured, his mouth would never waver. That was how reliable of a person he was. All right, let's not dwell on the specifics of the deal. You just have to trust me. Staring at me for a couple of seconds, Small Snake sighed and finally came to terms with my absurd financial plan. Fine, I'm in no position to talk anyways. Actually, I still need your help. Warily glancing at me, Small Snake switched back into his business demeanor. What other service do you require from me? I need a monster corpse broker. HAAA. So I guess you weren't joking when you mentioned the word dungeon previously. Nodding my head, I continued explaining my plan. Don't worry, I'll probably be safe. Moreover, I'm only going to go to an F-rank dungeon, which shouldn't be too difficult. What I need your help with is with handling the corpses, which I will bring back from the dungeon. Nodding his head, Small Snake took out a piece of paper and started scribbling on it. F-rank dungeon, The current market rate is around 1,000 U per normal monster corpse and 5,000 U for boss monsters. If you consider the conditions at which the corpse is presented, the payment can increase. Moreover, if by some crazy chance you manage to acquire an F-rank monster core, you can very easily sell that for 100,000 U depending on its size. Turning his head towards where I was standing, Small Snake's mind quickly raced as he slowly formulated a plan for me. From what you've told me, you wanted to at least invest 50,000 U. Considering that you have 10,000 of the 50,000 you are planning to invest, you would approximately need 40,000 U. If you want to earn that much in an F-rank dungeon, then you must either kill 40 F-rank monsters, 8 bosses, or find an F-rank core, which would leave plenty left to spare. Furrowing his brows underneath his mask, Small Snake handed me the paper in which he had calculated the possible things I needed to do in order to raise 40,000 U. This is a simple layout of the things you need to do to raise that much money. Moreover, that is if we are excluding dungeon entrance fees, commissions, and the cost of paying for your equipment. Staring deeply at me, Small Snake asked, "Are you sure about this?" Grinning, I sat in front of him and said, "If I wasn't sure about this, I wouldn't have come here." After staring at me for a solid minute, Small Snake nodded his head and stood up. "I don't know where your confidence comes from, but since you're my first and only client, I will help you the best that I possibly can." Couldn't ask for more. Similarly standing up, I shook his hand. "All right, I guess we have a deal." Soon after parting ways with Small Snake, I made my way towards the black market stalls. Now that I had some time for myself, I could take a proper look at the things available for sale in the black market. Taking out a small black card that Small Snake gave me after we finalized our deal, I quickly went towards the entrance of the black market, where a large metal door stood. Quickly taking out 8,000 U from my pocket, I headed in the direction of where the door was. Besides the large metal door, stood a neat black stall that had a relatively long queue. Arriving at the stall, I patiently waited in line for approximately 15 minutes, before a sales employee quickly went to greet me at the register. Taking the black card out, I handed the card plus 8,000 U to the employee. The black card I was currently holding was an exclusive card that could only be used in the black market, and was the main payment method used when purchasing things on the black market. What the employee was doing was converting the cash I gave to him into a cryptocurrency specifically made only for the black market. Although transactions through cash were generally safe, it was not very efficient when dealing with transactions that dealt with large figures. By creating a cryptocurrency, the black market was able to swiftly deal with several problems at the same time. 1. Since crypto was untraceable, it ensured safe transactions. 2. And most importantly, it allowed the black market to act as an intermediary during the transactions. People tended to forget this when entering the black market, but this place was flooded with villains. Villains were essentially scums of society that held no regard for rules or morality. If there was no one to keep them in check, they could have probably forced someone to make a deal or, even worse, given them fake money. Therefore, with the black card system, it became much easier to trade and check if there was any fraud taking place in the transaction. Because they were using the black market cryptocurrency, fake money could not be used as the black market currency was only available here. This way, when doing transactions here, people didn't need to be wary of potential scams. And if by any chance someone was indeed trying to commit a scam, the black market forces would swiftly deal with them. "How much would you like to recharge?" 8,000 U please. "All right, please wait a moment." Placing my money inside of a black box, the sales employee pressed a button and patiently waited a couple of seconds. Ding. After the black box ringed, signaling that it was done with whatever it was doing, the employee took my card and placed it on top of the box. "Okay, everything is ready. Please enjoy yourself." Handing me my card back, the sales employee smiled and started serving the next client. Taking my card, I quickly went to look at the never-ending rows of stalls. It's time to go shopping. Chapter 23. Seeing the numerous people going to and fro between each stall, I could not help but feel my heart race at the extensive number of goods that shone brightly under the streetlights. Each one looked more tempting than the other. Going through each stall one by one, I made a mental note of the things that seemed interesting. This way, once I went through the majority of the stalls, I could decide which items I needed to buy. Since I was planning on venturing inside a dungeon, I required several things. Arriving at a stall, I went forward and picked up a slim necklace that had a purple stone imbued in it. The status window popped up, detailing the object. It was a G-rank artifact named the Necklace of Tranquility, created by an unknown blacksmith to allow the wearer to have better sleep. With the aid of the status window, I could see the details of each artifact I touched, making it easier for me to look for what I wanted. Looking at the necklace in my hand, I thought, this could indeed be useful, as sleeping inside a dungeon can be challenging. Dungeons were essentially portals that connected Earth to the demon world. Their harsh environment meant that only monsters or strong individuals could survive inside them. With such harsh conditions, one needed to be in their best possible shape alongside good equipment. If one lacked sleep, it became much harder to continue venturing, as a sleep-deprived person's reaction time becomes slower. Thus, this necklace could definitely be of good use. "Excuse me," I called out. Yes, how may I help you? Asked the stall owner, who wore a black hood to hide his features. I pointed at the necklace in my hand and asked, how much is this? Carefully inspecting the item, the stall owner paused for a second before saying, that necklace. 3,000 U. Placing the necklace down, I went to the next stall. Sleeping was for the weak. Slower reaction time? Ha, I say to hell with that. 3,000 U. My word. Talk about daylight robbery. Although the effect was good, there was no way a G-rank artifact was worth that much. Trying my best to forget about this incident, I ventured deeper into the market. As I was walking, I remembered the number of certain stalls that had interesting items up for sale. Because of my limited budget, I needed to be careful when buying stuff. Right now, more than anything else, I needed a sword. Because for obvious reasons I could not bring the school's katana with me, I had no choice but to look for a new weapon. Moreover, I also needed to buy some sort of dimensional storage that could help me store the corpses of the monsters I killed. If not, how was I supposed to bring back the bodies of all the monsters I hunted? Unlike the main character who has a system that comes with an enormous storage space, I did not have such a privilege. Fortunately for me, the black market was filled with such items. Plus, if I was lucky enough, I might get some good deals. Well, not so much for dimensional storage, as their price was fairly inflexible. The bigger the storage, the more expensive the artifact would become. Since I was short on money, I probably could not afford to buy myself a high-end storage device. In fact, even purchasing a low-end one was challenging with my current budget. If I could not purchase one, I would have to literally walk back to the entrance of the dungeon and drop the monster bodies in front of the gate. That would be total hell. Plus, since I would most likely not be the only one entering the dungeon, I risked the possibility of getting my spoils stolen. In short, dimensional storage was a must. Arriving before a weapon stall that I had previously passed, I quietly looked through their sword section. Various swords were neatly displayed in the stall, allowing me to get a clearer view of what they looked like. Each sword and weapon had a different brand imprinted on the sheath or body, because different weapons were forged by different blacksmiths. The weapons created by famous blacksmiths could be considered the blacksmith's brand, and branded goods were naturally expensive. The price was also not something normal people could afford, especially for someone as poor as me. But I still decided to test my luck. Maybe, just maybe, I could find a sword that perfectly fit my style, and did not cost much. Excuse me, I called out to the shop owner, pointing at a slim sword that looked both robust and light. Although it was not a katana, the keiki style was not a sword art that could only be practiced with a katana. All it required was a slim and firm sword that could move at incredible speeds without breaking. Sure, the stall owner nodded, going to the back to pick up the sword. Handing it to me, I quietly admired the weapon. A slim, straight blade with black aesthetic patterns deeply etched on the main body rested on the palm of my hands. It had no guard, and unlike the katana which lightly curves, this sword was straight. Carefully tracing my fingers along the edge of the blade, I could feel incredible sharpness, making it seem like it could cut anything. Twitching my brows for a second, I quietly looked down at my finger, which was now bleeding. This is a fine sword, I thought, as I grabbed a napkin and wiped the blood away. Even after healing my wound with some light ointment, I could still feel a stinging sensation coming from the cut. This sword was incredibly good. Well, compared to the Academy's katana, this was not as good, but that was simply because better materials were used when forging this weapon. However, although the Academy's weapons were good, they were, in fact, not artifacts. They were specifically made for training, and the Academy deemed it unnecessary for training equipment to be artifacts. With regular weapons, the school could more or less keep the students in check, but as artifacts contained certain powers, the risk of injury during a duel would drastically increase. Therefore, aside from their exceptional firmness and low density, the Academy weapons did not have any special effects. Although they were indeed top of the line, they would still lose out against a similarly durable artifact. Also, since the Academy's weapons were not artifacts, their stats were unknown. The status window identified this blade as the Silver Edge, an F-rank artifact that was an extremely sharp sword capable of easily cutting through the toughest metal. The description stated it was an artifact found inside the demon world, previously used to slay several demons. Surprisingly, the sword was not made by a famous blacksmith, but was actually found inside a dungeon. Looking at its clean body, I instantly knew that this was a refurbished sword. May I try it? I asked, turning toward the shop owner. I saw him shake his head at my question. Well, fair enough, as I was careless as well. I asked without thinking. If someone recognized the sword art I was using, a massive headache would be coming my way. Does it have a scabbard? Feeling the blade in my hand, even though I could not try it, I could feel the sword being really compatible with the keiki style. Not only was it light, but it was also extremely durable. Yes, the shop owner nodded, going to the back and taking a black rectangular scabbard. Placing the sword inside, I nodded satisfactorily. Because the sword did not have a guard, it neatly fitted the scabbard, making it look like I had a long black stick. It sort of looked futuristic. Low-key, just the way I like it. How much is this? 5,999 U. Looking at the sword that rested on the side of my hip, I hesitated for a second before handing him my black card. Thank you for your purchase. Yeah. Leaving the store with a new sword and 6,000 U down, I could not help but grumble at the price. I just used 75% of my budget on a sword. This meant that I only had 2,001 U left within my card. Now I had to be especially careful about what I purchased next, as my budget had become even more constricted. Stopping for a moment, I decided to go to a stall which I had previously passed. The stall I was going to only sold dimensional storage type tools, which was essential for me alongside my sword. The selling of dimensional storage type tools was actually illegal. That was because, when they were first introduced, a lot of copycats tried to imitate the technology. This resulted in disastrous events where, out of nowhere, the tool would break due to poor quality, and a lot of people got injured, or even died. It had to be noted that dimensional storages dealt with the laws of space and time, meaning the consequences of them breaking were disastrous. At a certain point, it became so bad that the central government illegalized the production of dimensional storages, and only allowed certain licensed individuals to produce them. Because of this, the prices inflated and became much higher than their production cost. But fortunately for me, as I was in the black market, the prices were far lower than what I could get outside. It did not take long for me to arrive at my destination. Looking at the stall that sold things like storage rings, storage bags, and storage pouches, I first looked at the prices. Since prices were based on the storage space dimension, with only 2,000 U remaining, I could only afford 25 cubic meters worth of space. Storage dimensions started at 5 cubic meters for 300 U and increased by a further 300 U for every additional 5 cubic meters added. In my case, since I wanted to purchase a 25 cubic meter storage device, the total price was around 1,500 U. It came out to a total of 1,800 U, as I decided to purchase the storage device in the form of a bracelet. It was a G-rank artifact storage bracelet, with 25 cubic meters of space, crafted by a low-rank blacksmith to store items inside of a dimensional space. Since storage devices had many forms, such as bags, pouches, or rings, the smaller the medium was, the more expensive the price was. In my case, since I chose to go with a bracelet instead of a bag, I paid an extra 300 U, totaling the price at 1,800 U. Looking at the black leather bracelet that rested on my wrist, I nodded satisfactorily. If one did not look carefully, they would think this was just a regular bracelet. It was best to disguise dimensional storages, as they could potentially be a target for thieves or people looking to make easy cash by robbing someone. Since no one knew what went inside of dungeons, as there were no cameras, nobody could verify if someone had been robbed or killed. Dungeons were basically lawless zones, where be it human or monster, they could all be your enemy. It was always best to keep a low profile. Fortunately, they were password protected, meaning that apart from me, no one could access them. This sort of served as a deterrent against thieves. Since I only had 200 U left on my card, I decided to spend the rest of my money on some potions, such as the stamina recovery potion and mana recovery potion. Then, when I felt like I had enough potions, I proceeded to spend the rest of my money on some ointments, which I would need in case of flesh wounds. Because they were relatively low-quality potions, I managed to buy everything I needed with my 200 U remaining. Satisfied with what I got, I decided to head towards Dungeon Seekers. This was the place where I could get access to dungeons. It was an organization worth over 1 trillion U, and it was one of the main forces operating in the black market. It could be said that the main reason people entered the black market was not because of the illegal goods and services being sold, but because of dungeon seekers. Because guilds tended to monopolize dungeons, not allowing external parties into them, people who sought to become stronger, or strike it rich, and were not part of a guild had no choice but to come here. Since dungeon seekers allowed access to anyone, whether they were heroes or villains, people from all over the world came here. Moreover, the entrance fee and commission proposed by dungeon seekers were not outrageous, which in turn made this place even more popular amongst the general population. It could be said that without dungeon seekers, the black market would not have been as popular as it was now. Chapter 24. I arrived in front of another metal door that seemed more secure and robust than the one leading to the black market, and I knocked once. The sound echoed bam against the metal. On the right side of the door, a small compartment opened, and I placed my black card inside. A green light emerged from the bottom of the compartment, enveloping my card. A couple of seconds after the green light disappeared, I heard a ring from the compartment indicating the scan was complete. I took my card back, and the metal door started rumbling before slowly opening. Entering the building, I was instantly stunned. It was a luxuriously decorated hall where a stunning reception counter made of wood and marble stood at the front. Various receptionists tended to guests from behind the counter, and a faint citrusy smell lingered in the air. Because Kevin had never been here in the novel, it was my first time seeing what this place looked like. Words could not even come close to describing the reality of the place, as smells, sounds, and atmosphere were difficult to conceptualize in text. You could get a general idea of how a place looked, but it was never the same as being there. Every time I came to a new place, I was speechless at how different it was compared to what I had written. Even though I had no idea how this place would look, I was still momentarily overwhelmed by its grandeur. It resembled a palace created for the king of an empire. With clean white marble floors, silky red carpets, gold-coated lamps, and neatly sculpted desks, this place had everything. This was what true luxury looked like. I arrived at the front desk and approached a clerk on the right. "Welcome to Dungeon Seekers. How may we help you?" she asked. "I'm looking to enter a dungeon," I replied. Smiling, the receptionist took out a small tablet and presented it to me. These are all the available dungeons that we have at the moment, she said. Scrolling through the tablet, I saw a large list of dungeons. Each dungeon had a red or green circle indicating availability. Each had a limit on the number of people who could enter, because if the limit was disrespected, the dungeon would destabilize and potentially desync. A desync was a phenomenon where a dungeon lost its connection to the human world. Once that connection was lost, it essentially returned to being a part of the demon world. Since dungeon seekers knew this, they ensured the limit was never broken by always leaving one slot open. We currently have 3 operating G-rank dungeons, 6 F-rank dungeons, 18 D-rank dungeons, 11 C-rank dungeons, 13 B-rank dungeons, and lastly, for A-rank dungeons, the receptionist informed me. Seeing the endless amount of dungeons available, I was left speechless. The number of dungeons they were hiding was enough to make people wonder why the government had not done anything. Considering their wealth and influence, I doubted the central government could do anything to dungeon seekers. Unless they wanted to start a full-blown war, which no one desired, they were untouchable. I took the tablet and quickly went through the list for F-rank dungeons. The Kuru's barracks spawned contractors inside a demon army barracks for 15% of loot plus a 500-unit entrance fee. The Blood Sea spawned contractors in an oceanic environment filled with bloodthirsty creatures for 15% of loot and the same entrance fee. The Red Desolation spawned contractors in a desert-like terrain scarce in food and water for 11% of loot plus the 500-unit fee. The Miasma Mountains placed contractors on a high mountain range covered with toxic miasma for 8% of loot and the fee. The Forest of Greed tempted prey by creating illusions of their innermost desires, costing 17% of loot plus the fee. Finally, Earth's Wrath spawned contractors near a volcanic area with temperatures reaching 100 degrees Celsius for 13% of loot and the fee. What should I choose? I muttered. Seeing the list of F-ranked dungeons, I momentarily paused to think. The Blood Sea was out of the question, because I didn't bring waterproof equipment. The Miasma Mountains were simply too dangerous, and I didn't have poison resistance potions. The Forest of Greed had a 17% clause, which was a bit too high for my standards, so that was also out. This left me with Earth's Wrath, Red Desolation, and Kuru's Barracks. After contemplating for a while, I decided to go with Red Desolation. It had the lowest contractor clause of 11%, and the food and water shortage should pose no problem since I had just bought a dimensional bracelet. I will go with Red Desolation, I said. Very well. Here is a contract you will need to sign before we can finalize our deal, the receptionist replied. Handing me a 3-page contract, I patiently looked through the contents. Before entering a dungeon, they would check my equipment to ensure no misunderstandings arose regarding my gains when I exited. When exiting, the staff would conduct a strict check on my items to ensure no false reports were made regarding the contractor clause. A 500-unit entrance fee had to be paid upfront, accompanied by a 1,000-unit deposit. The maximum time a person could stay inside a dungeon was 30 days. If the person did not emerge by the designated time, a specialized squad would enter and forcefully drag them out. Lastly, in case of emergencies, the contractor could call for a support team to aid them if they were in any danger. Calling for a support team, however, resulted in the loss of the deposit. Seeing the content, I nodded satisfactorily and signed it. There was nothing that I was particularly against, as these rules were as fair as possible. Thank you very much, I said. Smiling, the receptionist took the paper, and we finalized the payment. Please follow me, she instructed. After I paid the total of 1,500 units deposit and entrance fee, I was escorted to a large waiting room. Guest 5077684 gate 756. Looking at the piece of paper I received after payment, I neatly folded it and placed it in my pocket. This was my dungeon ticket, so I better not lose it. Inside the room, there were several individuals who, just like me, were waiting to enter their dungeons. Several waiters walked around, serving food and drinks to the people present. Glancing around for a couple of seconds, I went towards a secluded area that had fewer people and sat down. If I said I wasn't nervous, I would be lying. So far, my first week in this world had been smooth sailing. Aside from a few ups and downs in the academy, everything I wanted to achieve, I achieved. The Keiki style, the seed of limit, and even the VR test were successful, as I managed to complete the extra task. Everything I wanted to accomplish was completed flawlessly, but that meant nothing. Don't let the achievements get to your head, I told myself as I was just about to enter the dungeon. My small achievements shouldn't be something I took to heart. I shouldn't become arrogant. Just because everything was going my way didn't mean that everything else would be smooth sailing. Facing a dungeon I had never been to before, I should never let my guard down. No matter how well things were going for me, a slight mistake could cost me my life. Arrogance was the best recipe for failure. As I was self-reflecting, I tried adjusting my mindset. When entering a dungeon with a high mortality rate, one must not go in thinking everything would be alright. That was not confidence, it was stupidity. In the face of potential danger, one must humble themselves and make sure to give it their all. This would ensure one did not get caught off guard. Guest 5077684, please step forward. Hearing my number, I stood up and went towards the person who called my name. Wearing a nice black butler outfit, like most of the male employees, the man led me towards a large door. He pressed 6 key codes on the lock, then proceeded to scan his eye. The door opened by itself, allowing me to see what was behind it. I was instantly left speechless. I was so overwhelmed by the scenery before me that no word escaped my mouth. An enormous hall, which extended so far that I couldn't even catch sight of the other side, stood before me. Keep in mind that my stats were much better than before, which meant my vision had drastically improved. Yet, I still couldn't see the end of this place. That was just how enormous this place was. Moreover, that wasn't what left me flabbergasted. It was the fact that the hall was filled with warp gates everywhere. A warp gate was a teleportation device that allowed a person to teleport to a given coordinate. It was similar to a dungeon gate, but unlike those, where the location was fixed, a warp gate's coordinates could be changed. Walking around and seeing the towering gates that were as tall as a house, I felt like an ant. Besides the gates, there were white-clothed individuals with masks that covered their whole faces. Their masks reminded me of the Black Panther back in my previous world, but theirs were white. After walking for 10 minutes, I was finally able to see my designated gate. It was gate 756. Oh hey, Edward. Standing in front of the gate, a blonde middle-aged man, with a cigarette in his mouth, waved toward the person escorting me. His long hair, tied in a ponytail, and his short, untrimmed beard made him look like an unemployed adult having a midlife crisis. Yes, Edward replied. Giving a simple nod, the man who escorted me turned around and prepared to leave. As quiet as usual, HA? Seeing Edward leave with no response, the middle-aged man gave up and looked at me. So you're the one who wants to enter the dungeon? He asked. Yes, I replied. Sigh, just when I thought I had the day off. Throwing the cigarette on the ground, he stepped on it. All right, follow me. Walking with his hands in his pockets, the middle-aged man grumbled as he walked towards the gate. Timothy 1, Timothy 2, I've got a guest here, so open the gate, he called out. Silence met him. Ah, fine, he snapped. Taking out a card from his pocket, he handed it to the two people in white clothes who were blocking the gate. Taking a small box, one of the white guards swiped the card, and when the box flashed green, he stepped to the side. By Timothy 1, Timothy 2, don't miss me too much while I'm gone. Waving at the two white guards, the middle-aged man stepped into the gate and beckoned me to follow. Stepping on the gate, the man took a cigarette from his pocket and lit it up. Looking at my confusion, he spoke with a grin. Don't worry, they're always like this, they're just shy. I'm pretty sure they were not shy, I retorted in my head without showing it on my face. They just didn't want to talk to you. Soon, as the warp gate lit up, I felt my body slowly lift from the ground. Then I saw my body turn into particles, and shortly after, I started losing all my senses. It started with my vision, then my hearing, and slowly all my remaining senses faded away. Chapter 25. I heaved, my stomach churning as I emptied my contents onto the ground. As soon as I regained my senses, I felt my stomach churning, and before I knew it, I was on the ground vomiting. Fortunately, I did not puke on my mask. I slightly tilted it upwards to allow the vomit to escape from my mouth. First timer, huh? An amused smile appeared on the middle-aged man's face as he looked at me. It was only after 5 minutes had passed that I was able to pick myself up. Even then, I felt like crap. After having vomited so much, I could barely stand up. Sit down for a bit. He leaned against a nearby rock and puffed on his cigarette. Ha, HAAA. Heeding his words, I sat on a rock. Taking advantage of the small break, I turned my head and looked around. An expansive green field with oak trees appeared before my vision. On the backdrop of the scene were towering mountains that penetrated the clouds in the sky. The air felt extremely fresh, and it reminded me of the time when I was in Clayton Ridge. Looking around, I could see a massive warp gate behind me. 5 white-clothed individuals patrolled around it. How did they manage to hide such a huge thing? You are probably wondering how we can hide the gate from the government site. Taken aback, I looked at the middle-aged man. How does he know? He blankly stared at the sky where the clouds were slowly darkening, indicating that it was going to rain soon. There is a barrier that covers a 5-kilometer radius of everything here. The barrier prevents the energy coming out from the dungeon from being leaked, and it also blocks electromagnetic waves, preventing any radio communications or detection devices from finding this place. Listening to him, I silently nodded. This was a smart choice. If the government were to find out about this dungeon, they would swiftly take it over. No matter how strong the black market was, they would not be able to fight against both the government and the Union. Since dungeons, monsters, and demons fell under the Union's jurisdiction, if an unclaimed gate was discovered, the Union would do anything within its power to claim it. Since the black market was not as strong as the Union, they could only resort to hiding dungeons that they found. But I was curious. Couldn't the Union just send spies and find the location of the dungeon? Cuckoo, your expression is so easy to read, kid. The middle-aged man chuckled. It is not so easy for spies to find the location of the dungeons. Tapping on the butt of the cigarette, he continued, in the first place, the reason why we use warp gates is so that they cannot find where the dungeon is. Moreover, with the barrier, which prevents any communication to the external world, it is almost impossible for them to find this place. I see. What he said made sense, but a barrier alone was not enough to prevent the Union from discovering this place. Actually, before that, was my expression that easy to read? It was fine if only Grandmaster Keiki could read my thoughts, but now another person, whom I just met, could easily read what I wanted to say. Was my face that easy to read? Moreover, I was currently wearing a mask, so apart from my eyes, everything else was covered. Does that mean he could read my expression solely based on my eyes? I need to make a mental note to start practicing my poker face. Looking at my surroundings, I thought for a bit before saying out loud, if it were me, I would just look at the surrounding geology and narrow it down to possible locations. With the technology of this world, it would not be too hard to narrow places down according to the details of the surroundings. Hoo-hoo, you are a smart one, eh? Laughing at my comment, the middle-aged man stood up. That is true. But since we are strong, both the Union and the government will not really spend that much effort in finding the dungeons we secured. Suddenly, the middle-aged man's eyes narrowed as he spat the next words coldly. That is unless they want to start a war with us. Standing up, I followed the middle-aged man. By the way, sir, how should I call you? As we were walking, I could not help but ask him for his name. Although he may look completely unrefined and crude, when he spat those last words, my heart shivered for a split second. Me. Puffing the cigarette in his mouth, the middle-aged man smirked. Just call me Thomas. Okay, Mr. Thomas. Do it without the honorifics, please, it makes it sound cheesy. Okay. After walking alongside Thomas and chatting with him for a bit, I suddenly felt tremendous energy coming from the distance. You feel it? Yeah. That is the accumulated energy of all the monsters inside of the dungeon. Staring ahead at the source of where the energy was coming from, I could not help but feel slightly nervous. Looking at me, Thomas grinned. Nervous? I would be lying if I said no. Don't worry too much. Although it is indeed scary for a first-timer like you will get used to it eventually. Slightly pausing, he looked at the gate, which was becoming clearer by the minute, and lightly said, moreover, wait till you see an S-ranked gate. An S-ranked gate, huh? If the energy coming out from an F-ranked gate was this much, I wonder how much energy would come out from an S-ranked gate. Just the thought sent shivers down my spine. Yo, Timothy 8, Timothy 9. Greeting two individuals clad in white masks and armor, Thomas handed them a card. Ignoring Thomas, the two guards took the card and scanned it. After making sure everything was all right, both guards stepped to the side and made way for him and me. Taking a step forward, I could feel the tremendous energy bursting out from the gate. I guess this is where we part ways, kid. Momentarily startled by Thomas's voice, as I was too engrossed on the enormous gate before me, I could see Thomas standing beside the guards. Thank you for everything, Thomas. Haha, don't worry about it. Just doing my job. Take care of yourself, kid. Nodding my head, I turned around and faced the dungeon. Hee-woo. Taking a deep breath, I took my first step into a dungeon. As soon as I felt my eyes regain their usual clarity, I felt a blast of hot air engulf my body. The dry environment instantly caused my lips to tighten up, prompting me to repeatedly lick them to keep them moist. The ground beneath me was full of cracks, and signs of skirmishes could be seen everywhere in the surroundings, evidently showing that battles had occurred in this place. At the very end of my sight, I could see sand dunes made up of red and black sand cover the landscape. Just like its description, there really is no source of water nor food here. It was a completely desolate place. The surrounding vegetation was all withered, and there were no signs of animal or living creatures in sight. Aside from monsters, who do not need to eat or drink, the only other living beings were the small insects that hid beneath the cracked earth. Staring at the light red skies that enveloped the surrounding area, I felt like it created a stronger sense of dread in this desolate world. Taking a moment so that I could adjust to the harsh environment, I sat down and quickly checked on my equipment. Carefully placing my hand on my hips where my newly acquired sword rested, I made a recount of the things that I brought. Let's see, the sword is here, food is inside my newly acquired bracelet, and should last me for about a week. There also should not be any problems regarding potions, as some cheap stamina recovery are carefully stored in my bracelet. What else? I think that is it. Seeing that I did not have anything missing, I stood up and decided to venture deeper into the dungeon. Alright, to my very first dungeon. Stopping in front of a dead tree, I paused and stared at my opponent. Just like any novel with dungeons in them, my very first opponent was a goblin. Yes, a goblin. Do you even need me to describe its features? I mean, it was a fucking goblin. And it sounded like a goblin too. Tapping on the handle of my newly acquired sword, a white streak appeared before the goblin. Before the goblin could even have enough time to react, a red dot appeared on top of its forehead, which resulted in the goblin lifelessly slumping on the ground. How sharp! I thought as I admired my new sword. It felt exactly how someone would feel when cutting a block of butter. Smooth with little to no resistance. Arriving before the goblin, I quickly spat on its body. Soon after spitting on its body, I kicked its body to the side, while also making sure I cursed at it. Fucking goblin. In short, I was totally abusing the dead goblin. But there was a good reason for my unreasonable actions. I did not have any grudges against goblins or anything like that per se. It was just that I had to do so that I could trigger a certain event. A horde of about 20 or more goblins was madly running with blood-red eyes towards my direction. Although dungeons have been with human society for 10 plus years, not a lot was known about the monsters residing in them. For example, out of all the monsters known to mankind, the number of monsters for which we knew detailed information could be counted with one hand. Because monsters were not used to the Earth's atmosphere, bringing live samples back to Earth was an extremely difficult and arduous task that simply was not worth the cost. Because of how hard it was to get access to live samples of monsters, it became very hard for researchers to find out more about dungeon monsters. The research was extremely crucial in aiding humanity in getting a better understanding of the monsters, which resided in the demon world. Researchers have predicted that one day there might be the possibility of the demon world suddenly attacking Earth. If we did not put a lot of effort into finding more about the monsters that resided in the demon world, it might be too late when the time that monsters can enter Earth arrives. Professor Theodore Romhaus, the one who questioned me last time, was a leading figure in the research of monsters and beasts. Not only was he a fanatic in analyzing a beast's behavior and weakness, but he also loved to analyze and dissect monsters so that he could find out more about them. Monsters were weird creatures. They not only behaved irrationally, but sometimes when certain conditions were met they could trigger an unexpected event. Such is what was currently happening right now with the goblins. Because of my action of spitting and abusing the goblin, I managed to trigger a goblin horde. Actually, this was a little joke I put in the novel, but on several occasions, similar unexpected actions could cause certain monsters to do something you would least expect. In the case of goblins, because they always tended to be the first monsters the protagonists faced when entering a dungeon, I decided to add this feature so that I could bring justice to them. In actuality, I added it because I needed to meet a certain word count, and I couldn't come up with anything. That aside, goblins were basically the most useless monsters out there. For those who wanted to become stronger, goblins were considered training dummies, and for villains and demons, they were considered cannon fodder. They truly were the most abused species in all novels. In the story, Kevin alongside another party enter the Academy's dungeon. At first, the other group wanted to make things difficult for Kevin's party, but because he was too strong they could only silently endure. They later took out their grievances on a nearby goblin, which triggered their hidden feature where all goblins within a 100-meter radius turned berserk and attacked anything on sight. Since goblins were so weak and easily died when entering the Earth's atmosphere, it was very hard to get proper information on them, and on the off chance that they managed to retrieve a live sample, this unique ability of theirs would have never been discovered, as who would just spit kick and abuse a goblin for research purposes? Moreover, even if some deranged scientist did the following, if there were no other goblins around, their special feature was essentially useless. Right now, though, I could not help but pat my back for adding such a feature. With this method, not only did I not need to find the goblins who were spread across the terrain, but I could also save a lot of time and train efficiently. Tapping the handle of my sword, I prepared myself for a long and challenging battle. To be continued. Hope you liked today's video. Join the community by subscribing and dropping a like. I'll be back with another update as soon as possible. See you then.